spaces and the places. We believe that it's a good place if the county wants to use it, if hospitals want to use it, where we could have multiple sections that are separate from each other at the convention center doing multiple things. Some could be essentially a field hospital. Some could be a shelter for folks who are asymptomatic but homeless and should get off the streets. Some of it could be as a place to triage, and some could be a place where folks can go for testing and more. So we've got a lot of real estate there, I think 250,000 square feet, and we plan to use that. A lot of hospitals, though, have said, we want to put a tent right where we are. Cedars-Sinai is one of the first to do that. We want to put patients close by because if they get bad, we want to be able to have them close to a hospital, hoping that there'll be a bed. And I want to thank the county deeply, too, because they've been securing hundreds, and now the plan is, we met with a judge this morning, but 5,000 potential motel and hotel beds that will help our homeless population have a place to go if they're symptomatic and possibly asymptomatic. We need as many of those rooms as possible also for folks that are housed who might need to isolate, quarantine, but can't do that safely at home. Not everybody in Los Angeles has their own room. Not everybody can go to their own bathroom, even though those are the directions from Dr. Barbara Ferrer, from Public Health, that if you can, once you do come down with symptoms, self-isolate even inside your homes if possible. And for those folks who don't have those options, we have to be scrambling and looking everywhere. I do hope that the convention center will be part of the solution. We've offered that to the county and to any hospitals, and we're well into planning what that would look like. We also need the workforce to build that out, and so we've put out a request for that from the Army Corps of Engineers, but also we have an amazing group of construction workers here. We've been talking to their unions and seeing, if need be, whether they could help us build that out quickly. Thank you. Next question.
Comes from Howard Bloom from the LA Times. Please go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hi. I was wondering about this plan that you announced regarding connectivity at the beginning of this. And how does that fit in with what LA Unified is doing, which is also trying to connect its students and families?
It fits in right with it. That's one of the links in there. I want to give my congratulations and thanks to the district working with Verizon. I want to thank Verizon for offering that to families with children. But it also has, some folks may look at Spectrum and other places. We put all the information in one place so people can get connected, can make sure they have that information, and also know about things like getting free cell phones if you're lower income and have never gotten one of those, because that's going to be so critical as you're isolated. So it consolidates that, it's complementary to it, and it includes it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Howard. Next question?
That comes from the line of Lee Ross from Fox News. Please go ahead.
Hey, Lee.
Hey there, Mr. Mayor. As you well know, the Navy ship Mercy is expected to arrive into port tomorrow. What's the importance of that, and what's your understanding on how the local hospitals and FEMA will determine the flow of patients to the ship? Absolutely. And then secondly, if I can, you've mentioned multiple times this idea that LA is going to mirror New York City, and you cited the numbers where we are now and the fear that that's going to metastasize in the days to come. Beyond those numbers, what are you seeing, or what are you being told to think this will in fact come to pass?
So I'll start with the statistics. It's just I've been keeping it, my team's been keeping it. You look at the numbers, you look at the rate of increase, and then you project it out. We were doubling every 3 to 4 days. If today's number, though, shows a new rate of increase, it would be doubling less than every 2 days. So we just sit there looking at when do we get to the numbers in LA that mirror per capita the numbers we're seeing come out of New York. LA County's a little bit bigger, but almost the size of New York City. And that's 6 to 12 days, depending on that rate of increase each day. So we know it's going to be there. We have no expectation. I've looked at Italy, I've looked at Iran, I've looked at Spain, I've looked at other places. There's no place where that suddenly falls off a cliff and comes down rapidly. And we shouldn't expect it to go down to single digits, with the exception of what we saw in Korea, which had massive testing at the very beginning. The thing about testing is if you don't do it massively at the beginning, while it's still critically important for us now, it doesn't have the same effect as if we could get to 80 or 90% of people early on, isolate who has it, track down who they've talked to, call all of them, tell them to isolate, and really nip this in the bud. So testing is critically important, but every day that goes by, the testing is important for our doctors, important to see the trends, but is less effective on its own of finding all the people that have it and making sure that they don't get out there. Sorry, remind me the first part of the question? Are you still there? The Mercy, sorry. Thank you. A smart person in the room just reminded me. So the United States naval ship Mercy is an incredible ship. I'm so grateful to the President, the Vice President, to the Governor, to our senators, to supervisors. I certainly made call after call after call to our representatives. Everybody pushed really hard for that to come here, which is the largest metropolitan area now in the United States with New York, and that's where those two ships, the Comfort will be in New York, though it needs, I think, a few repairs, but this will be the first one to come into a metro area. When it arrives, this will be the largest hospital in Los Angeles. 1,000 beds that won't take COVID-19 patients because the medical professional said we need relief from our emergency rooms, relief from our intensive care beds, relief from our normal hospital beds. So those folks will go on to, as they come, and maybe some existing ones now, will go on to the Mercy. That will free up valuable beds that today are 80 or 90% filled already to be able to deal with the onslaught of the COVID-19 patients that we see. And hospitals are trying to convert more beds. They're trying to add more spaces as we speak. The protocols for that are being worked out with, I think, the county and a number of the hospitals. The hospital association has been part of that. But essentially, we will, as we have those cases or some that can be transported there, they will arrive, be there in the Port of Los Angeles, be treated by the extraordinary Navy personnel that will be a part of that, and then that will free up beds for the rest of us. So I can't wait to welcome that ship. It couldn't come soon enough. Next question, please.
We have no more questions in queue. Mayor, please continue.
Thank you again to the press for your presence and for getting the word out and the message out. I really am indebted to you, and you're doing an amazing service to the people of LA. I'll say some words in Spanish as well, and we'll just switch out our interpreters. And thank you to our interpreters who are doing such an amazing job. Muy buenas tardes, Los Ángeles. Hoy despertamos a la noticia de que más de 3 millones de personas en nuestro país han solicitado beneficios de desempleo debido a la crisis de COVID-19. Estamos con ustedes en estos tiempos difíciles y sentimos el dolor y las dificultades económicas para nuestras familias y en nuestra comunidad. El coronavirus nos ha forzado a hacer cambios en nuestras vidas cotidianas para proteger la salud de nuestras comunidades. Sin embargo, esto ha tenido un impacto profundo en nuestra economía y fuerza laboral. Aunque todo es necesario, hay un gran precio en nuestras cuentas bancarias y la seguridad de nuestras familias. Esto es difícil, yo sé, pero estamos tomando acciones para ayudar a los trabajadores y comercios a sobrellevar este momento. Hemos agregado nuestros nuevos recursos y asistencia para trabajadores, incluyendo microcréditos sin cargos para pequeñas empresas. Y con tanta gente operando desde la casa, sea para trabajar, para buscar un empleo o para estudiar, hemos lanzado una nueva página web, coronavirus.lacity.org/getconnected, donde puedes buscar entre varias opciones para una conexión de Internet gratis o a bajo costo disponibles en Los Ángeles. Especialmente por los padres de nuestros niños, necesitamos tener esta conexión. Visite esta página de web coronavirus.lacity.org/Get Connected. Y también está por llegar el alivio de Washington, un paquete de $2 billones para darle alivio a trabajadores de bajos recursos, familias trabajadoras y de clase media. $1,200 para cada persona, $2,400 para cada pareja y $500 para cada niño para las personas que lo necesitan más. Aquí en Los Ángeles también estamos para ayudarlos. Hemos extendiendo la moratoria a los desalojos hasta el 19 de abril y estoy preparado para extenderlo más si es necesario. Esto se aplica a residencias tanto como espacios comerciales. Si ustedes tienen problemas con su dueño, llama a 311 y nosotros podemos dar la información a su dueño. Y también estamos luchando con los bancos, asistir a los dueños de propiedades en Los Ángeles y California también. Y cuando se acabe esta crisis, tendrán 6 meses para pagar la renta. Pero no importa lo que pase, estaremos aquí para ustedes. Tantas empresas quieren ayudar y hoy les diré cómo. Hoy lanzando LA Protects, una colaboración entre la ciudad de Los Ángeles y la compañía de Reformación para organizar el mundo de la moda y de fabricación para producir materiales necesarios y equipo de protección médico para nuestros trabajadores en el frente de todo. Quisiera agradecerle a Kaiser Permanente por su colaboración en proveer las especificaciones para las mascarillas de protección para el público. Pero sea claro, estas mascarillas no son el modelo N95 para médicos y enfermas. Son diseñadas para ayudar a trabajadores en supermercados y otros ofreciendo servicios esenciales. Maquillas en Los Ángeles pueden visitar la página web coronavirus.lacity.org/manufacturing para inscribirse y ayudarnos a lograr la meta de producir 5 millones de mascarillas. Este programa va a salvar empleos. Empresarios quienes hubieran tenido que cerrar sus puertas aún pueden seguir operando. Muchos de estos empleados son inmigrantes quienes llegaron de todo el mundo para empezar una nueva vida aquí. Mi abuelo fue uno de estos trabajadores en esta industria. Este programa refleja ese espíritu de Los Ángeles, de apoyar a todos nuestros residentes. Igual, todas estas empresas que participan necesitan mantener la sana distancia en sus lugares de trabajo. Y LA Protects también hará el trabajo de juntar empresas aprobadas para la fabricación de estos materiales con las industrias esenciales que los necesitan, como supermercados, trabajadores de entrega a domicilio y productores de alimentos y bebidas. Estamos viendo que nuestros esfuerzos para implementar la sana distancia están funcionando. Durante las últimas 2 semanas hemos visto que el crimen está bajando más rápido que antes. Y esto es aún otra prueba que nuestra ciudad está cumpliendo con el llamado a quedarse protegidos en casa. Gracias. Y seguiremos haciendo todo lo posible para asegurar la sana distancia. En los últimos días hemos cerrado los estacionamientos en Venice Beach, cerramos el muelle Venice y los cañones Runyon y Brownson y varias instalaciones deportivas en nuestros parques. Mañana los parques permanecerán abiertos solo para caminar o correr, pero cerraremos todas las instalaciones, incluyendo las canchas de tenis y pistas de patinaje. Hoy supimos que nuestro país ha superado la China en los números de casos de coronavirus que tenemos. Y hoy vimos que murieron 9 personas más en el condado de Los Ángeles. Y estamos en el principio de esta crisis. Esos números seguirán subiendo si no tomamos acciones para parar la propagación del virus. Desde el principio, esta emergencia ha sido internacional. Es una pandemia global. Y yo sé que en Los Ángeles estamos más preparados porque no nos cerramos al exterior, le damos la bienvenida al mundo. Mañana estaré organizando una llamada telefónica con docenas de alcaldes de todo el mundo para escuchar qué es lo que están enfrentando y cómo nos podemos ayudar. Nuestra ciudad hermana en China, Guangzhou, nos está mandando mascarillas y equipo de protección para médicos, enfermeras y nuestras personas de salud. Este es el poder de nuestras relaciones con otras ciudades. Esto me recuerda que aunque estemos manteniendo sana distancia, podemos profundizar nuestras conexiones sociales. Nunca podemos olvidar quiénes somos. Somos todos seres humanos quienes necesitamos conexiones, apoyo y fuerza. Nos unimos en el deber universal de parar la propagación de este virus y salvar vidas, vidas de nuestros vecinos, de nuestras familias, de nuestra ciudad. Y es el espíritu que traemos a nuestro trabajo y la determinación que nos mantiene todos los días durante esta crisis. Así lucharemos y superaremos esta crisis juntos. Por eso, quédense protegidos, quédense en buena salud, quédense en casa. Fortaleza y amor, Los Ángeles. Gracias. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fear and anxiety arising from the coronavirus outbreak are making Angelenos vulnerable, making it more likely they'll be victimized by price gouging and scams. Next week in my message, I'll discuss price gouging in more depth. But for today, I'm going to focus on coronavirus scams and what we're doing about them. First, we're taking action on allegedly false or misleading claims. My office has been working night and day, scouring the internet to identify and intervene when we find allegedly false or misleading claims relating to the coronavirus. For example, we've announced an immediate success in removing advertising claims about false coronavirus prevention. This week, my office discovered online advertising on a website owned by an LA area company, CEN Group, LLC. The site had statements on it like, vitamin C can protect against coronavirus. The coronavirus, the site said, can be dramatically slowed or stopped completely with the immediate widespread use of high doses of vitamin C. The website said high doses of vitamins, especially vitamin C, can be used to address the coronavirus outbreak. The website was selling vitamins, including vitamin C. I'm very concerned about these claims. The Food and Drug Administration hasn't approved vitamin C as a cure, a treatment, or even a mitigation of coronavirus. And if consumers are duped into believing these vitamins can prevent coronavirus, they might ignore recommended precautions that health experts direct, like vigilant hand washing, falsely thinking that they're protected. So we were prepared to bring an action against the company for allegedly false advertising. We immediately reached out to them, and the company agreed right away to remove the advertising and has now done so. Next, we've sent letters to other companies demanding they substantiate claims they've made. Under California law, my office is authorized to require companies advertising in our state to substantiate fact-based advertising. So we've sent such letters to companies advertising products related to the coronavirus to get them to back up their claims. We sent such a letter to modernbeyond.com. That's an LA area company that makes claims about the efficacy of its coronavirus N95 face mask including claims that medical-grade N95 filter mask reduces the risk from coronavirus. It filters 95.99% of viruses, including the coronavirus. And we sent a letter to Jim Baker and the Jim Baker Show for statements made on that show, which airs online and broadcasts to LA area television stations, about something called Silver Solution. It's a product sold on the show. It's advertised as an effective treatment that's been tested on other strains of the coronavirus. Now, if these companies do not substantiate their claims, or alternatively, stop making them, we're going to take action. In the case of Modern Beyond, we'll take legal action to prevent further claims appearing on that site. In the case of the items sold on Baker's Show, we'll work with law enforcement partners at the federal government and in other states to prevent Angelenos from being subjected to these claims. We have other claims under investigation, and we're going to take further action as warranted. And we're also issuing consumer alerts because there are unscrupulous individuals offering fake cures and vaccines online, purporting to be legitimate organizations like the World Health Organization, reaching out to get your personal information or your money, or attempting to steal your money through fake charities, or selling deficient or counterfeit goods online. We encourage consumers who identify any of these scams or instances of price gouging to reach out to my office directly. Don't panic. Our office is vigilant. We're ready to respond to your calls and to protect LA residents. I'm LA City Attorney Mike Fewer. Thanks for watching.
Today is Friday, March 27, 2020, and I'm Nuri Martinez, the President of the City Council. With me in council chambers are essential staff only. I want to first thank these people that are here because they worked so hard to get us here this morning. I want to thank our city clerk's staff, our city attorney, our council audio, ITA, our LAPD sergeants, and my staff. They are really all true public servants. They've been here today and throughout the week making sure that we can get here this morning and be able to have this meeting. As permitted under the governor's executive order of March 17th, all council members are teleconferencing from remote locations. Also consistent with the governor's order, and for the first time in the city's history, we are live. All live public comment will be telephonically being addressed to us this morning. I also want to announce if we have to recess for technical problems, we're going to have to do that. We also would have to recess in case we lose quorum of any of our members. So be patient. If we have technical problems, we're going to have to recess for a short while. Hopefully we won't have to do that. And also I will call for a recess in case we need a break in between agenda items. When I first canceled this meeting earlier this week, I did so because our staff simply was not ready, and we wanted to ensure that we were attempting to do this teleconferencing meeting today. I wanted to ensure that the security and the safety of everyone involved was not going to be compromised. So in doing so, I wanted to commit to you and to the members of the public that we are going to meet, and we're going to try to get to the people's business, just like I promised that we would. And I want to make it crystal clear to my colleagues and anyone listening or watching our meeting today that even though we're experiencing one of the worst pandemics in our city's history, if not the world, I have certainly not forgotten who I am. I'm always been and will always be an advocate for the working poor, and that's what we're attempting to do here, is address some of the needs of some of the working class and poor people that live in our city, and make sure that we're leading and make sure that we're doing it as thoughtfully as possible. Like I mentioned back when I was sworn in as your president, that the Families First agenda was going to be just as important today as it was in January, to ensure that we're protecting families and working people of our city. People depend on us. They're depending on us to take bold actions this morning, and they're depending on us to make sure that their families as well as their jobs are being protected. So, Madam Clerk, with that, I want us to go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye. Or here, I should say.
Bonin.
Here.
Buscaino.
Here.
Cedillo.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Here.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Here.
Price.
Here.
Give me one of my pants.
Rodriguez.
Here. Brown up there.
Rue.
See him?
Here.
Okay.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what is before us?
Approval of the minutes of March 17, 2020.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian moves and Mr. Koretz seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Buscaino moves and Mr. Price seconds. Next.
Madam President, would council like all items today to go forthwith?
Without objection, that would be the order. Next.
Items 1 through 15 are items to which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, members, without objection, those items are now before us. Madam Clerk, before we have to run through the agenda items, I'd like to introduce a Rule 23 motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to recite the motion as made by the maker, which is you, Madam President. On March 17, 2020, the Council extended the declaration of local emergency in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, and the motion by Council members Krikorian, Martinez, Price directed the creation of a COVID-19 emergency response account to provide necessary funding for the city's response to the pandemic. the city administrative officer has been authorized to spend funds from its account at the direction of the mayor with regular reporting on expenditures to the council president. On March 18, the governor of California announced a new state funding to assist local governments in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic for the protection of their homeless residents. Since the posting of the agenda, the city has learned it is expected to receive its share of this funding imminently. This new state funding should be handled in the same manner by depositing them in an emergency account such that the city administrative officer, upon direction from the mayor and with regular reporting to the council president, can authorize the spending of these emergency funds as quickly as possible. I therefore move that the council determine, as provided in Government Code Section 54954.2b2 and pursuant to Rule 23 of the Rules of the City Council, that there is a need to take immediate action on this matter, and the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's council meeting. I further move that the controller be directed to establish a new emergency fund called the CA COVID-19 Emergency Fund within Department 10 to receive and disperse the California COVID-19 Protect Homeless Californians from COVID-19 funds. I further move that the council instruct the city administrative officer to spend funds from the account at the direction of the mayor according to the declared local emergency, and that the city administrative officer provide weekly reports to the council president on the expenditure of the state emergency COVID-19 homeless response funds. I further move that the council authorize the city administrative officer to make any technical changes and/or prepare any controller instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion, and authorize the controller to implement those instructions.
Okay, thank you. Hold on for just a second. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Will the clerk, we will now go through the roll again for the Rule 23 findings?
Yes. Yes, Madam President. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Aye.
Weezer.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Madam President, 15 ayes, the findings pass.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please remind us of the items before council, please.
Madam President, at this time, it's items 1 through 15, as well as special 1.
Okay, members, the clerk will go through the roll call again. When your name is called, please state whether you'd like us to call any of the items before a special. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield.
You're asking which ones we want to call special, is that correct?
Yes, so we have 15, Mr. Blumenfield, we have 15 items before us. We're going to go through each member and ask you what items would you like to call special.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, and 8.
2, 3, 4, and 8. Bonin.
1, 2, 8, and 11.
Cedillo, Buscaino.
15.
2 and 4, which already been called.
That would be 2 and 4. Buscaino. Cedillo is, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cedillo, which item?
15.
Councilmember Cedillo, 15. Next is Councilmember Harris Dawson.
None.
Mr. Harris Dawson, which items would you like to call special?
None.
None. Thank
None
you.
or 9?
They're covered.
Mr. Harris Dawson, can you clarify that again? We cannot hear you.
None.
None. Okay.
I want to call any item special.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weezer?
Pass.
Okay. Councilmember Koretz?
I'd like to call number 5 special.
5 special. Councilmember Kokorian?
All of them, I think.
7, please.
7. Councilmember Lee?
Pass.
Council President Martinez?
None.
Okay. Councilmember O'Farrell?
Ours have all been called. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Price?
My numbers have been called. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez?
They've all been called. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rue?
Same. They've all been called.
Okay. Councilmember Wesson?
I'm good. Pass.
Okay.
And if it needs
Hold
to
on
be
for
said
just a
now,
second.
I have a question on special one. I don't know if we need to
Mr.
call
Bonin,
that
hold just a
special now.
second. I've got Mr. Blumenfield on the queue first. Go ahead, Mr. Blumenfield.
I don't know. Is now the time? I have an additional Rule 23 motion I wanted to do orally. Is this the appropriate time to put that forward?
No, it's not. I will call any Rule 23 after.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Yes, I'm unclear on whether or not, if I had a question on special one, if I need to call it special now or if we do that later, but I have a question comes up.
You can call it now, sir.
Okay, I'll call special one, please.
In my pen.
Anyone else?
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you, we're going to go ahead and, we are now moving on to the public comment section. So, Madam Clerk, would you please read out the call-in information that was provided on the agenda?
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call area code 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 459-499-150 and press the pound sign. Then the public should press the pound sign again when prompted for participant ID. Let me repeat. Please call area code 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 459-499-150 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for the participant ID.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, would you please explain their speaking rules for to members of the public that we're going to call to speak in just a few minutes?
Thank you, Madam President. To members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you would like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total on the agenda items. We will tell you when your agenda item time is up. Because even though this is a special meeting as opposed to a regular one, we are still planning to allow general public comment. You may speak for an additional 1 minute on general public comment after you are done speaking on your agenda-specific comment. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one brief warning from me or the President. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or against or off topic, the President will cut you off and you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move to the next speaker. We're planning to take 60 minutes of total public comment. Finally, for members of the public calling in to speak, if you are also listening to the council meeting on your computer or on a speakerphone, please immediately turn down the volume on those devices before you start speaking live in the council chambers, or we will experience feedback.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Let's go ahead and start with the first public speaker. What agenda item would you like to speak on? First speaker. First speaker, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What is your name?
Roy Lehrer.
Okay, hold on for just a second, sir. We're having technical issues. We can't hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and start with the first public speaker. What agenda item would you like to speak on?
I can't find it, so I'll make it a general, if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear
Hello?
you now. Sir, I can hear you
Okay,
now. Please let me
don't
know.
know
Sir, hold on for just a second. Let me know what items you would like to speak on, and if you want to speak on general public comment as well.
Can you hear me?
What is your name?
Roy Lehrer.
Okay, sir, go ahead and speak on the items.
Let me turn off my computer. That's making background noise. 1 second.
That would be helpful. I think you're watching us on TV.
Yes.
I can't find it, so I'll make it a... Okay.
As a reminder for all the speakers, please turn down your devices or we're going to get feedback.
And there is relief for renters that would allow them to not pay their rent during the crisis. This is good, and that helps them. But it creates a serious problem for a small but important portion of the population. The issue is for mom and pop landlords. I am one, and my family, wife, and 3-year-old rely on the rent paid as our sole source of income. I understand that there will mortgage payments may or will, depending on the bank, also be suspended, and but we still have property taxes, insurance, and utilities that have to be paid. And even if all these were suspended, we still have no income, and there will be no way to maintain our 3 rental units, let alone provide for the basic necessities of our family: food, medicines, etc. As I understand it, we are not eligible for unemployment insurance. A one-time cash payment will help for a brief period, but then what? What are we supposed to do? Please help provide a solution for your constituents who are in the same boat as our family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you please hang up? That'd be helpful.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please state your name and the items you would like to speak on.
Hi, good morning. My name's Chloe, and I'm a resident of CD4 in Hollywood. I'm speaking up today on A72JA. I'm a millennial, and I'm an employee at 2 different jobs. And I feel the right of recall based on seniority will impact myself and others in the same boat negatively. A lot of millennials have had to make their way job hopping while managing student loan debt and the always increasing cost of living in Los Angeles. If you combine all that with the fact that we've worked less in total years than many of our colleagues, I believe this bill puts the millennial generation at an extreme disadvantage.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker, I need you to give me your name, the items you want to speak on, and if you want to speak on general public comment.
My name is Salar Sheikh.
What items do you want to speak on?
I'd like to speak on 72KK and 72J.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Do you wish to speak in general public comment as well?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Salar Sheikh. I work with many independently owned restaurants and corporate restaurants here in Los Angeles as a consultant. I've witnessed that the devastation and issues that people are coming up with the recent pandemic. 72J and 72KK are just awful Band-Aids We run on very tight margins in the restaurant industry, and none of these are going to help us in the long run. Seniority as a blanket statement sounds right, but as a long-term haul is not a fix to this issue. Also, other issues that I see is the mandatory 2-week pay. Currently, we're running with no income and big debt in our industry due to the shutdown, and this would just further put us in debt and put most businesses in bankruptcy. Understand that this is an awful Band-Aid and will lead to more shutdown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have your 1 minute of general public comment? Caller, are you there? All right, he looks like he might have hung up. Let's move on to the next speaker. Please state your name, the items you would like to speak on, and whether you wish to speak on general public comment.
Yes, good morning. My name is Valerie Henley. I'm a merchant on Alvera Street. I'd like to speak on a general comment because it's closely related to S19.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So good morning, City Council members. I'm one of the longtime merchants. My family's been there for 3 generations. And we are, of course, running into the same issue that everyone else is in Los Angeles. However, we're going to need a little bit of help from the city family, if at all possible. We will need to have some help with waiving of our rent until this crisis is over. And then we're going to need support with maybe a reduction of our rent for a good 10 to 12 month period so that everything rebounds. Our problem is that a lot of 50 to 60% of our sales comes from tourism, which will take quite a while to rebound after this crisis. And if we have a second wave, as the CDC predicts, we may have to have help again from the city family to be able to maintain this jewel of Los Angeles, which we call Alvera Street, and the El Pueblo department. The department is going to need to be subsidized because most of their income comes from our parking and our rent that help the El Pueblo department. So if you can, please.
Your time is up, so I'm going to go ahead and let you wrap up. Hello, are you there? Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, can you please state your name, the items you would like to speak on, and whether you want to speak in general public comment as well.
This is Jacqueline Burbank. I'm with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'd like to speak on items 2, 3, and general public comment.
Okay, very well. Go ahead. You have your 2 minutes for your items and 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So AIDS Healthcare Foundation obviously was on the front lines of the AIDS crisis. We know a little something about a pandemic, and it is with this in mind that we come before you to support items 1 through 5 strongly, as well as item 15. You must take immediate action on 1 through 5. Cut through the red tape, take action today. Bypass a second reading, and we ask you to support items 1 through 5. Tenants need strong protections, and especially on item number 1, please refer to the Healthy Housing LA Coalition letter and what they're asking for. We are a coalition of over 140 organizations united in pursuing housing justice, and we are asking you to take action today to prevent massive amounts of eviction and poverty and homelessness that we will not be able to recover from for a long time. Thank you.
Would you like your 1 minute of general public comment?
That is all.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name, the items you would like to speak on, and whether you want to speak on general public comment. Next speaker.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What items do you want to speak on, and do you want to speak on general public comment?
Item number 1.
Item number 1. Very well. What's your name? State your name, please.
My name is Tom B. I live in District 1.
Great. Go ahead.
And I support the Healthy LA Coalition letter. I strongly suggest that the City Council meet all of their demands. And in addition, there should be a rent forgiveness program. And because if people can't afford to pay their rent now or in 6 months, they're definitely not going to be able to afford it in the future, in addition to the whatever back rent they have and late fees that may be imposed. Most Angelenos are renters, and most renters in Los Angeles spend more than half their income or 2/3 of their income on rent. And that should be taken into account more than the concerns of landlords who own multi-million-dollar properties. And the city council should realize that half of them being landlords they should try to remove that bias that they have as landlords and look out for renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, please state your name, the items you wish to speak on, and whether you want to speak in general public comment.
Yes, thank you. Susan Hunter, Housing Human Rights. I'll be speaking on items 1, 4, and general public comment.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes on the items and your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Council President. When we're talking about the current situation, what we're really asking for right now is to get something passed. We are asking that you please waive second reading, pass something today, enact it today, and have it impact lives today. It's not perfect. We don't agree with the current ordinance as is written for item number 1. And I don't think that there's enough protections in all of the items that we are seeing as a reaction for COVID-19. We need to have stronger protections across the board, not only for our tenants, but for the jobs that they're working that will also be impacted. But we can't do that if we don't get something started. And we can't get something started if we're going to continue to delay the process by asking for more readings and kicking the can down the road. So what we're asking for is that you please waive second reading, enact today, impact today, and make sure that people are getting some kind of protection started today. You've had a letter submitted to you by some wonderful people who are extremely intelligent. They're very well-educated lawyers. They know a lot about tenant law. And I would hope that you would take the language from that letter and start implementing that into an ordinance, which we can amend later. But we have to get something done now. Now is not the time to wait. It's not okay to allow our crisis to be held up as a response due to bureaucracy between who has jurisdiction. It's not okay to say, well, it's a state problem, or it's a local problem, or it's a Fed problem, because the bottom line is it's all our problem. And we have to start uniting. We have to start doing something. And this is what we are relying and waiting on you all to do, is to enact something right now. So that's my 1 and 4. General public comment. It is concerning to see that there is so much pressure to try and hope that all of this will just go away, or to not necessarily plan for a long term. I would also ask that on any ordinance that we pass, that we don't have any time limits. We can't assume that in 90 days or 6 months that everything's going to be okay. If we're going to support our working class families, like we should be doing, we're going to be supporting the workers. We can't give them a hard date to say you have to have your life back in order in 6 months. So I would ask that with any ordinance that we don't have any time frames that are too restrictive or unrealistic. It's going to take us years to recover from this. We still haven't recovered from 2008. So if we are going to do something as a city to show that we are a leadership city and that we react well in a crisis and that we take care of our own, then we're going to have to stop limiting ourselves or trying to pass the buck or pretend like somehow we're going to know what the outcome is. We have to do more. What we are not doing is enough, but at least get something started.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name and the items you would like to speak on, and if you're speaking on general public comment as well.
Mickey Jackson with AHF, Housing is a Human Right. I wish to speak on items 1 through 5 as well as public comment.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes on all, 3 minutes on all the items that you want to speak on and your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay. These items, I want to adopt all of the positions supporting adoption of these items and supporting strengthening them according to the letter that you have received from Healthy Housing. We need to skip the second reading. We've already had too many city council meetings delayed. We need to go straight to voting these things in today. They may not be as strong as we want, but at least there'll be something there come April 1st in particular, and we can rework these and strengthen them. While the agenda calls for the first reading of these emergency measures, the City Council must not delay. The City Council can pass these ordinances forthwith without a second reading if the requirements are met. City Council passes the items, which are that City Council passes the items unanimously with at least 3/4 of the City Council present and voting. It has to be found to be an emergency, which has already happened, and this pandemic certainly exceeds that. A second reading can be waived on the basis of urgency findings. This is part of the city charter. The emergency pandemic meets and exceeds the standards of emergency for the vote. The standards of 12 members present and a unanimous vote are stated clearly. Please see sections 250, 252, and 253 of the city charter. These items, 1 through 5, together form an overall package to address some immediate and needed protections and relief for vulnerable residents of our city, and must be passed and enacted immediately and together to be effective. While stronger measures need to be put into place and expanded, we must have immediate passage of these items today. Particularly item 1 needs to be revised and strengthened in line with the demands of the tenants' rights groups and others who have signed and are part of the Healthy Housing Coalition. Thank you, and please pass these. We can't afford even more homeless people in this city just because City Council does not fully use the powers given in the city charter for just such a dire emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, there appears to be some inappropriate videos being shared on the Zoom channel. So give me just a second while our ITA staff resolves that issue. So I'm going to go ahead and recess our public comment section for right now until we get this addressed. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, you're right, Mandy. I'm going to go get some more paper clips. Oh, you do? Okay. Oh, thank goodness. I have to go back up there. Thank you. I'm running out of space. These pieces are so small. By the members of the public. I'm going to go ahead and recess this meeting for 10 minutes while we address this issue. Oh, hold on. There's been a disruption by members of the public. I need to recess for 15 minutes in order to address this issue. We're going to recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
explain to the public, we went on a recess because members of the public on Zoom were showing pornographic images, which is disruptive to the meeting. Other people can't concentrate with that. Nothing was broadcast on Channel 35, and members of the public who are on audio only didn't see it, but the other members of the public were undoubtedly distracted. Our apologies for that. And I think we should go through the roll call once again now that we've ended the recess.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield here.
Yeah, I'm like, go ahead. I can get everybody else out. Yeah, I'm like, go ahead. I can get everybody else out.
Bonin.
Good thing I didn't take the last name, babe. I can get everybody else out.
Everyone can hear.
Everyone can hear.
Council members, I will now repeat the roll call again. Blumenfield.
Roll call again. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield here.
Roll call again.
Blumenfield here.
Members, I need you all to mute. I need you to mute your computers. We can hear all of you speaking to each other, and I can hear all the feedback. Please mute your computers. Thank you. Let's go through the roll one more time, Madam Clerk.
How did he do that? Y-E-S.
Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, present.
Cedillo.
Present.
Harris Dawson.
Present.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
I'm here.
Krikourian.
Here.
That's lots to wait, huh?
Lee.
Here.
Council President Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Council Zoom.
Council Member O'Farrell.
Here.
Council Member Price.
Here.
Council Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Council Member Rue.
Here.
Council Member Weston.
Wesson here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Thank you, members. We're going to go ahead and go back to general public comment. I'm sorry, just public comment. So I'm going to call on the speaker. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Okay, we're moving on to the next speaker.
Hello?
Hello. What is your name? And what
Yes.
items would you like to speak on? And are you speaking on general public comment?
General public comment in item 15.
Okay, so you're going to speak on item 15 and general public comment. Go ahead and state your name.
Yes. Sure. My name is Trinidad Ruiz, and I work at the Housing as a Human Right and a campaign organizer with the Rental Affordability Act, a state ballot measure for rent control up for vote this November. First, I want to thank Councilmember Gil Cedillo for introducing this motion. With nearly 60,000 people living and dying on the streets of LA, housing during this crisis is even more essential than ever to the well-being of Angelenos. Eminent domain of Hillside Via, which is located in Chinatown, will save about 124 families from potential homelessness. Since purchasing the building in 2000, Tom Botts has allowed the building to go into disrepair and tenants live in slum-like conditions. In addition, he's also carried out a campaign of harassment against the families of Hillside Via for years. In fact, forbidding children from playing in the courtyard of the building, and he's threatened them with evictions and fines. And if you don't believe me, in a recent court case, a judge ruled against the company owned by Botts and named him specifically for the eviction of families in response to children playing in the property. The judge also found him guilty of violating the Federal Fair Housing Act.
Sir, I don't want to cut you off, but your minutes run out on your item. You want to go into general public comment?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, in short, eminent domain will not only prevent potential homelessness of these 124 families, but save tenants from this abusive landlord. Hillside Villa was built with public funds, and public funds should remain a public good. Eminent domain this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hi, my name is Isabel Rojas.
Hold on for just a second, Isabel. Just let me know what items you want to speak on and if you wish to speak under general public comment as well.
I'm just going to be making a general public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for all serving us and working to ease this crisis. I'm making my general public statement because it's about the public. With that being said, I implore all of you to act boldly and swiftly today in protecting the most vulnerable in your city. So many of us cling to our rented homes by pennies every month so as to not fall more victim to our current housing crisis. So we are scared. You have a unique power to start to save us. During this crisis, the money is there. If you stand together and help renters with complete forgiveness and help your landlords with protections, you can help us not fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, what is your name?
It's Stuart Waldman from VICA. I'd like to speak on items 2, 4, and general comment.
Okay, go ahead. You have 2 minutes for your items and 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, first, I'd like to speak on general comment. I would like to say thank you to the council staff and council president for putting this meeting together in these tough times. We know that it was not easy to do, and I know the staff are risking a lot to be there, and it is important that we're able to move forward on these important issues. So thank you all. Going on item 2, we have extreme concerns regarding the rebuttable presumption that anyone terminated on or after March 4th, 2020 was terminated for non-disciplinary reasons. That means that for the next 2 years, anyone who steals or gets fired for any cause would be considered non-disciplinary reason, and the employer would have to go to court to prove otherwise. Additionally, we are concerned that there is no waiver clause that would allow for separation agreements and settlements of lawsuits. Most employees who are terminated get some type of severance or some type of an agreement. By making sure that there's no waiver, this would force people to go to court. We would also like to see an exemption for businesses that are deemed essential by the state of California during this crisis. It is difficult for them to hire in normal times. It will be difficult for them to hire in these special circumstances, and they need to be able to move quickly to respond to this crisis. We'd like to see the sunset date changed. We don't think it should last for 2 years. That is way too long. It should only be until the end of the crisis and maybe 60 days or 90 days after. We also think that including punitive damages is overkill. It just encourages litigation. And then in terms of the response days for the right of recall, 10 days is quite a lot, because if you think about it, if an employer reaches out to an employee based on seniority and that person doesn't respond or says no, then they move on to the next employee, and then they move on to the next former employee, and so on. So it is possible that employers could be without employees for 30 plus days when they're trying to get the economy
Thank you,
back up
Mr.
and running.
Wallman. Do you want to go ahead and move on to general public comment?
I already did the public comment, but on sick leave, we'd like to see that it is changed, and also an exemption for essential services. We would like it to be, get rid of the waivable, non-waiver part of the motion to allow for settlement agreements again. Many people who've had to lay off their employees have offered them some type of severance. We don't like that it's retroactive. And then there's a portion where there are employees who have been laid off solely because their companies that they're working for have been shut down. For instance, a local ice skating rink because people can't gather. Those businesses have no income coming in. They have no income revenue going out, no revenue coming in, and they don't have the money to give their employees a 2-week severance, which is what would be required with this ordinance. Thank you again for your leadership, and thank you all for these trying times and showing that democracy can work.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker, state your name, the items you wish to speak on, and if you want to speak under general public comment.
Hi, my name is Fanny Ortiz. I'm a member of I'm a community member from Ball Heights, and I'm a member of the First Community Land Trust in the East Side, Fideicomiso Comunitario Tierra Libre.
Okay, what items do you want to speak on?
I don't have the agenda in front of me, so I just want to give a public comment.
Okay, general public comment. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much for doing this. I just want to uplift what Healthy LA is doing. We want to make sure that the most vulnerable are protected. And I just want to talk a little bit about a future possible solution, which is the TOPA, the right to purchase opportunity for tenant users. I think that would be something that would be helpful and beneficial in the long run if community could take control over public land, especially during these times. As in the past, we've seen that people end up losing their homes, and that's what we're trying to prevent. And through the community land trust work, we want to uplift any issues coming up in the future as well, that through policy that's going to support community control of land could be passed and talked about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, what is your name?
Hi, I'm Alex. I like to speak on items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and general comment.
Okay, so you've got 3 minutes for all the items and 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
I just think it's insane not to call for a full rent moratorium and full rent forgiveness right now. And I just want to say the first caller, the mom and pop landlord, is so disgusting, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And that's it. Thank you.
Did you have your general public comment?
Yeah, let's stop the rent. Let's worry about the people right now. Thank you so much.
Up next speaker. State your name.
Hello, my name is Robert Vinson. I'm speaking on item 1. I'm also a new father, so you might hear some baby sounds in the background.
Okay, no problem. So item number 1, that's the only item you want to speak on? General public comment?
Yes, that's the only item I want to speak on.
Go ahead.
As I said, my name is Robert Vinson. I'm an affordable housing builder and have been president of the El Pueblo Commission for the last 3 years, and I'm now a commissioner at El Pueblo. I'm sure, as you know, El Pueblo, the birthplace of Los Angeles, the people that make El Pueblo are the merchants, which are, in fact, the living history of the city of Los Angeles. And many of the families go back generations that are there. And at this moment, they are in desperate need of rent relief. And so I'm imploring the city council to consider suspending their rent for at least for the term of quarantine. And I would like to thank the City Council President, the City Council, and the Mayor for your incredible leadership during these really tough times.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, state your name, the items you'd like to speak on. Next speaker. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, state your name. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, state your name. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Okay, let's move on to the next speaker.
Yes, hello, my name's Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead and state your
Hi.
name, the items you want to speak on,
Yes,
if you want to speak on general public comment.
Yes, I'd like to speak to number one and general comment.
Okay, go ahead. You have
First,
one.
I want to thank you. First, I want to thank you and all the staff who are there and everyone on this call. You're doing a remarkable job. In terms of number one, it seems to me a little weighted. I agree with everyone that we need to move and we need to act quickly. However, I think there needs to be a moratorium on rent. I would encourage that there be a moratorium on rent for, let's say, a 3-month period, that the landlords who can take advantage of the forbearance that's being offered do so and not pass it on to the tenants, because that's a double dip. I feel for the gentleman who spoke first. There's a vast difference between investment groups who own property and the small mom and pop. I think we need to come at this together. We need to find a way to help everyone through.
Okay, ma'am, you want to move on to general public comment? You have another minute.
Yes, I just think we need to help everyone through this. Where companies can take advantage of the forbearance and other things, we should come together collectively to help with the bills that can't be waived, like utilities. So we all go through this together. And I would like to see something also applied to the senior community. My mom is in Southern Orange County in a board and care, and they are actually raising the rents. And I'm dealing with that separately. But many of us are also, some of us are self-employed. There's the people who are, I am self-employed, and my business has gone down the toilet since February, actually, and won't come back until June because of this. And so,
all right. Thank you, ma'am.
I think, yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hi, my name is Sabrina Johnson. I would like to speak on items 15, item 15, item 1, and general public comment, please.
Okay, you got 2 minutes for your items and 1 minute for your general public comment. Go ahead.
Cool. So regarding item 15, the eminent domain of Hillside Villa, I am in favor of that, and I just think it's a no-brainer here. 100 people are going to lose their homes pretty much as soon as you allow this guy to evict them. He served 3-day notices to them already during the pandemic. Like, as soon as you allow him to evict them, he's going to evict them. So it's kind of a no-brainer that we should move on this. And then item number 1, I just want to say that this is not nearly strong enough. You are asking me basically if I can't make rent for April and May. You are asking me then to essentially pay $440 extra per month for 6 months to pay back the rent that I owe after my business has been completely shut down for 2 months because I work in a gym. So I don't know how you expect me and other people to do that. I also don't know how you expect independent contractors and tipped workers to prove that they are affected by this in court. And also, like, why should we have to go to court to prove this when we don't even have renters' right to counsel in this city? So yeah, while you're at it, why don't we add renters' right to counsel to that as well? And then in terms of general public comment, to the landlords and the business owners who are on here complaining about lost revenue, I mean, you're always saying workers and renters should have 6 months rent and bills saved up in case of emergency. Why does that only apply to us, not you? Like, where's your emergency fund? The dude saying his rental property is his only source of income for himself and his wife and his kid. Come on, 6 months rent and bills, man. Where is it? Also, I mean, just saying, like, you could try getting a job. Like, that might help.
Okay, next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Can you state your name and the items you want to speak on?
Yes, my name is Eric Casablanco. Agenda item number 1 and general comment.
Okay, you've got 1 minute for your item and then your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm an attorney and business owner. My firm is Casablanco Law Group, and I employ 15 people in Studio City. My points are as follows. Tenants are given inconsistent messages. They're told to stay at home, but then if they get an eviction, they need to go out in the community to find legal assistance. This will only increase the risk to public health during this crisis. Number 2, landlords are getting financial assistance from mortgage companies to defer their mortgage payments for at least 90 days without penalties or damage to their credit. Tenants need similar assistance. And number 3, landlords have an incentive to file evictions to remove their rent-controlled units from the market. Most tenants do not seek proper legal advice because of lack of funds, leaving them at a disadvantage in court. The eventual result will be to decrease the rent control units in our community. I propose a complete moratorium on evictions based on non-payment of rent arising from COVID-19. I would also include an attorney's fee clause which says if the landlord files an eviction based on non-payment of rent.
Okay, sir, your minute on your item is up. You want to move on to general public comment?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The moratorium should have some teeth in terms of an attorney's fee clause that if the landlord files a malicious eviction based on non-payment of rent related to COVID-19, it will be liable for all attorneys. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, can you hear me? Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Next speaker, are you there?
Yes.
Good afternoon. What is your name? State the items you want to speak on, and if you wish to speak on general public comment. Go ahead.
I'm Rana Godbon, President and CEO of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I am here to speak on items 2 and 4 on the agenda.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes for those 2 items. Do you wish to speak on general public comment as well?
Public comment. So, Council President and Council members, thank you for your leadership in this difficult time. We'll really need your help. As far as the right of recall, the rehire requirement is very unfair to the many unemployed, laid-off employees who are going to become ineligible to applying for open positions and now lose out on the opportunity due to the right of recall. While we believe there's an urgent need to help our employees, the articles will cause an undue financial burden, leading many businesses to close their doors and eliminate jobs that our employees will not be able to come back to. These proposed articles will restrict at-will employment and increase litigation. We are concerned about the no waiver clause, and it should not last as long as 2 years until March 2022. We believe that perhaps maybe 60 to 90 days, just like VICA mentioned in their public comments after the emergency order is lifted. With many ambiguities in this new law for supplemental paid sick leave, there will be a lot of uncertainty which will lead to claims against employers. The cost of defending these claims will be huge. Another uncertainty will be whether employment practices liability insurance will even cover these claims. And it will lead to further uncertainty, increased insurance costs, and additional bad faith lawsuits. This will impact all businesses, but we all know that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. With these additional burdens, they will not survive this crisis and will have no jobs for our workers and our employees to go back to. We would like to ask you for an exemption for small businesses with less than 100 employees, and also ask you to consider an exemption for businesses that are essential services. As far as public comments, I'd like to say as a Chamber of Commerce, we are very concerned about the impact of COVID-19, not only on our businesses, but on our community at large, families, nonprofits, businesses, and employees. We want to ensure that every measure we collectively take is facilitating a fast economic recovery for all. Employers who have been forced to close due to the Safer at Home declaration or otherwise negatively impacted by COVID-19, during this crisis, they need your support. They need to know that the City of LA has their back so that they can reopen their doors and rehire our laid off workers and our employees. And I want to thank you for your consideration and your support.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
State your name, then items you want to speak on, and whether you want to speak in general public comment as well.
Hi, my name is Zaira Torres, and I want to speak on the first, no, sorry, not the first, the 15th, and there's a general public comment.
Okay, speak on item number 1. You've got 1 minute and your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Sorry, I meant item 15. I just would like to voice support for the villa tenants. I don't think Tom Botts is a good landlord. He does not care about the tenants. I think there was a recent break-in and he hasn't addressed that issue. I just really want to push the motion that for eminent domain. And just for the general public comment, rent needs to be canceled, even if it's put on pause and it's due much more. People can't afford that. If people need to stay home to stay safe, their rent needs to be paid, their bills needs to be paid. So please, please support tenants. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Oh,
Are you there?
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. State your name, the items you want to speak on, and if you want to speak in general public comment.
Hi, this is Richie Serjanko from Sunrise, LA. I want to speak on 1, 2, 15 and general comment.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes on the items and 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say you guys are all elected officials and you're supposed to be representing the people of this city. People in the city are suffering right now. They're being laid off. They don't know when the next paycheck is coming. They know they cannot pay rent on April 1st. If you make people pay rent on April 1st, what do you think is going to happen next month to our economy? It's impossible. You guys are elected officials to protect us. And you have the ability to put a rent freeze, a rent suspension, whatever it is. That's your job and that's your power, and you have the ability to do it. People out here are struggling, and it's your job to protect us. And you're not doing it right now. If they collect rent on April 1st, we will see Great Depression numbers coming sooner than possible. The Fed in St. Louis said unemployment rates will be at 30%. The Great Depression was at 25%. If you collect rent on April 1st, it will be impossible for this economy to bounce back as soon as we need it to be. And Sabrina Johnson mentioned a great point about the renter's right to counsel. The eviction protections that you guys have in order right now are just not enough. We need a rent freeze or a rent collection. Protecting us from being evicted right now doesn't mean we can't be evicted when you release the moratorium. It means that landlords can still protect it or still collect rent right now or go to collect rent. They can start the eviction process, and we just are protected now. But in 2 months, when the moratorium is opened, then we can still be evicted. How does that help us? It doesn't. We cannot pay rent. There's thousands, millions of people in the city that are not going to be able to pay rent. It is your job to protect us. I think I speak for a lot of people listening here and just a lot of people in general in this city that if you guys allow landlords to collect rent on April 1st, a lot of people in the city will be screwed over. And I'm one of them. And I know plenty of people like me. And you guys are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. You guys make more than members of Congress. You have the ability to protect us. You should do it. Thank you.
Do you want your 1 minute of general public comment?
Sure, I would like 1 minute of general comment.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, we are here, you know, people are listening in right now, and I'm getting texts and messages blowing up right now saying that people are appreciating what I'm saying. I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish people didn't have to appreciate me, some random person calling in and saying they appreciate me. They should appreciate you for protecting us. You guys should do your job and protect us. If landlords collect rent on April 1st, this country and this city will see a Great Depression coming. How is that not enough for you guys to do your job? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, are you there?
Yes.
Hello, can you state your name, the items you want to speak on, and if you want to speak under general public comment?
Greg Berber, items 1, 2, and general.
Okay, you've got, hold on for just a second. Madam Clerk, can you put the time? What are the items again?
Items 1, 2, and general public.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes for your items and your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, I am a merchant of Olvera Street. My family has been part of this monument for more than 60 years. Most of the merchants of Olvera Street have been suffering with a very lean margin of sales even before this crisis began. We are asking for our city council leadership to help the El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument. If the city family truly views Olvera Street as a jewel of the city, please help us maintain it. We will need to have our rents waived until this crisis is over and we can resume normal operations. If we get a second wave of the virus, as the CDC anticipates, then we will need our rents waived again, and so on. This means that the El Pueblo department will need to be subsidized since their revenue relies largely on our rents and on the parking lots. We are small business owners that are trying to retain our longtime employees, and 50 to 60% of our business relies on tourism. It will take a long while for people to feel comfortable to return to this world famous Olvera Street. It will also take time for our regular customers to have disposable capital again and visit us. We ask this of our city family so that we are able to survive this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want your 1 minute of general public comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're approaching the 1 hour of public comment. I will go ahead and allow another 15 minutes so we can start deliberating on these items. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Rose and I live in Carson. Currently, Carson does not have an eviction moratorium in place, which means if I don't pay rent on next Wednesday, I will be evicted.
I need you to tell me what items you want to speak on, and if you want to speak under general public comment.
It's motion 1.
Okay, just 1?
And then 1 and general comment.
Okay, you got 1 minute for your item 1, and then 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a student at Cal State Dominguez Hills in Carson, and like I was saying, Carson has no eviction moratorium in place. We need to have a rent moratorium because when the eviction moratorium ends on May 31st, the money is not going to magically appear for us to pay rent. And asking people to pay back rent for 6 months is asking people to work beyond their means, more than the 2 jobs that they already work, and decide whether they're going to have food on their table or rent or a place to live. It's not fair. So you need to set an example for the rest of LA County to put in effect a rent moratorium. I emailed and called my district supervisor, Mark Ridley Thomas, and he said, here's the eviction moratorium put in place by Governor Newsom. Figure it out. Forcing people to pay back rent that they don't have when they don't have jobs, when they don't know when they're going to go back to work. Going back to work in a weekend economy is not fair. It is basically forcing modern day California.
Ma'am, can you hold on for just a second? I'm going to give you your 1 minute of general public comment.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
What is your name? What items do you want to speak on? And do you want to speak on general public comment?
My name is Michael Lopez. I would like to comment on 1 and general comment, please.
Okay, you got 1 minute for item number 1 and your 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Yes, my concern is that if there is currently a moratorium on mortgages, why is there not a moratorium on rent? Please act further than a moratorium on evictions with proof of COVID-related losses. Please consider the following: a minimum 24-month repayment period, significant access to emergency rental service, and a moratorium on evictions without having to show proof of COVID-related income losses. I know alarming amount of people have lost their jobs. If the city and the state and federal government refuse to act, the people will. Tenants will come together to organize and rent strikes if you do not start doing something, because it's becoming desperate. Yes, as a former freelancer, it is harrowing to know that you cannot afford both rent and food. Please do something. As a longtime resident of CD 13, I implore you, please do something. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want your 1 minute of general public comment?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next speaker, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. What is your name and what items would you like to speak on, including general public comment?
Hi there. My name is Thomas Ochoa from District 13, and I would like to speak on items number 1 and general comment, please.
Okay, you've got 1 minute for your item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
I would just like to really implore council to take action to impose a full freeze or moratorium on residential rents and to encourage state government to take the follow actions. I think it's completely unreasonable for landlords to expect to extract wealth from workers and tenants that they're not able to generate from the economy. We understand the gravity of the situation, that in order to avoid the worst case pandemic situation, we all have to stay home, and we're doing our part. But the only way that the gears of the economy are going to start turning again is that workers and tenants are secure and mobilized to get back to work as soon as this crisis passes. The only way to do that is to make sure that we're not at risk of losing our homes, that rent is frozen, and that we won't be burdened with having to pay back 6+ months of rent when all of this is over. We're all enduring a trickle up poverty situation right now, and it's not fair that landlords think that they're exempt from that. As my general public comment, I would like to commend the council and the mayor of Los Angeles for taking the actions to make sure that LA is setting an appropriate and positive example for the rest of the country. I think that we as a city, and especially you as a council right now, have a really great opportunity to set that further example for the country by helping the tenants of this city. We're the second most economically rich region in the richest society that's ever existed, and there's no reason that this should be up for debate. We should be able to implement something to help the citizens of our city immediately. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Are you there? Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Please state your name, the items you wish to speak on, and if you wish to speak under general public comment. Are you there? Speaker, are you there? You gotta move on. Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your name and the items you want to speak on. And if you want to speak under general
Okay,
public comment.
my name is Tae Lee, and I'm just speaking on item 1.
Okay, just item 1?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just have a little something prepared. Hello, I'm
Yes.
just a simple Angelino with barely any experience in political action. I've always lived a quiet life with my head down, but this pandemic has mobilized me and a whole entire population that is thinking similarly. I just want to input my voice in calling for stronger protections for renters like me who find themselves in a dangerous and precarious situation. Honestly, we don't have a lot of faith in the government right now, and we are well aware that over half of the city council are landlords themselves. I am pleading that humanity and community wins over individualistic self-preservation. The virus has made it clear that none of us are okay unless we are all okay. April 1st is coming soon. Please help the people before then. Please help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker, are you
Hello.
there? Hi, good afternoon. What is your name? And
My name is Hope, and I am in Silver Lake. I wanted to talk on 1 through 3 and general comment.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes for your items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, I just would like to state that not all landlords are created equal. I'd like to try to bring together landlords and tenants. We are not exclusive of one another. One begets the other. I myself do own a house, and I rent out a small unit, and I only make the rent off that unit, not bills, not food money. And I also have a job, which is in the service industry, which was closed a week and a half ago. My business is closed. We have no income, no rent there either. So I would be considered, I guess, a ma and pa landlord. And so I do need some sort of help because my mortgage company has said no to any forbearance. They have said that they would give me 1 month till with no interest rates and no trying to foreclose. So we are not all in the same position. Some of us do not make money. That being said, I completely agree that tenants need forgiveness, and I wouldn't expect my tenants to pay rent if they couldn't during this crisis. It's just that we are in it together. And then I want to piggyback. I guess I can make this my general comment. Someone called in about the service industry.
Hold on, ma'am. I'm going to change the clock. You got 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to piggyback on the service industry. I wanted to say that we need rent forgiveness as well. My business, I own a bar I also work at, and our doors have been closed for a week and a half. We only were paycheck to paycheck to even pay our employees or stay alive as it was. We cannot pay our landlord in that business rent either. So as much as we'd love to offer 2 weeks pay to our to our staff, we cannot afford it. We don't have it. We have offered free food because we do have a restaurant. We can, and we are trying to do deliveries now, but we have no money. We have no savings, period. So we are all sort of like stumbling through this together. I just want to say to the public at large that I know there are landlords that are taking advantage, and I'm sorry, but we're not all those people. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next caller. Speaker, are you there? Are you there? Okay, moving on to the next speaker.
Hi, this is Roberto Garcia Ceballos. I'm a resident of Boyle Heights and a community organizer at ELAC.
Okay, what items do you want to speak on?
1 and 15 and public comment.
Okay, 1 and 15. You've got 2 minutes, and then your general public comment, another minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to urge for item 1 that we need a rent forgiveness or rent cancellation. I feel like I'm witnessing the beginning of a huge crisis if this is not given to us. I'm a tenant myself, and I work with tenants in the East LA and Boyle Heights area, and they're in major need of support as well as I am. And so we urge y'all to cancel rent for rent forgiveness. For item 15, I support the tenants at Hillside Villa. They deserve to be able to keep their building, to control their building without being harassed or evicted by a slum landlord. For just general public comment, I think coming out of this, if we make it out of this crisis, tenants need to have the opportunity to purchase their building. So I urge y'all to consider the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act that the Bay Area is already looking into, so that tenants, instead of having to renew a lease when we come out of this, could actually buy their buildings or control their buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Are you there?
My name's Stan Dyro. I'm a resident of Highland Park.
What items do you want to speak on, and do you want to wish to speak on general public comment?
I'm going to speak on items 1, 2, 4, and 5, and also make a general comment.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes for your items, and then 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. I wanted to thank the council members for being here for this emergency meeting, but I want to speak honestly and directly about what's going on in our city. These items don't do nearly enough to protect our workers and their financial obligations. Governor Newsom and Mayor Garcetti and the people of California acted swiftly and boldly to defeat the outbreak, but it's civic leaders like you who must set the standard. If our civic leaders can use bold action to close businesses, we must use bold actions like a rent freeze or a rent moratorium, or use federal, state, and local dollars to support vulnerable populations immediately. Our essential workers and renters are in a desperate situation. Many are now unemployed or significantly underemployed. And let's talk about who these essential workers are. They're grocery store workers, they're healthcare workers, they're services that we need every day, especially during this crisis. Yet landlords and investors in the city will use this crisis to acquire more wealth unless the council takes bold action. Corporate restaurant chains like Cheesecake Factory have already told their landlords that they won't be able to pay rent in April. So why is it different for normal renters in the city? Many landlords are already working with mortgage companies to delay these payments. Even the president of the Federal Reserve in St. Louis has said that over 30% of our workforce in America will be unemployed in the next few months. And the cliche is, as California goes, so goes the nation. So on May 1st or even April 1st, I would expect that millions of workers won't be able to pay their rent. So we need emergency items and motions more than what is on the docket right now, because they won't do nearly enough. That's my comment for 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay, you want to move on to your 1 minute of general public comment?
Yeah, I've got a quick public comment and then a public comment from my girlfriend who's sitting here. My general comment is it's embarrassing and ridiculous. The city council meeting was delayed from Wednesday until Friday because of technical difficulties. There are literally hundreds and thousands of workers in the city who are talented with IT work and technical skills. I think we need to use them during this crisis. We need to come together. I think landlords, renters, and civic leaders really need to come together to take bold actions that work for everyone to solve this. If the United States Congress can get together to pass a bill that has overwhelmingly bipartisan support, I think renters and landlords in the city can come to a conclusion to help people who have been affected by this crisis. And I think that's all my comment.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, what is your name? What items do you want to speak on? And do you want to wish to speak in general public comment as well?
Kath Rogers with the National Lawyers Guild of Los Angeles, and I'd like to speak on items 1 and then briefly on 15 as well.
Okay, so 1 and 15, you've got 2 minutes, and you've got your 1 minute of general public comment. Did you want to speak general public comment or just those 2 items?
Just the 2 items.
Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for holding this meeting. The NLG, we're an association of civil rights lawyers, and we strongly support item number 1 and passing it urgently, but we do ask you to make some friendly amendments to this. We are asking that you take out the requirement that a tenant prove causation. That's going to be really onerous for a lot of tenants, and also folks who are affected by the secondary and tertiary effects of the economic downturn may not have an easy time proving that causation. And so that's going to be another burden for tenants that we think is going to be kind of insurmountable for some who are in great need right now. Additionally, turning any debts that tenants have right now into consumer debt rather than having them go through the UD process is really important. Another thing is to make this moratorium a complete defense to an eviction case. So we strongly support item number 1, and thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for doing so urgently and courageously, but we do strongly encourage the council to adopt these amendments. And then I would also like to just state our support for item number 15 on the agenda as well.
All right, thank you, members. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up public comment in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take another couple of speakers, and then we have to move on to deliberations. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello, what is your name? What items do you want to speak on?
My name is Don Fields. I wanted to speak on item number 4 specifically. I work as a CFO for a hospitality company. We employ hundreds of people, and obviously due to the fact that we've had to close locations, we've had to lay people off. The issue with having to pay 10 days of sick leave, we just don't have it in our margins. We make about 5%. What we do is offer jobs to the community and try to keep things at an affordable rate. But if this motion passes, we will be forced to bankrupt and start all over. There's no way that we can accommodate this for every single employee. Our goal is to get back to work and get people back to work. But at this cost, there's just no possible way that we'll be able to survive this. And this is the majority of all restaurants in Los Angeles are going to see the same thing. I've been in the industry 20 years, understand the economics, and there's just no money there for 10 sick days of leave.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and take one more public speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, this is Eric Sheehan.
Good afternoon. What items do you want to speak on?
I'd like to speak on items 1 and 15.
You've got 2 minutes, and do you want to speak on general public comment?
I'll probably be good by then, but let's say yes
right.
for now.
Okay.
So
you will be the last
one,
speaker. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. For one, obviously we need to do what everyone's been saying, which is enact a straight rent moratorium, because people will not be able to pay this back in 3 months. You know that's true. We don't know how long this is going to last, and since we literally are not allowed to leave our homes to do our jobs, I don't know how we're expected to pay our rent. 15, the obvious answer is to purchase Hillside Villa. If we owned public housing in this town, there would be more affordable places for people to live. That's obviously the answer. In terms of general comment, you know, half of you are landlords. You got to have a little bit of empathy for all these folks. This is the largest crisis we've ever faced, and you're doing very little to help folks. So no rents, and you know, you could take the mortgages off too, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, members. I will go ahead and close public comment at this time and close the phone lines. If for some reason we need to reopen the phone lines for further public comment, I will do so again, and you can call in. For those of you who are still on the line, I'm sorry we need to start deliberating on these items, but please, I'm asking that if you can go on to clerk.lacity.org. If you log on to that website, and on the right side, you will see today's 11 a.m. meeting on the calendar. Click on that, and you will be able to go to the agenda page. And you can go ahead and submit your comments electronically at the top of the page. And your comments will be part of the public record. Again, if you're still on the line, go ahead and log on to clerk.lacity.org. On the right-hand side, you will see today's 11 a.m. meeting on the calendar. You can go ahead and click on that, and it will take you to the agenda page. You can go ahead and submit your comments electronically on the top of the page, and your comments will be part of the public record today. Like I said, if we need to reopen public comment later, I will go ahead and open the lines again, and you can call in. Members, we need a 15-minute recess before we come back and start deliberating. Maybe less than that. I'm asking maybe between 10 and 15 minutes, and we'll come back and start with the first batch of items. Thank you. which are items 6, 9, 10, and 12 through 14.
Move the balance, Buscaino.
Okay, we're going to do roll call, Mr. Buscaino. Hold on for just a second. So these are the items that we are going to be voting on. Items number 6, 9, 10, and 12 through 14. Madam Clerk, go ahead and
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Councilmember Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Councilmember Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Councilmember Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Councilmember Weezar.
Weezar, yes.
Councilmember Koretz.
Koretz, yes.
Councilmember Kokorian.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Lee, yes.
Council President Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Price.
Price, aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, aye.
Councilmember Rue.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
Mute me, ma'am.
Okay, these items have been approved, members. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to the items that members have called special. Do you want to read those into the record, please?
The items called special are items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 15, special 1, and special 1. And that's all for now.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now start calling on the members who want to speak on item number 15. We're going to start with item 15. If you want to speak on this item, please press the raise your hand button. Except for the members who have already called to speak on, please make sure that you are muted so that we don't get the feedback. Is that understood? We're going to go ahead and start with Councilmember Cedillo on item 15. Mr. Cedillo, are you there? Mr. Cedillo, we're starting with your item 15.
Yes, please. Colleagues, I thank you for your attention to this. As you know, this is a matter we've been working on for the last year and a half. We went through great lengths to negotiate a settlement with this landlord owner. After years of working to position him, offering support for him and his project, we came to the point where we believed that we had a settlement. We worked that out in my office, celebrated the victory. As you know, I came to council the next day and proudly announced the great settlement we had reached. But then the deal was reneged on. And so with trepidation and with great sobriety, I bring this forward. It's a challenge that was facing us before coronavirus, but will maybe perhaps continue. And so it's important for us to do this today, to do it now, bring certainty and stability to those tenants. They deserve it. They've paid their rent. They have played by the rules, and they deserve to know that this city is making sure that they will have a place to live as we go forward. I ask for an aye. Yeah. I have an amending motion that I could read into the record.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cedillo, read your amendment into the record.
Okay, I move that the matter concerning the motion relative to instructing departments to report on the acquisition of private property located at 636 North Hill Place, Los Angeles, California, 90012. Item 15 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following instructions in lieu of those in the original motion. Number 1, instruct the Housing and Community Investment Department, HCID LA, with the assistance of the city attorney, to report within 30 days with recommendations for the acquisition of private property located at 636 North Hill Place, Los Angeles, California, 90012, through the use of eminent domain to preserve affordable housing. And 2, instruct the city administrative officer, with the assistance of the chief legislative analyst, General Services Department, and HCLA, to identify funds to initiate a real estate appraisal of the property located at 636 North Hill Place, Los Angeles, California 90012, and to develop recommendations concerning the operational management of the property once the acquisition is complete.
I will go ahead and second your amendment, Mr. Cedillo. Are there any other members on the queue to speak on this item? Mr. Rood, did you want to speak on this item, item 15?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I see Dave Michelson at the table. I just had a couple of questions for the city attorney. The first question is, what is the legality of doing this, especially for I believe this is a developer who had an affordable housing covenant, right, for affordable housing?
Mr. Michelson is joining us here from the city attorney's office. Sir, go ahead.
Good afternoon, David Michelson, Office of the City Attorney. I think you'll be seeing and hearing a lot of me maybe today. I believe we're talking about item 15, is that correct?
Correct, it's item 15.
Thank you. The city has pretty expansive eminent domain powers that allows the acquisition of property, private property, when necessary for the public good. We will be absolutely willing and to work with the other departments and offices to quickly turn around the requested information. We'll have to look at things like the covenant that Councilmember Rue mentions, but we will get right on that and get back to you all.
Any other questions, Mr. Rue?
Yes, Madam President. One last question is, and I do know that, as you said, Dave Michelson, I know as Councilman Gil Cedillo's amendment asked for a very thorough and complete review over this, and it will come back for a vote for City Council. I'm really concerned about what precedents will this set for future or new affordable housing covenants that both nonprofit developers for permanent supportive housing or for private developers doing affordable housing. What kind of precedent will it set for that? If you could answer it.
Well, again, I can't really answer that on the fly. We have to take a look at the interplay between whatever the covenant might say on that property and the eminent domain laws. And until we do that, it would be speculation on my part. And when we get back to you, you will have as a council body that information, and that will guide your policy decisions.
Thank you. I do have concerns, but I will be voting in favor because this will be coming back. But I do want to note that I do have concerns about the precedents and potential legality that this would set for, because we do want to make sure we preserve affordable housing covenants that are currently in existence, as well as future affordable housing covenants. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. And I think that the amendment addresses part of your concern. Mr. Michelson, is the amendment only, it removes the citywide concern that he's brought up. Is that correct?
Correct. The focus is on this one particular property, but I think information that we will be able to provide back with the other applicable departments may have some more universal application, but it is going to be focused on this property.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, you want to speak on item 15?
And I just want to echo the concerns of my colleague, Councilman Rue. I just don't believe that this is a way to increase the city's affordable housing stock. We need to think about the ramifications of such a policy measure, not only on this project, but for all future affordable housing projects. If the city needs to operate in good faith, and we can't just change the rules on it. I also will be voting yes on this to hear the report back, but skyrocketing rents and home prices are obviously a huge issue here in Los Angeles, and one of the many factors that is contributing to our growing homelessness crisis. But we owe it to our residents to first do everything on our power to make building affordable housing easier and actually affordable, and that when we make this, that this doesn't hurt us in the future, that when we meet with future developers that are willing to enter into these agreements, that they understand that we are also going to keep our part of the bargain regarding these types of projects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any other members that would like to speak on item 15? Okay, if not, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll. We'll be voting on this item as amended by Mr. Cedillo.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikourian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Yes.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
Okay, thank you. This item is approved. Let's move on to item 11, called special by Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for putting this meeting together as well. I call this item special for two reasons. One, I wanted to be able to vote on this issue because of my concern about our recesses. But first, before I get to that, I wanted to take a moment related to this item to say a few words in defense of our council president. I know the decision about whether or not to hold meetings or not hold meetings is a responsibility that our presiding officer carries very heavily upon her shoulders out of a real and legitimate concern for the safety of our city employees who are hard at work, ITA and city clerk and city attorney in council chambers right now. I know over the past few days, there has been criticism lodged towards Madam President. And I want to say, personally, having served with you for a number of years, that I think that you are a person of incredible integrity, and that when you and I have disagreed, which is rare, it has always been respectful, and I have never thought that your motive was anything other than what you perceive to be in the best interest of everybody involved. And so I understand where everybody is coming from on whether or not we hold these meetings. I do think that we are at a time of incredible and unprecedented challenge where our people are worried and concerned and are looking for response and leadership that may not sometimes come from our governor or even our mayor. And what I have heard very loudly and clearly from the 270,000 people I represent from all walks of life is that they feel very strongly that we continue to meet, and I owe my vote on that to those people. So I would, with utmost respect for the presiding officer and the leadership of this council, my constituents would like me to vote no on additional recesses, and so that's what I will be doing today. Thank you.
Very well, members. Are there any other members that would like to speak on this item? Mr. Harris Dawson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership during this very, very difficult time. I appreciate the concerns raised by Councilmember Bonin, but I just want to register my support for your cancellation of meetings and your call for more recesses. What I think is very important for everybody to understand, or at least it is my understanding, you could easily, by holding a meeting in person, create a circumstance where so many members of council are in mandatory quarantine that the council can't meet at all, and you paralyze the entire city. So I think you did the right thing in waiting until we could meet the way that we're meeting, and I know it was a heavy lift to get our technology up to the point that we could do this, but I think it's absolutely the right thing to do, and I want to be on record as being in full support of you on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Harris Dawson. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to register my full support for your amendment, for your motion here. And I know it was very difficult for you to rally all the troops and rally everybody together to have this special meeting. And I just want to make it clear, and if the city attorney or anybody else could answer, even though we are on recess, it still means that the council president at any time could call a special meeting like she did today if we have important items to vote on. Is that correct, Mr. Michelson?
I'll let Mr. Treff.
It's Mr. Go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
That's correct, Mr. Rue. Even if we cancel the regular meetings, we can call special meetings.
Thank you. So I just want to, I know this is a difficult time, and the Mayor's Safer at Home order that he has done, as well as the governor's. We want to make sure that we set the example as the City Council to follow our own rules and our own regulations that we have set. Public health is the utmost of importance, and especially during this pandemic. And we have certain members who are of older age, who are also on who are required by the regulations to be self-quarantined at home for their own safeties. We got to be able to respect that. So I really thank you for your leadership, Madam President, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Mr. Cedillo?
Madam Chair, let me add my voice to the chorus. This is a very serious time and requires very serious deliberation. Yes, there's a great sense of urgency, but we should distinguish urgency from hysteria. We are required to be thoughtful about how we move forward, including site and location, time, place, and manner. And so for those who think that all they have to do is raise the demand and wear a t-shirt and put a slogan together, that's not the way that we work through crises. I've been blessed and experienced to been through several major crises in our region, and it requires very serious, deliberate thought and a very serious and deliberate process. And so I commend you for your efforts to make sure that, as they say, we measured twice in this instance so that we could have today's meeting rather than go forward with a meeting that didn't work. And so it's turned out to be very prudent judgment. It's also given us the benefit of having time to evaluate or to begin to evaluate the actions taken both in Washington and in Sacramento. Both of those are critical, and that's critical information we must have as we go forward and do what we can to protect all Angelenos. So I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. And I just want to thank my colleagues. You've been incredibly supportive this week. My staff has been here all weekend and this week to try to set this meeting up. And I've got to tell you something. It pains me. It really does to see the amount of work on behalf of our city staff, and particularly the CLA's office, the city attorney's office, our clerk, our city clerk, and our ITA department, who have done everything humanly possible to get us here today. I am 100% in support of meeting as many times as we need to on an emergency basis, just like I proved today. If we need to meet, I will make that call. It was a difficult call to make on Tuesday, but I'm the woman leading this council, and I'm the woman who made that tough call, and I'm the woman who took a lot of flack for it. But I stand behind the safety and security of trying to run these meetings. I 100% will support and continue to support our city family to ensure their safety. These are very, very trying times for all of us. It's a very fluid time. I don't know what next week looks like. And unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball to tell you what next week is going to look like. Based on the numbers that I'm seeing, things are only going to get worse. I hope that none of us have to be forced into quarantine. I pray that none of us come down with this virus, but I have to think of our family here too. We are all trying to do our best under very, very difficult circumstances. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to speak to this as well in support of your leadership already and the decision that you've made with regard to future recess. I want to echo what my colleagues have said, but add one more thought to it as well, which is that people sometimes have the assumption, I think, and I thought that you, Madam President, were very unfairly criticized around this issue. People sometimes have the assumption that if the council is not conducting a meeting, the council is not working. And it's ludicrous to think that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The legislative work of this council is sometimes quite urgent. but sometimes much more urgent is the work that every one of the 15 members of this council has been doing over the last several weeks to keep people from dying. In every one of our districts, every one of us has been working to address the most immediate critical needs of the people that we represent, trying to get homeless people housed, trying to get medical supplies and protective gear out to our first responders, trying to ensure that the most urgent action items of a pandemic without parallel in our lifetime is addressed in our district. And so people need to understand that the fact that we are not in a council meeting taking public comment and debating about whatever issues happen to be on the agenda that day does not mean that this council is not addressing the most urgent priorities that this city has faced, I think, in my recollection. And we're doing that, each of us, every day. And Madam President, I think that you have enabled us to do that and enabled us also to fulfill our legislative responsibilities in a thoughtful way, a safe way, a way that sets the right example, and a way that also ensures full public participation. And that's what we will continue to do going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Any other members would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, a respectful no.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye. Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Lee, aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Absolutely aye.
Price.
Resoundingly yes.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes, 1 no.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, very well. Let's move on to item number 7.
What is that?
Madam Clerk, you want to read that into the record, please? Who called it special? Madam Clerk?
Item 7 was called special by Council Member Krikorian.
Mr. Krikorian, do you want to speak on item 7, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I wanted to call this special for purposes of making an amending motion. I'd like to move that the council approve the proposed ordinance as amended to increase the limit from $25,000 to $100,000, and that the city attorney be requested to present the ordinance so revised to the city clerk for certification upon the approval of this item.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, Mr. Rue will second Mr. Krikorian's amendment. Okay, hold on for just a second, folks. Okay, we're gonna have to take public comment on this item. Let me open up public comment before I go to the members. We're gonna open up the lines on public comment only for item number 7. Just to be clear, members, if there's significant changes to an item, I have to reopen public comment. Okay, we're open for public comment. We're open for public comment now for item number 7. As callers are dialing in, I'm going to give them a couple of minutes, but why don't we go ahead and take Mr. Blumenfield? You're on the queue to speak on item number 7.
Yeah, on item 7, I was just thinking, as long as we're doing it for council members, perhaps add an amendment, perfecting amendment to that to also allow neighborhood council presidents who are currently allowed to distribute 1,000 in this emergency to raise that number up to 5,000. If we could add that at the same time.
Let me have the city attorney address this. Mr. Michelson, you want to go ahead and address Mr. Blumenfield's additional amendment?
Good afternoon, Dave Michelson with the city attorney. I have some concern with that for the following reason. It's one thing to increase from the 25,000 to 100,000 because the underlying contract matters are identical. They deal with the council discretionary funds. Adding a whole different classification of contracts that heretofore has not been presented to the public and not a part of the agenda would seem to me be a new subject matter, and therefore I would respectfully request and suggest that that not proceed, and instead maybe a different motion be introduced and then a separate ordinance pursued.
Okay, I will do that as a separate.
I was going to ask you for. Do you want to do that as a second motion, sir?
Yeah, I'll do that as a separate motion to during this crisis to give them that discretion for a little bit of extra emergency funding. But I can do that separately so that it doesn't create any legal conflict.
Okay. Are you planning to introduce a written motion? Can you do that?
I can do it as a written motion and get it to you before the end of this meeting.
Very well. Any other speakers on this item number 7, called special by Mr. Krikorian? And there are no speakers, so I'm going to go ahead and end public comment for item number 7. We're prepared to vote on this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. As amended by Mr. Krikorian.
Yes. Blumenfield.
Am I on?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
We're asking the city attorney.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. 15 ayes.
Okay, this item passes. Members, let's move on to item number 5. Madam Clerk, who called item 5 special?
Item 5 was called special by Councilmember Kuretz.
Okay, Mr. Kuretz, you're prepared to speak on this item number 5?
Yes, if you give me one moment to
Sure.
some notes together. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, I believe we asked for some other items to come back as part of this ordinance. And I'd like to ask whether we can amend the ordinance to include provisions to relating to grocery store best practices. And what I would like to amend into it is items such as customers being asked to handle packages and produce to the minimal amount possible. Grocery stores be required to have wipes available at the front of their stores unless they can document inavailability of purchase. Stores must have a maximum number of people in the stores of 35% of capacity, including employees at any one time, and that they must keep a counter at the door. That they must separate parties waiting in line at least 6 feet apart and ask shoppers inside to keep 6-foot social distancing as best as possible. And that if lines back up for a more than 15-minute wait, they must provide a number i.e. 1 to 25, and a time to get back in line in numerical order, much like an airport line. And so if I may add those to the ordinance, that would address the remaining issues relating to grocery stores, with the concern being that under some of their present practices, that they are one of the primary locations enabling the spread of the virus. Now, some stores, and we've taken a survey store by store and gone to them, some stores are engaging in all of these practices, and some have their customers in long lines and then jammed in together in a very busy store. So I would ask that we add the amendments, if possible, to make grocery stores much less likely to be a major source of the spread of the coronavirus.
I'd like to ask Mr. Michelson to speak on this. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. David Michelson again. I believe this is motion 72 TT. And the motion called for, and I'll just read it. I move that the city attorney be requested to prepare and present an ordinance to require supermarkets to dedicate the first hour of customer business exclusively to senior citizens in the disabled community. That is the exact draft ordinance that our office has transmitted, and the ordinance is there before you today. I might suggest that the council member Koretz's changes would be put in a motion and introduced, and this ordinance could proceed today to get into law quickly, and then a further amendment down the line could be considered by this council, and if so inclined to proceed, we would put that in a subsequent ordinance. But to be clear, what the council members were recommending are not part of this motion that was introduced and adopted, 72 TT.
Okay, Mr. Koretz, and I just want you to remind us, Mr. Michelson, any substantial changes to this would not go into effect today.
Well, let me address that this way, Madam Council President. Two things. One, it's important that that any changes today to any ordinances are really directly related to the original motion that came in. And if not, they probably should come in through a brand new introduced motion. So making these changes today on the fly would not be recommended from a legal standpoint, quite frankly. Should come in as a separate introduced motion to be considered by the council, and then let this ordinance proceed if that's the will of the body.
Mr. Koretz?
Well, I just want to know, since the topic is related and with much the same subject in mind, whether we would be in legal jeopardy to do it, or whether we could do it based on the urgency of the circumstances and the fact that it could slow the spread of the coronavirus and save lives.
Again, Dave Michelson, with all due respect, council member, the motion was pretty clear. It was to require supermarkets to dedicate the first hour of customer business exclusively to senior citizens in the disabled community. The other items you mentioned may be very worthy and important, but they kind of go far afield from the motion itself, and we built the draft ordinance that we transmitted around that motion. It's not, one, physically possible to make those changes today to this ordinance, and two, I'm not even sure if we could, let me put it this way, even if we could make those changes today, it is, I think, legally far afield from the motion, therefore a separate motion being introduced and acted upon with a new draft ordinance would probably be the most prudent way to go, practically and legally.
And how do we go about doing that?
Mr. Koretz, you can introduce a separate motion. If you want, what you just asked for to be addressed, you can introduce a written motion today to be voted out on at a separate time. Would you like to proceed that way?
Yes, I would like to proceed that way.
Okay, go ahead. So before the end of today's meeting, please submit that written motion. There are other members on the queue on this item as well. Mr. Kokorian?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted also to note, in response to Mr. Kretz's comments, that in the meantime, if the mayor determines that those sorts of best practices are appropriate under the stay-at-home orders and under his other extraordinary executive powers during the time of the emergency, those could be immediately imposed by the mayor as well. So another approach might be to bring those recommendations up with the mayor's office. And, you know, in light of what the mayor is taking in terms of the public health input from the county, national trends, interface with the governor's office and others, that might be able to be implemented overnight if the mayor determines it to be appropriate.
That's right.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. There are no more members on the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and call the roll on item number 5. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Field, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. 15 ayes.
Okay, that item passes. Madam Clerk, let's move on to item number 8 that was called special by Mr. Blumenfield. Sir, would you like to speak on this item?
As indicated, I actually withdraw my special on this item.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak on this item? If not, I'm going to call the roll. Let's go ahead and call the roll on item number 8. Madam Clerk?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Cedillo.
Mr. Cedillo?
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
Okay, that item is approved. We're going to move on to item number 3. This item was called special by Mr. Blumenfield. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield, you called this item special, sir. You want to speak on this?
Actually, no, I think this is great the way it is, and I'm supporting it.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, yes, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. 15 ayes.
Okay, that item passes. Madam Clerk, let's move on to item number 4. This item was called special by Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Buscaino, do you want to speak on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this ordinance, I believe, goes far beyond providing paid sick days. When we were discussing motion HH last week, I understood that our objective was to make sure anyone experiencing COVID-19 symptoms or anyone who had stayed home and care for a sick child wouldn't be put in the position of choosing between a paycheck and their family's health. So this ordinance would mandate that every business in the city provide 2 weeks of pay to every employee that couldn't work due to closures resulting in the mayor's directives, safe at home order, as we know. But I just want to caution ourselves, we need to be careful here. Again, I'm reminded of the first line of the Hippocratic Oath, first, do no harm. So this ordinance could decimate our small businesses by imposing new payroll costs at a time when they have no revenue coming in. And if they go out of business, there will be no jobs for any of their employees. So I therefore move the council to amend the draft ordinance to delete paragraph A3 under section 200.54 entitled Employee Request for Supplemental Sick Leave. I want to also further move the council amend the draft ordinance to add the following language to section 200.55 entitled Exemptions. A business with less than 100 employees shall be exempt from the provisions of this article. That'll be my my recommendations.
Is there a second for Mr. Buscaino's amendment? Ms. Rodriguez, you're next on the queue, followed by Mr. Kokorian.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Buscaino, thank you for really helping to frame the conversation that I think is really important for all of us to be engaged in today. I think many business owners of many different sizes and scales and across industry are impacted by COVID-19 and the emergency measures that were taken to assure that we were doing everything to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. As a result, we don't understand the economic implications that are going to play out as a result of some of the relief efforts. We don't understand the variations of how this proposed ordinance would impact a variety of industries. And our responsibility right now is not to inflict more harm. It is not to cause more consternation for business owners and their employees for what's happening right now. Our job is to really reflect on what the impacts are thoughtfully so that we don't execute decisions that cause far greater irreparable harm. What concerns me about some of the tenets of what's being proposed is that it does have far-reaching implications for a number of industries and a number of businesses that would result in potentially executing that 2-week payment would essentially serve as the severance check for many employees, because it would just cause the irreparable harm of some of these businesses being able to reopen post COVID-19. So I think there's far greater discussion that this issue warrants. I can't support this as it stands, and I think we need to reflect more deeply into the implications by industry, looking at the economic impacts of what we're talking about, because I have just very severe concerns about seeing many of the businesses that have been forced to even cease their business operations by 50%, not being able to recover going forward as a result. So I am not supportive of it as it stands. I really do feel that our responsibility right now is to really ascertain all of the economic impacts as it relates to a variety of industries, and even identifying, pulling out a random number of the scale of employees. I think it requires us to have a deeper conversation about what size business that we're talking about, and we need to really specify by industry. And
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Buscaino, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and read your amendment into the record one more time.
Sure, Madam President. It would be to move the council amend the draft ordinance to delete paragraph A3 under section 200.54 entitled Employee Request for Supplemental Sick Leave. And to further move the council amend the draft ordinance to add the following language to section 200.55 entitled Exemptions. A business with less than 100 employees shall be exempt from the provisions of this article based on the numerous calls and emails that we've received from the small business owners, not only throughout my district, but throughout the city.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I would
Buscaino.
second that with one small change.
Wait, who's the, for clarification, which council member is seconding Mr. Blumenfield's amendment?
It's Buscaino's amendment.
Oh,
I'm next, I think.
Is there a second to Mr. Buscaino's amendment?
Madam Speaker, I would second it with one small modification. If Mr. Buscaino was willing to, the first part about section 3, I'm okay with, and the part about the employees of 100, I would suggest moving that to 50 to model after the federal program. And it's important to note that really we're aligning with the federal program, that the feds are going to provide 2 weeks worth of sick leave under their program. So we're just trying to align it in that respect.
Okay,
I'll accept that as a friendly.
All right, thank you. Now the motion's on the floor, but we've got more members on the queue to speak on this item. Mr. Kokorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I think as we all fully understand, this subject matter is one of the more urgent matters that we have to address on our agenda today, because it does affect real people right now. The need for sick leave to ensure that people are able to stay on the job is critically important right now. That's one of the reasons that this city already enacted additional family and paid sick leave for all employers when we enacted the minimum wage ordinance. So this city already provides sick leave that other places do not provide. And it is required to be provided by every single employer regardless of size. But the discussion that we just had among members about how this should apply and to whom and what size of employer points up the fact, I think, that this ordinance that we have before us was not called for by the motion. The motion that was before us called for a report back from the city attorney and from the CLA to address the impacts of the federal stimulus package, the impacts of state law changes with regard to sick leave, and so on, and then with recommendations to the city council as to how we could fill gaps in coverage. That was what was requested. But instead of that, we still don't have that report. We don't have that report from the CLA. We have no report from the city attorney upon which we can even make those decisions. Instead, we have an ordinance that will apply to every single employer in this city, whether they have 1 employee or 1,000 employees, whether they have lost 99% of their business in the last 2 weeks, or whether they are continuing to go strong. And I just don't, I have to say, if we move forward with this as it is, without even the benefit of a report as to its impact, or without even a report with recommendations as to whom it should apply, we will guarantee the bankruptcy of countless businesses throughout our city within the next week. And every single employee that works for those businesses right now is going to be out of work. And so I think that it's it would be a grave mistake for us to act on this without the benefit of that kind of a recommendation from our professional staff whose job it is to analyze these things. Right now, today, the Congress enacted a $2 trillion stimulus package. That, as I understand it, and of course none of us have had an opportunity to compare that with this ordinance because we only received this ordinance at about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So we're being asked to vote on an ordinance that was submitted to us less than 24 hours ago that will have wide-ranging impacts on our ability to survive as an economy here in Los Angeles. And I don't know what's in that $2 trillion package, but what I understand is, at least in the House version, the Congress deliberately excluded large employers from that, from the requirement of providing paid sick leave. So I would like to have the opportunity to do what Congress did not do. I would like us to have the opportunity to require large employees in the city to pay sick leave that they are not being compelled to do by the federal government. But we don't even have the opportunity to make that comparison today because we don't have any analysis of that in front of us.
Okay,
So,
Mr. Krikorian, I'm going to ask Sharon So from our CLA to speak to the report that was made available on this item, and when the proposed ordinance was made available to the public as well.
Yes, good afternoon. The CLA report actually was released 2 days ago with regard to a response to the motion that was presented 72HH. Our recommendation was...
I can't hear Sharon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if others can, but I cannot hear Sharon.
Hold on, Mr. Krikorian. Can you just speak closer to the mic and start all over? Start from the beginning, I'm sorry. Ms. So, go ahead and start from the beginning because
Yes.
Mr. Krikorian can't hear.
Mr. Krikorian, can you hear me? He can't hear me.
Mr. Krikorian, can you hear her now?
I can hear you, Madam President.
Okay, let's try this one more time. Hold on.
Mr. Krikorian, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I
Okay,
can.
great.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to point out that there was a CLA report that was issued 2 days ago with regard to a response to motion
It
72H.
may be on my end. Hold on 1 second, please.
Can I try again?
Yes, Ms. So, I
Can you
want you to
try
speak
again,
to the
Sharon,
reports
please?
that were sent out to all staff on Wednesday. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. So, Mr. Krikorian, can you hear me?
Again, please.
Can you hear me? Mr. Krikorian?
Okay.
Mr.
far, so good.
Krikorian?
Okay, no, I can't.
Okay, good.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will try again. With regard to the CLA report, there was a report that was released to all council members on Wednesday, March 25th. It was in response to this motion 72HH that requested our office to review and identify the gaps in coverage that was not provided for in the stimulus bill of 2 weeks ago. Our report identified the gaps as those businesses that exceeded 500 employees, as well as below 50 employees. So that report did go out. Our recommendation was that if the council, as instructed, wished to provide the benefits for those gaps, that the city attorney should be instructed to draft an ordinance to provide those benefits to the extent permissible by law.
All right, thank you, Ms. So. And also, can you address when the draft ordinance was made available? I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney.
Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. I believe the ordinance for HH was transmitted yesterday, roughly around 5 p.m., so Councilmember Krikorian would be correct. I'll also just briefly add, it's my understanding with respect to the recent federal legislation that's being discussed that yes, it does not apply, the federal legislation, to employers 500 employees and above. And I'll also add one other thing. I also understand that employers that have 50 or fewer employees can seek an exemption from the Department of Labor. And if the Department of Labor provides that exemption, the federal legislation would not then cover those employees.
And just
employers, yeah.
And just one point related to that, the regulations as it relates to the exemption for those businesses with 50 employees and less, those regulations haven't been made available yet, so we are still waiting to review those.
Very well. Thank you. I'm going to move on to other members on the queue. Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, everyone, for your weighing in on this incredibly important conversation. It does definitely feel rushed, notwithstanding the fact that Ms. So just talked about a report being released 48 hours ago and then an ordinance being released by the City Attorney's Office yesterday evening, because the implications are so enormous. And I want to reflect a little bit on what some of the things have been said, or some of the things that have been said by some of my colleagues as well. I think Mr. Cedillo said it very well when he said that there's understandable hysteria and panic. People are worried about their ability to stay afloat, which leads into all sorts of incredibly understandable fears for financial ruin, for filing for bankruptcy, for losing their homes. There's incredible distress. So that's very understandable, but what we need to do as elected officials is not panic and exhibit a deliberative process with great urgency to make sure that we get everything we do right. And I think that this 2-week paid sick leave is indicative of that. I echo Mr. Krikorian's concerns about the suddenness of the report that many of us didn't have a chance to necessarily absorb two nights ago. And then all of a sudden there's an ordinance. But I want to ask something for clarification. And Mr. Michelson, if you could weigh in on this as we have this discussion. In section 200.60, coexistence with other available relief for specific deprivations of protected rights. This refers back to HR 6201 that was approved a little over a week ago now by Congress. And it says, with the exception of rights and remedies, with the exception of rights and remedies provided to employees pursuant to the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act, HR 6201, the provisions of this article are in addition to or independent of any other rights, remedies, etc. So are we saying that if the city takes action on this 2-week paid sick leave based on this coronavirus pandemic emergency, that if businesses decide not to opt out of HR 6201, that they could then qualify for the federal tax provision for employees? Because if the city provision goes into effect, it's small businesses are on the hook entirely. And so, do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Michelson? If we approve this as a city, the 2-week paid sick leave, then does HR 6201, if businesses don't opt out, are they covered? And they can then get federal tax relief for paying for these 2 weeks of sick leave. In other words, would they then be exempt if they don't opt out?
Mr. Michelson, would you like to address Mr. O'Farrell's question?
So I'm actually going to defer a moment to Sharon So, the CLA, in hopes that she may have some thoughts on that.
Well,
it's the tax credit issue.
Yeah, it is a tax credit issue.
Yeah.
So
HR 6201 allows federal tax credits.
Correct.
What the city is about to do has no tax credits for employers.
Correct. So under the federal legislation, for the businesses that are required under federal legislation to provide these additional paid sick leave benefits, they would be reimbursed through tax credits. You are correct. That is provided for in the legislation. To the extent that businesses that decide not to opt out, the 50 and below, I think that, and I'm looking at our staff too, I think that does provide them the ability to recover or not, Matt. So it's a little bit uncertain. Maybe it is uncertain, but we do know that if they do not provide the benefit for the people who are 50 employees or less, that if we require them to provide the benefit, certainly they will not be entitled to a tax credit. That's got to be right.
So I guess a further way of asking my question is, if we approve this ordinance, it would become non-binding for businesses that take advantage of HR 6201. That's the big question. If I was an employer, I would be scared to death that I was about to have to pay all of my employees, no matter how many I have, 2 weeks paid sick leave, and I don't even have it in my cash flow account. Unless, of course, HR 6201 could apply and I could at least get tax credit reimbursements for the 2 weeks paid sick leave.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that since the legislation or since the federal law does not include the businesses of 500 and more, there wouldn't be a tax credit provided because it's not provided for in the legislation. For businesses that opt out, the 50 and under, I think it's actually unclear because that's what we're waiting for regulation. So there is some uncertainty about the tax credits as it relates to the employers that have 50 or less employees.
This is
so
Dave
Madam
Michelson.
CLA and City Attorney, if we feel it's unclear, then we're really entering into treacherous territory.
And this is Dave Michelson. I'm not even sure that the phrase opt-out is correct. It was my understanding, I admit that I could be wrong about this, it was my understanding under the recent federal legislation, an employer with fewer than 50 employees doesn't really opt out. They have to make a case to the Federal Department of Labor.
Right, a hardship.
That is exactly right.
correct.
And DOL will decide whether to grant that hardship or not.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, I need to move on to other members on the queue, sir.
Okay, and I'll press my button again, but let me lastly say this. We need paid sick leave. There's no question we need everything. So I want to assure everyone who's listening that we will land on the provisions that protect renters, that get us to sick leave, to everything else. But we must not do it in a vacuum, especially in light of the additional federal legislation that the president just signed into law maybe less than an hour ago, plus what the state will do. And you know that they'll take some action as well. So let's move forward with an urgent but complete discussion with all of the elements in place before we go down a path that might be a mistake. And I'll press my button again, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Correct?
Thank you, Madam President. I have many of the same concerns that Mr. Corian does in particular, and Mr. O'Farrell. We know whatever we do is going to help some and harm some. Employees are broke. Business owners are very close to permanently going out of business. So whatever we do, it should at least be as informed and deliberative as possible so that we don't do harm to someone that might have appropriately done less harm to with more finesse as we move this forward. My other concern is that this whole thing might be preempted by the federal legislation that was just passed. And I'm wondering if we decide to go forward today, if we should not have a discussion in closed session about whether that bill attempted to fill the field and whether it might preempt what we're doing or whether it might not.
If I might speak to that very
Sure, Mr.
briefly.
Michelson, go ahead.
David Michelson, City Attorney. There's no ability to go into closed session for two reasons. One, closed session is not agendized today, and two, the legal basis to go in closed session, such as a threat of litigation, for example, is not present as well. We did submit a confidential, the City Attorney's Office did submit a confidential report as to this particular ordinance that does address potential legal concerns, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank
So
you.
how should we take those legal concerns into account without discussing it? Or should we just have a public discussion of it?
Dave Michelson again with the City Attorney's Office. All 15 members of the council received the confidential report. Hopefully it provided additional information and will help inform your policy making.
I'm not showing up on the video.
Okay, next speaker, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Bonin?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'm appreciating everything I've heard, although I'm confused by the confusion. So I'm going to try to simplify this so that I can understand it, because I'm not sure where the confusion is. First of all, as I understand it, the federal sick leave legislation wasn't passed and signed today. That was done on the 18th. But my real confusion is, Dave or Sharon, please correct me if I'm misunderstanding this. Let's start from the assumption that Mr. Buscaino's motion, as amended in a friendly way by Mr. Blumenfield, exempting companies with 50 or fewer employees, is passed. I am assuming, my guess is that is the will of the council. It's a standard we have used for other legislation to exempt small businesses. If that amendment is passed, employees 50, with companies 50 and under are exempt, so we're not impacted. My understanding is that companies with employees from 51 to 499 are pretty much covered by the federal legislation. So aren't we really just talking about companies of 500 and greater? Because if so, that to me is a very simple issue. It's not a complex one. That is a category of business that I'm more than happy to apply these restrictions to. Am I missing something, Sharon or Dave?
So Dave Michelson with City Attorney. No, I think Councilmember Bonin, you wrapped that up well. I will also add, however, that I believe Councilmember Buscaino's motion made two proposed changes. The one you just mentioned, with employers with 50 or fewer employees, and the other was to delete number 3 in 200.54a. And number 3 was one of the categories that employees would look to get the benefit of the ordinance, and it was the one that said, and I'll just read it quickly, if the employee is off work because the employer's business or work location temporarily ceases operation in response to a public official's closure recommendation due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Got it. I just want to reiterate that it sounds like everybody is sweating the small businesses. I get it, and that's an issue we have sweated on other issues as well, and we struggled with it with the minimum wage. And I believe 50 was the size we agreed on that. So if we approve the Buscaino motion making that exemption, all we are talking about is requiring the paid sick leave from large companies of more than 500 employees. I think that is something we should move forward on today.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Just first in response to what Mr. Bonnet is saying, if that's the case, then maybe we need to make this more explicit and say that that's exactly what we're doing, because I think it's a little confusing the way it's written. I could see how people have different interpretations, but if that's your interpretation and that's the will of the council, then we ought to just be real clear and just say it as this is applying to. Couple of things. I mean, the key here on all of this is getting funds into the hands of our employees who are suffering. The $350 billion package includes SBA loans from the feds that will potentially give them 8 weeks of payroll in terms of a grant. There's a lot that we need to unravel how that goes that would help incentivize them to keep their employees. One thing I wanted to add on to this, the tax credits, the difficulty with the tax credits, particularly for smaller businesses, but even the businesses that are 50 to 500, is that they don't get them right away. And that makes it difficult for these companies. One thing we could do, and I guess I'm going to frame this in the form of an amendment, and I think it's fairly straightforward, is to get a report back from our departments about whether or not or how we could potentially facilitate an exchange of these tax credits so that companies in need of cash immediately could sell their tax credits on a market for a fair rate. Because what I'm worried about is people won't get these tax credits fast enough. People are going to buy them at 20 cents on the dollar, and a lot of folks who are going to suffer in this. But if we may be able to facilitate some sort of a market system, and obviously we can't do it ourselves, and I don't know exactly how we could do it, but where we could facilitate the fair exchange of these tax credits for immediate upfront capital. So I know I can't put that into an ordinance at the moment, and I don't even know if it's possible, so I'm going to ask to amend this to include a report back on whether or not the city can help facilitate such an exchange of tax credits for a fair market.
All right, is there a second on Mr. Blumenfield's amendment?
I'll second
Mr.
that.
Bonin will second that. Great, thank you. Let's move on. Mr. Lee? Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, while I know we're meeting today to do what we can to protect the citizens of our city, we just need to be a little bit careful about how we're moving forward. This will greatly affect small businesses in our city. And if we pass this today, inadvertently, we might be hurting businesses that are there and create less jobs after this, state of emergency is over. With all due respect to one of the motions about companies over 500 employees, the reason why that 500 number was set by the federal government is because the companies under 500 are being given tax credits or the ability to get some relief if you are a smaller sized company. So I ask that we step back and not approve this item today, but if we are moving forward with one motion or one amendment, the one that is on the table, I support Councilmember Buscaino's.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate the conversation. Let me begin by attaching myself to the comments made by Mr. Krikorian and Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. O'Farrell, I could hardly agree with you more. Your districts are amazing. I covet the industries in your district, the small businesses, the boutique restaurants and boutique hotels, and the dynamic that's taking place that's building Los Angeles to what it is, a very complicated yet successful and prosperous community. So I appreciate that. My district, we aspire to what you guys have, and we covet it. But I also agree that we need to be fully informed. And so, like you said, Mr. O'Farrell, we want to do it all. There's no question. We want to protect the poorest of the poor, the workers, the immigrants, the undocumented, the renters, etc. But we have to be very prudent and thoughtful about it. We need to understand completely the complexities of this economy. And so my question has always been, who pays? I'm happy to mandate that people should get 2 weeks or 4 weeks or full pay throughout the entirety of this crisis. But the question is who pays? And so that's the challenge before us. It's easy to mandate that somebody else pays something if it doesn't cost us, but we have to be more responsible than that, because we have to make sure that we're going to be able to ramp up an economy once we get past this. And we don't want to put people in places where there is no job for them to go back to. And so I agree with you, Mr. Lee. Maybe this is not the vote to take today, that we look at it. I can tell you clearly that 50 is too small in terms of the types of small businesses that will be impacted. We don't know that, and I think we should know that. I think we should know, one, the impact on the economy in a very real sense, in real time. Two, how we build this economy up once it passes. Three, what does this overlay on this question of who pays? What's the overlay both on the federal action and the state action, so that we can make sure we capture those who have been exempted, those large companies. I mean, there are certain companies and industries that we know are successful and they're large and they can do this. But there's others that can't. And yet 54% of America and a larger percent in Los Angeles are employed by small businesses. So it's not a casual or light matter here. This is something that really requires us to be like a surgeon and use a scalpel in this instance. And so I agree with Mr. Lee that this may not be a vote we need to take today, that we should get the report back. We should be able to fully understand the question of exemption. I agree with Mr. Koretz that matter should probably be a more transparent matter on the question of exemption and be brought forward so people understand that some actions we can't take and some actions we can, and that we're taking the actions that are the most thoughtful, the most precise, and the most exact. And so I would ask that we hold this matter because the challenges that we're trying to address will still be there for us next week when we get a little more deliberation. To be
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cedillo.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Rodriguez? Ms. Rodriguez, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Cedillo and colleagues. You know, as I mentioned, I think it's irresponsible if we're making decisions without a full understanding of the economic impact of the stimulus package and how it's going to support some of these businesses. I can tell you, I know catering companies that would qualify for that would be over the 500. They've been completely halted because of all of the suspensions in event productions that have occurred. Those are the ones that employ a vast majority of members in my community and all of ours. And while we want to make sure that we're protecting families and getting them the relief that they need, the inadvertent outcome of this could potentially be, again, as I said earlier, their severance package. And I want to make sure that we're not undermining the ability to rebuild our economy and have these businesses resume once COVID-19 has ceased. I think we need to do everything possible to be thoughtful in these conversations, to consider all of the industries that are going to be impacted, because I know for a fact, I know catering companies and other across industry that will be adversely impacted by decisions made in haste without the full context. And Mr. Bonin, and trust me, because I'm with you on the idea that, you know, when I see the federal government exempting a lot of these large-scale corporate interests, we know why that is. And it's absolutely disgusting, and I don't support that. But I do support those businesses in my district that are employing a majority of my constituents who right now I know would not have a job to come back to because of the numbers of employees that they have. And so I'm just very concerned about making a decision that would just bankrupt some of these businesses. And I can't support it without more dialogue and really reflecting on the economic impacts of what stimulus will provide some of these families and figuring out how to go forward. I think there's a more responsible way for us to build out these paid leaves without saddling some of these companies with this responsibility now and having to do so retroactively. I just think there's a responsibility that we have to assure that we don't make decisions in haste without understanding the full impacts. So I think it requires us to have much more information provided to us, and I just can't support it as it stands today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr.
And
Krikorian?
Madam President?
Yes.
Are you
Yes. I'm here.
And I do have a Rule 23 motion that I wanted to introduce, and it also relates to this. And I don't know if there's, if we could, if I could introduce that at this time.
Okay, let me finish discussing the entire item, and I'll get back to you. Hold on for just a second.
Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian, I've got more members on the queue, and I see you have to open public comment on this item. Hold tight.
Great.
Mr.
Thank you very
Krikorian?
much, Madam President and members. And I've gained a little bit of comfort in hearing Mr. Bonin's comments, because his interpretation is not how I had read this at all. But if it is the intention of this ordinance to fill that gap that's not addressed by the federal legislation and apply to large corporations of 500 and up, I'd be prepared to support that. But that's not, I'm not reading that, even after I've read it repeatedly, I'm just not reading that it indicates that. And there is this sort of odd section 200.60 regarding coexistence with other available relief that Mr. O'Farrell spoke to earlier. I honestly, as I read that multiple times, I'm still not clear on how to interpret that. So if what, and I'm assuming based on, and I apologize, I have the CLA's report now. For whatever reason, my staff had not received that. But as I'm looking at it, it does indicate that there, as the federal regulations are continuing to be promulgated around HR 6201, that there may very well be certain preemption issues that may preclude us from acting with regard to employers at least of fewer than 500. So I don't know yet how that impacts the language of this ordinance, but I would take the position at least that because Congress chose not to act as to the larger employers, we are perfectly free to act without consideration of preemption. And I would be supportive of that, to be sure. As to the area where Congress has acted, if we intend to provide benefits in addition to or different than what the Congress has done, I can't see how we can do that consistent with concepts of federal preemption. So, and I think this goes to the amendment that Mr. Buscaino proposed and this Mr. Blumenfield modified. If that definitional requirement were 500 and up, and therefore it would clearly fill that gap that was missed by the federal government, I think that would solve the problem with this. And it would clarify the issue that Mr. Bonin had indicated should be clear. That would make it clear as far as I'm concerned. So I offer that for consideration before I offer it as a motion. I want to hear further from the others on the queue, but if there's an interest in doing that, I think we could do that today.
Mr. Michelson, I want you to go ahead and address that. But the way I see it is the federal government has already covered any employers with 51 through 499. Is that correct?
Well, the federal government actually covers essentially 0 to 499, but if you've got 50 or less, you could potentially get an exemption.
So that this ordinance being proposed would cover anyone with 500 plus.
Right, so if I understand the question, Madam Council President, we can revise this ordinance here on the spot so it applies only to those employers with 500 or more employees nationally. And we could even delete, actually, the section 200.60 if it's causing confusion. It's not, and I'm checking with my folks by texting them back in the office, or actually at home. That 200.60 could be deleted, we think, without causing any legal concerns, if that provision's causing some confusion. But to answer your question, if that was the question, I'm sorry, this could be amended here today, so it just applies to employers of 500 or more.
Yeah, and the Buscaino and Blumenfield exemption would be for 50 employees or less. Is that right?
We would just remove those provisions, because we would make it clear under the definition of employer, we're talking about only employers with 500 or more employees nationally.
Did you also want to address Mr. Krikorian's concerns? I'm sorry.
And I apologize, Councilmember Krikorian, can you repeat that? Other concerns?
What was his concern?
No, I think that actually addresses my concern, and if we can do that, I would make that motion. My concern with the small employers that are entitled to a federal exemption, if they apply for it because there's a hardship, is they have to apply for it. And they may not be able to demonstrate hardship. And some of them, and the federal government may be slow to act, or it may not act in a fair way. I know that's hard to imagine from this federal administration, but it could happen. So I think that that is still an open question as to how the especially small employers will be impacted by the federal law. And I certainly would not want us to pass an ordinance that, because that's kind of an open issue, would impose obligations on those very small employers that wouldn't be imposed upon them because they've demonstrated a hardship to the federal government. So rather than getting into that kind of a double negative ambiguity, I think it would be much clearer if we simply addressed the large corporate employers that all of us, I think, would feel comfortable in imposing this burden upon.
Hear, hear.
Hold on for just a second. Mr. Mickelson, did you want add anything to that before I move on?
No, I think it's feasible, if that's the will of the body here today, to make that change so it applies only to employers as defined as more than 500 employees nationally.
All right, Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. I fully support your intent of this motion, of this original motion, and I'm ready to vote for it today, whether it's 50, 100, or 500, because I know that the goal is to reassure that all Angelenos, especially working families, are safe and protected. But as my colleagues have presented, I think it was Councilmember O'Farrell who showed that one section in the ordinance. We don't want, a good thing to penalize businesses who could potentially take advantage of the federal, COVID-19 crisis workers first aid package. So I think I just agree with my colleagues. I guess if you want to call it the Bonin, Blumenfield, Buscaino amendment of the 500 plus, I think that's something we can and should do today, and ask for the CLA, city attorney, the whole city family to work back to dissect the federal aid package and see if there's anything else that we're missing, how we could help, businesses so they can help our workers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rue. Mr. Bonin? Mr. Bonin?
Yeah, it just took me a second there to unmute. Always love when a conversation pivots where Mr. Krikorian and I wind up agreeing with each other at the end when we didn't at the beginning. That's happened a few times before, and I always like that.
It happens a lot, Mike.
It does. Well, we usually wind up at the same place in the beginning. What I want to just point out a couple things is, one, Mr. Michelson said he can get this done. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Michelson, you're not really changing it. You're wordsmithing. Because as we discussed earlier, this was what we were trying to do in the first place, and there was a lack of clarity, so we're just making it more clear. I also did want to know, for those who were concerned about the industries that are covered by the federal government, they get almost immediate relief, and it's 106%. So they actually make some money off the deal as opposed to taking a hit. So I think what the feds have done was good up to a point. For various reasons, I think we can all speculate upon, they failed to provide this to cover larger companies. And as is so often the case, this is an opportunity where Los Angeles can step in and right a wrong. So I hope we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell? Mr. O'Farrell?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not to beat a dead horse, but I've read the city attorney's letter and the ordinance as written, and there's no mention of an employee ceiling or threshold. It just says all employees. So I think the ordinance is written not to cover the 500 or more. And if we're amending it so that it does, I'm all in 1,000%. And I agree with Mr. Rue in that one of the follow-ups is a full report from the CLA on the analysis of the $2.2 trillion relief package that was approved and signed by the president today to further inform our way forward on sick leave or relief for employees and or small businesses. So I'm all in on defining it as 500 or more employees. And I think that puts us in pretty good shape. Mr. Michelson, is that your understanding then?
Yes, we'd have to, and I'm writing right now, make a change to make sure this is explicit. So I agree with you, Councilmember O'Farrell, and I think it would be something as simple as this article only applies to employers with 500 employees or 500 employees or more, nationally.
Well, let's make a motion to do that.
Can you repeat that
I
again,
thought
Mr.
I
O'Farrell?
had, but if I hadn't, I will.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'll
I'm sorry.
second Mr. Krikorian.
No, hold on for just a second. We can't hear you. So, did you make an amendment, Mr. O'Farrell?
Yes, I seconded Mr. Krikorian's original amendment.
Yes.
To articulate 500 or more employees.
All right. Next speaker, Mr. O'Farrell just spoke. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. Again, I'm just going to be, we talked about it, Mr. Rue talked about it, the need for us to be informed in our decision-making based on stimulus and what it looks like. When we talk about a number of employees, we're not taking into account the financial circumstances of that particular business. Small business is not, if you look at contract administration, for example, Con Ed will tell you it's based on the gross receipts, it's based on a number of factors, not just the number of employees. And I think it would be short-sighted for us to adopt a number without the full context of the implications of what revenue is being generated by those companies so that we can make an informed decision. And so, again, I have very strong reservations about making these types of decisions that have potentially very damaging economic implications without full vetting of what we're actually defining and what we're going after. I have no problem making these types of stipulations for corporate entities that have 500 or more. Mike, you want to talk about like the Walmarts of the world and every day and twice on Sunday. But I think the reality is that we're having, we have these conversations and we're not fully considering the economic impacts for a lot of very small businesses. Mr. Price, I know you and I have worked a lot to help small minority and women business owners help to achieve contracting, but it's in their gross receipts and it's not always in the number of employees that we can define what we're actually, how we're going to hit them or how they're going to be impacted here. So I have reservations without taking into full consideration the amount of money that we're talking about on these on some of these businesses. And so I have concerns about moving this forward today.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
Thank you for that. Let me add a second to the Krikorian motion and join Mr. O'Farrell in 500 and above. Did you get that?
Oh, we got a second already. Mr. O'Farrell second Mr. Krikorian's amendment. Yeah.
Did you hear me?
You want to add your name to what, sir? It's been it's been seconded by Mr. O'Farrell.
Yes. I support that motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Not right now.
Okay. Mr. O'Farrell?
Can't hear him.
Mr. O'Farrell, we can't hear you.
My unmute button isn't always working. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I fully understand Ms. Rodriguez's concern. And so depending on how much longer this conversation happens, and if we do decide to act today based on Krikorian's amendment and Mr. Cedillo and mine second, then what I'm about to say will be neither here nor there. But one way we could look at this as well, because I'm looking toward some of our other actions that we're taking, especially in relation to small business eviction moratorium, in terms of defining the businesses as multinational companies, publicly traded companies, large businesses or corporations that employ 500 or more individuals. So we could further define, if we want to take action today, we could certainly further define the population that we don't want to assist and further define the population that we do want to assist. That's all I was going to say in relation to Ms. Rodriguez's very understandable concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. You know what? My staff and I are quickly trying to understand the entire relief package, and you know, there's a lot of different aspects to this. You know, each has different restrictions and obligations. All have like sort of different pots of money to draw from, even for companies from $500 to $10,000 employees. I mean, until we truly analyze how each of these will draw and utilize these funds, we just can't be assured that we avoid preemption or don't harm, you know, some of our local businesses and cost jobs in the end. So again, I ask for us to take a step back and have a no vote on this item today.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you, Madam President. And let me just say first that I want to thank the council and our mayor and council president for the urgency of which we've attempted to address the COVID matter. It does require that type of urgency. At the same time, I've heard a number of my colleagues mention that we should be informed and make the best possible decisions and move forward cautiously so that post this crisis, we don't make matters worse. And I think if for me, as I look at the stimulus package, I asked my staff this morning if they could get a copy as soon as it was passed and to try to look as quickly as possible to see what's in there, to see what's in there for our workers, to see what's in there for our small businesses, and see what we can do in relation to what we're voting on today. I'm of the opinion, as I've heard my colleagues here, to take some time to look at this more clearly, to see if there's anything in the stimulus package that would impact what we're voting on today. However, given that if we do move forward today, the 500 looks like the step we should be taking. But in the broader picture, it would be great to see if there's anything in the stimulus package that would impact what we're doing today. And if we have that time, we could always come back and correct that at the next emergency meeting. As we're moving forward and all the actions we're putting in place, you know, some of the things we've been doing, like the moratorium on evictions and putting out assisting our homeless populations with more stations throughout the city, those are some immediate things we had to do to address this crisis. This issue here is one that I think if we take a week or take a couple of days to get the full analysis, get the full information, overlay that with what we're doing here, and perhaps we may see some things in the stimulus package that will inform our decision on this item before us today. So my position is that if we can, to take a comprehensive view on this issue in light of the stimulus package. If we can't, moving forward with the 500 above makes sense to protect and support our small businesses in the city, because as we've all said, post-COVID, post this crisis, we're all going to be reeling from this. We're going to be feeling the economic impact. Right now, what we should be doing is address the immediate health issues. But as we will be reeling from the economic issues, we want to make sure that we make the right decisions today that will not make matters worse after this. Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, colleagues. Just the just inspired by this dialogue and this debate and this discussion. So with that, I would, in light of what I'm hearing, make a motion to, actually want to amend my original motion. On the second portion, let me just actually make a new motion. To further move, the council amend the draft ordinance to add the following language to section 200.55 entitled Exemptions. A business with less than 501 employees shall be exempt from the provisions of this article in light of the federal government. And if we can just continue to support my original motion, which was to delete paragraph A3 under section 200.54 entitled Employee Request for Supplemental Sick Leave.
So, Mr. Buscaino, are you rescinding your first motion, sir? Because you made, okay, you're going to do that. I just want to get clarification, Mr. Michelson, between Mr. Buscaino's new motion and what was introduced by Mr. Krikorian. Can you clarify that?
I believe Councilmember Buscaino is also focused on more than 500 employees as the only target employers to be subject to the ordinance. My suggestion, with all due respect, would be not to put the language in the exemption section 200.55, but instead to add the following sentence at the end of the definition of employer in 200.52C as in Charlie. And that new sentence would read, this article only applies to an employer with more than 500 employees nationally. And I think right out of the gate, by defining employer that way.
Technical, I'll take that.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, council member.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Rue, go ahead.
I'm very confused.
Thank you, Madam President. In light of that amendment by Councilmember Buscaino, does the council member still feel that you still have to remove A3 because this is only applicable for those companies 501 and above? So shouldn't A3 for section 200.54 still be included? Councilmember Buscaino?
So
hold on. The city attorney is going to answer that, Mr.
Yeah, I would defer to the federal legislation on what's at the HR 6201, and just defer to that legislation.
Mr. Michelson?
Yeah, so I believe the federal legislation does not specify that particular provision in A3. So it gives you policy freedom to, I think, as a body, decide what you want to do.
I would advocate that we keep A3 in, and this is only for those companies that are 501 and above. So these are the larger corporations. So in that case, actually we can, how about putting for a single entity? So if it is a franchise business where individually it's still under 500, that they might be exempt.
Friendly amendment or what? Jesus Christ.
Mr. Michelson?
Friendly amendment, yes. If you'd be willing to take that.
Hold on for just a second, Mr. Rue. I'm trying to address your concern. Mr. Michelson, can you?
Well, I think that's going to be hard to certainly get our head around, let alone have the ability to craft the necessary language to make that work sort of here today. So with all due respect, I probably would try to steer clear of that and maybe come back and do a further amendment down the line and maybe do it quickly, but that may be a heavier lift than we can do just today.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with with Councilmember Joe Buscaino's motion and removing A3 at this time until we can get better clarification. I'd be okay with that, just to move it forward.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Michelson?
Yes, council member.
So are we able to create carve-outs in this process at the table the way we're doing right now?
So that's a very good question. Thank you, council member. I believe that this entire discussion fits quite well within the context of the ordinance that was presented and the transmittal report, in addition also the CLA's report a number of days ago. So from a legal perspective, I think this is a fair conversation to have. So I'm not concerned about Brown Act concerns. And my understanding is before there's any voting, public comment will be opened to allow members of the public to speak to the potential changes that are on the table. And the changes are within the sort of ambit, some folks might say, of the ordinance. So I think it would be fair in that sense.
Okay, because I mean, I know we're each kind of taking a different piece of this conversation. And so it's just causing, I think, more confusion, again, lending, I think, the need for us to have a more broader conversation. I would actually like to suggest that we include in the exemption, based on the gross receipts tax of these businesses, an exemption for, again, based on the definitions that Con Ed uses for small businesses. Because I think it's the unintended consequences that we haven't considered across the different industries when we talk about the variety of, as I mentioned, I've got a caterer with 520 employees. And I know they've just been already decimated. So I have concerns about the implications, and I think we should be more thoughtful in this conversation with respect to even just talking about the financial circumstance. 500 does not make a large business. And I think we would be foolish to liken it to one and the same. So I'd like to add that as well.
All right, very well. Are there any other members on the queue? Mr. Michelson, did you want to address that?
So for Councilmember Rodriguez, is there specific language that you would like to suggest that we can consider the ability to put into the ordinance here today, or is that sort of a moving forward request and then come back to amend the ordinance down the line?
Well, I still think that we need a much more in-depth conversation and a much more informed decision before we adopt an ordinance today. And I would actually would have liked to engage a conversation with Mr. Reamer, for example, to have a better understanding of how this would impact small businesses. So, again, I still have a lot of concerns about what the economic implications are of adopting something like this for businesses that are right now frozen and not, and I know what this would do to them. So I think for now, I'd like to, if we're going to, if the will of the colleagues are to adopt something today without that opportunity to really reflect on a more deeper dive about the economic implications across industry, then I think I would like to amend it to include the small definition of small business, to exempt the definition of small business as adopted by and utilized by contract administration.
Is there a second?
A second.
Who just seconded?
Weezer, I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Weezer seconded. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. We have discussed the definition of small and medium and large business in various pieces of legislation over the years. Certainly in the minimum wage, probably, I presume, in our previous sick leave legislation, I believe Mr. Corrett's championed. I'd caution against using a gross receipts definition for the following reasons. One, with gross receipts, you actually could wind up hurting small businesses because there are a number of businesses that may have a lot of cash moving through them, but may not make much of a profit at all. Gross receipts is an inelegant way at best of raising revenue in the city and doesn't measure profit margin. It just manages the cash that moves through. So I think it's far more, any definition we use, there will be some heartache on either edge of it. I think we have defined small business significantly smaller than 500 in the past, and I think that a number of employees measurement, which is also what was done with the feds, is consistent with our previous practice and is a safer way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonin. So before I open it up to public comment, because I think Yeah, but before we open up to public comment, I do want to say a few words. You know, last week when Congress passed the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, it for the very first time mandated paid leave in this country. For the very first time. They provided some families with 80 hours of paid leave, but since it passed, it's become really clear to me that a lot of the families, especially low-wage workers, will not have access to this leave. This bill only covers approximately 20% of workers in the United States. So I think it's really important for us to take action today to protect all families and all workers. Low-wage workers are the most vulnerable during this health crisis. They do not have paid leave. They do not have the luxury of being safer at home or in quarantine with their children because they have to work. They don't have access to paid leave. They shouldn't have to choose between going to work and their health and putting their own health at risk. So I think if we can come to an agreement today to limit it to 500 employees or more, we have to move with that piece. I think it's urgent for us to ensure that these low-wage workers have a safety net. This stimulus plan, the way I understand it, does not have a bailout for working people. It's not bailing out the poor. It is not addressing any of their concerns. They feed us. They take care of our kids. They work at restaurants. They cook for us. They clean our homes. They clean hotels. They wash our cars and mow our lawns, and they repair these buildings. We owe it to them to ensure that somebody is protecting them. It's up to us as a council to ensure that the working poor are also bailed out during this crisis. Members, if we can have an agreement here today to take care of these workers and we can live with 500 plus employees, we need to move forward with something that is urgent, and we need to take care of the neediest among us. I'm going to open it for public comment now. They cook for Speaker. Us, they clean our homes, they Speaker. They wash our cars and more. Okay. I'm going to go to the first speaker. Speaker, are you there? Council to ensure. Speaker. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Let me move on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hi, sorry, I wasn't talking because
hold on for just a second. Please identify yourself, and you have 1 minute to speak on item 4.
Hi, my name is Lydia Nicholson. I am a member of the LA Tenants Union and the National Lawyers Guild, as well as a second-year law student at UCLA. I just want to address a couple things. The first is the idea of do no harm that was brought up by a couple council members. Unfortunately, we all know with legislation that there is no such thing as doing no harm. Someone will always be harmed by every decision that you make. So I just want to say I am really happy to see Councilmember Martinez for the first time this whole discussion bring up workers. I feel like I've just watched like 15 or 14, I guess, advocates for small businesses decide how to support like only that part of their constituents.
Speaker, you're cutting off.
Sorry, it's like there's a weird delay. Okay.
Yeah. You're back.
So they're not. So weird. I just want to say it'll cost a lot of jobs and people will become homeless if
you, ma'am. Ma'am, your time
do not
is up.
act on this today.
All right. Thank you.
People need jobs to go back.
I need to move on to the next speaker.
People are dying. If people have to leave LA, then it.
Next speaker, are you there? Next speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Hello?
Okay, please state your name. You have 1 minute to speak on item number 4.
My name is Hope Arnold. I used to be a Region 7 rep in Silver Lake, and I own a small business. We have 11 employees, and I've listened to everyone's comments, and I think we're moving in the right direction with 500 and over, and I know that some people wanted to essentially table this and do this in a couple days or in a week, but us businesses with 50 or less employees, especially us with 10 and completely closed, we have no income at all right now, are desperate for you not to wait because we are the unprotected ones. So I would ask that instead of tabling it, if that does come to fruition, that you at least change it from 500 and more to protect the 50 or less that are not protected. Because 500 can wait a week, but we can't because we have to apply for help. And we are already up to our ears in applying for every other kind of help that there is not. So please, if you can do something today, just watch out for the 50, and I hope you get the 500, but that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, before I move on to the next speaker, I do want to make an amendment to this ordinance. I want to amend that the ordinance provide for an exemption for collective bargaining agreements consistent with the language included in the worker retention ordinance, and instruct that the CLA, the CEO, and EWDD report back on all adopted federal bailout stimulus packages and how they will address the financial needs of small businesses, and how those resources will be available for small businesses complying with the COVID-related requirements. Can I get a second on that? Mr. Gregorian just seconded. Thank you, sir. I'm going to move on to public comment. Speaker, are you there?
Hello, my name is Tom B. I live in District 1, and I thought it was interesting that Councilmember Buscaino invoked the Hippocratic Oath, which says, first do no harm. The doctors who take that oath are telling us to stay home, to stay home if we're feeling sick, and to stay home to take care of family members. The virus doesn't care how large the company you work for is, and neither does the hospital who's going to be charging you a bill that you need to pay back. We need to provide sick leave for everyone in this city, regardless of who they work for, because the virus doesn't care who you work for. And to sustain the health of the city, we need people to stay home. We need people to have that leverage with their employer to say, it is the law that I get to stay home when I'm sick. None of this bureaucracy about how big the company is. We need everybody to stay home. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker. Hello, speaker, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name. You're speaking on item number 4.
Hi there, my name is Thomas Ochoa from District 13. I found this really interesting, and specifically, Council President Martinez, I really appreciated your statements in regards to low-wage workers in the working class. As someone who works for 2 small businesses, as someone who does not currently have health insurance through my job, this is a super trying time. And I super appreciate all of the other council members' worries and concerns about small businesses, but it does seem redundant. The need for sick pay is because people shouldn't have to worry about losing their jobs or paying their utilities during this time. The need for sick pay is redundant if we place a moratorium on rent costs. That's an easier way to protect small businesses by eliminating the need to deduct the sick pay from those businesses' revenues and find other ways to protect workers. It seems like because this is so complicated, it would be easier to alleviate the need for these sick hours than trying to figure out how to pay for them and where they would come from. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state
Hello?
your name, and then
Okay,
you
hi.
have 1 minute to speak on item number 4.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Shantali Thwasson, and I'm from District 1. Before I was laid off, my company did not provide sick leave. I had to sit in a meeting where a coworker begged us to wash our hands properly because he had no sick days available. He had to come to work, and he had a husband at home battling cancer, and if he got COVID-19, his husband could die. Just 2 days later, my office closed because someone in my office had COVID-19 symptoms and we're still waiting to get tested. My mother-in-law received a call from her work yesterday that her coworker had died from COVID. That coworker's husband is currently in the ICU right now, and her 2 children have just tested positive for the disease. People are dying. They died yesterday. They will die tomorrow, and you have the power now to save so many. And every day you delay, you're putting more lives at risk. You need to pass it today, and I would prefer you pass it as is. The Hippocratic Oath was written about human lives and not businesses and profit margins. So you need to decide what is more important to you, which is business revenue or people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Martinez, for standing up for working people. We
Thank
really
you very
appreciate
much.
it.
Next speaker, are you there?
Yes, hi. My name is Don Fields from District 8. And I just wanted to, on behalf of, I know, it's a tough situation to manage and try to balance, but if we pass this bill for employers that employ less than 500, it will have devastating effects that there will be no jobs, there will be no work, there will be nothing for people to come back to. I just want to impress the seriousness of this issue for small, mid-sized businesses. We're not making a ton of money. Most of us are in business to keep people working. And if we're forced to pay something and you're forcing us to, you're managing our cash flow, it's a very, very dangerous cycle that we're exposed to. We cannot afford it, unfortunately. There will be no jobs for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, speaker, are you there? Hello, speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Hello, hi.
Yeah, hi. Can you state your name? You have 1 minute to address item number 4.
Hi, yes. My name is Eddie Navarrete. I am in Council District 1. I want to say that in Blumenfield said it best. Businesses, hospitality folks, they need cash now. They have to pay rent next week, pay utilities yesterday, food costs yesterday. There simply is just no cash. They're literally selling off what's in the fridge just to cover bills from 2 weeks ago. As you may have heard, these folks operate on extremely thin margins. As Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez said, some of these businesses are catering locations or small to mid-sized restaurants that may have several shifts, putting them over the 50 employee threshold. So I appreciate what I'm hearing by you members. If we are to pass this, let's do this for businesses that can afford it over 500. Let's rather listen to the hospitality community and truly listen to what they need before we make any irrational decisions. And I agree with Thomas Ochoa. Let's allow for everyone to stay home. Let's look at rent-free to solve the problems.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take 5 more minutes of public comment on this item. Caller, are you there?
I'll read it all, yeah.
Hello, caller, are you there?
Yeah. My name's John Motter. I'm an organizer with Ground Game LA, and the city needs paid sick leave right now. They don't need you to wait on it. I know, half of city council is probably concerned about the sick leave they're going to have to pay to their property managers and everyone else they employ because they're landlords. But the rest of working people in Los Angeles is 62% who rent. They need relief right now. They don't want you to wait. All the other businesses, I don't know, maybe you should have saved up more. Maybe you should be demanding that the city give you a moratorium on rent so that you don't have to pay Blackstone or whoever you're renting your brick and mortar from, but there's a really easy way that a lot of people could save a lot of money right now. And that's with a rent moratorium and rent forgiveness.
All right. Let's take another public comment speaker. Speaker,
Hello?
are you there? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, state your name.
My name is Carol Escobar, and I'm from District 4. First, I would like to thank Ms. Martinez. Thank you for sticking out for the working people. Two, it is really quite shameful to watch most of your council members fight over the economic impact this will have in some of the small businesses. When we're talking about lives, I mean, people are dying out there right now. People that are our friends, people that are small business owners ourselves. But I really feel that this could all be solved by going into a rent freeze and into rent forgiveness. If we allow that for mortgages and for rents, they will be able to have the money to pay other employees for sick leave. They're both connected. Thank you.
Well, that might still work.
Thank you for that. Next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah,
State
can
your
you hear
name,
me?
please.
Good afternoon. My name is Axel. I'm a business owner out of a restaurant out in CD13. I live in CD12. We're a small independent business. Up until March 15th, we employed about 40 people. I'm glad to see the council is moving away from the ordinance as originally written, which I urge the council to consider small businesses like ours for this ordinance and the other ones that are in front of you today. Our industry is facing an existential crisis. Our only goal is to make it through this period so we can reopen and get people back on payroll as soon as possible. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that COVID has made the prospect of bankruptcy very real for many restaurants in the city. The city council should be helping us weather the storm for the sake of our employees and our families so that we're still there on the other side of this crisis so that folks have jobs to come back to. And the simple reality is our revenue has dropped to zero because we are complying with the mayor's executive order. This isn't an issue of greed. The numbers simply don't pencil out. Even if we don't have to pay rent or anything else, we have no money coming in through the door. And briefly on the federal bill in Washington, which I know you folks were discussing, we're all trying to figure out what exactly is in this bill, but don't think that SBA loans or grants are going to be some sort of panacea. Those are very difficult to apply for. They can have difficult restrictions and sanity to meet, and it takes time to get the money.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you. We're going to take 3 more speakers. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead
Yes.
and state your
Hi,
name.
My name is Elizabeth. I live in CD13. I'm a representative on the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council and a member of the Los Angeles Youth Tenants Union. I believe I want to thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for bringing up a lot of the workers that are not being discussed here today. I think it is absolutely essential that businesses over 500 be included and be counted. We know why they were taken out of the federal legislation, and it is not to protect lives. It's to protect investments. We are reading and we are hearing of delivery workers, grocery workers, UPS workers who get 6 days, 5 days, 4 days sick leave, and how they're coming into work sick and how they're being harassed to do so. We need to protect their right to have 14 days if they do need to take care of their family or they get sick themselves. We need to protect their right to not be harassed. And we need to protect the fact that if they go into work and are sick, they are going to kill us and the people around us. We need to ensure that there is an anti-harassment clause in this and that there is no harassment for those who do need to take the time off because they are sick. And we need to ensure that businesses of 500 or more step up like we are asking businesses of 50 to 500 to do as well. And my understanding, I agree with Councilmember Bonin that yes, this is really targeting 500 and above. The federal law is already handling below 500, and the city council needs to make up for where the federal government is failing us.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we'll take 2 more speakers. Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
State your name, please.
I need translated, please.
State
Hello?
your name. You have 1 minute to speak on item number 4.
Asunto número 4.
¿Aló?
Hola.
¿Su nombre, por favor? ¿Aló?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Raquel Esama.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Raquel Lamas.
Continúe, por
Sí,
favor.
yo quiero hablar acerca del artículo número 2, por favor.
I want to talk about the item number 2, please.
Sí. Como les vuelvo a repetir, mi nombre es Raquel Esama. Yo
Yes,
trabajé por
I
casi
want to
8
repeat
años
again.
como
My name is
minibar
Raquel
attendant
Aldama.
para el Hotel Mr. C en Beverly Hills.
To talk about the Hotel Intersea in Beverly Hills.
Al escuchar que el hotel me había corrido, la verdad me dio mucha tristeza, me dio coraje
Upon
porque
listening that the
yo me
hotel
presentaba a
had
trabajar.
laid me off, it was so embarrassing for me because I had to work.
Yo me presentaba a trabajar aunque estuviera yo enferma.
I went to work
yo me
even if
lastimé
I
en el
was sick.
trabajo. Yo me lastimé varias veces en mi trabajo y así me presentaba a trabajar lastimada.
I
Y la
got
verdad
hurt
se me hace
several times
injusto
at
que me
work,
hayan
and I
corrido.
even go to work even if it was hurting.
Yo soy madre soltera de 3 niños y
I am
ahorita
a single
pues, mi
mother and I have 3
preocupación es
children.
cómo yo soy madre soltera de 3 niños y mi mayor preocupación es cómo voy a pagar mi renta, cómo voy a pagar mis biles, cómo voy a pagar la comida.
I am a
¿Cuánto
single
tiempo
mother of
ustedes
3
es que
kids,
nos van a
and my
ayudar?
concern is how am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to pay my food?
Okay, le voy a
Yo
pedir
pago
que...
1,400 yo sola y lo único que les pido a los miembros del concilio
I earn $1,400 by myself, and the only thing that I ask the city council members
que pasen una ley para que nos proteja a nosotros como trabajadores, por favor.
to pass a law to help us so that they can help the workers.
Okay, muchas
Please.
gracias, señora. Se le acabó el tiempo.
Gracias, señora. Se le acabó su tiempo.
Okay, we'll take one more speaker. Speaker, are you there? Hello? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Mommy! Mommy! Mommy, I'm here! I want to talk about...
Hello, speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? I think we lost our speaker. Speaker, are you there? Let's try one more time. Speaker, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello. State your name, please.
My name is Joshua Yagubzadeh.
Yes, go ahead. You're speaking on item number 4.
I would just like to give public comment about the proposal being discussed about 2 weeks paid leave for COVID-related reasons and an employer not being able to ask for a doctor's note. I'm an employer. I employ 19 people in the city. I'm suffering and trying my best to pay my employees through this whole time. I cannot afford to survive to do that and add 2 weeks paid leave without even asking for a doctor's note, because there will be employees that take advantage of that, and it's going to come out of the very limited funds that we already have as a result. So I request that the council either do away with that provision or at least allow a employer to verify the reason, the asking for a doctor's note.
All right. Thank you, sir. Your time is
It's
up.
the only thing that makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment on this item now. Members, there is a number of amendments. Staff needs time to write them up, so I need to recess this council meeting. I know there's 3 more members on the queue that have not, there's 2 members on the queue that have not spoken. I'm going to call on them, and then I'm going to call for a 15 to 20-minute recess so that we can deal with the amendments and come back and vote on those. Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Members, I know this is hard. What's right, what's wrong. But what we must remember, and I agree with our president on this, we must act, and we must act today. We cannot forget the working class people that are really the unsung heroes of getting us through this crisis up to this point. The grocery workers, the janitors, the people that are delivering food, the people that have to deal with 1,000 people a day where we can isolate ourselves. They are looking for hope. They're looking for leadership. And we have a responsibility, I believe, to give that to them. So we've had a robust conversation. There have been great points made. I think we have a package that we can now support. And it is important that as we take this vote, we think about the individuals that are in their homes right now that literally either have no food or eating beans and rice every day, sitting around their kitchen table saying, what the hell am I gonna do? How am I gonna feed my family? Now, what we're doing today is not perfect, it's imperfect. This is the most challenging thing to occur to this country since the World War II. But we must provide hope, and we've gotta be strong. I have always said that leadership is not about doing what you wanna do. It's about doing what you have to do. So let's move forward. Let's factor in what Mr. Krikorian said, Mr. Buscaino, and all of the people that helped put this together. And let's just always remember that this is still a fluid situation, and we will be afforded the opportunity to make adjustments later as we get additional information and as things shift. So again, I am so proud to be a member of this council, so proud of this debate. But I just don't want us to forget the people at the end of the day that have held us together going to work every day, being exposed to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Haven't really complained. So let's at least take a vote on this imperfect but close to realistic package that we have cobbled together today. And again, Madam President, I support you on this. I appreciate that you and the other city staff that made it possible for us to remotely deal with this. As we keep ourselves safe, know that there are other people working in environments where there are people closer to them than there should be. So I ask for an aye vote on this amended package. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Mr. Harris-Dawson. After Mr. Harris-Dawson, I will recess for 15 minutes so we can get all the amendments squared away and we can come back and vote. Mr. Harris-Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. This has been a very rich discussion. I think it's one of the best examples of what Los Angeles leadership and governance can be. No one can say to us that either workers or small businesses or business of any kind don't have representation in this city. We just demonstrated that they do. I have one question for Mr. Michelson that is a particular concern for me and troubles me to the point that I may not be able to support this. Mr. Michelson, does the federal action, and as I understand it, what we've cobbled together exempts our action today will exempt businesses with under 500 employees on the rationale that they're covered by the federal legislation. My question to you is, do you know if the federal legislation covers undocumented workers?
Mr. Michelson, great question.
It is a good question, and I do not know that answer. I will attempt to, in the next 15 minutes, see if we can get that answer with my colleagues who are also helping out remotely. But as I sit here right now, I don't know the answer. I'm looking over at the CLA, seeing whether they might know. No, but we'll see if we
Okay,
can
let's
get
get that question answered as soon as possible. Is there anything else, Mr. Harris-Dawson?
No, that's it. I would just lift that, when a person's taking care of your child or cutting your grass or providing any other service for you, most of us don't ask if they're documented or not. They deserve to be treated like human beings, like all workers do. And I think we need to come as close to that as we can.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and recess for about 15 to 20 minutes to get all of our amendments, maybe less than that. Let's go for 15. Get all our amendments in place and come back and vote on this. So is that okay? All right, so let's go ahead and recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you. We can't hear the clerk. Can we turn on her mic?
Yeah, we're convening right now. They're calling for roll call. Okay?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye. Or here.
Bonin.
Okay. Oh, I gotta go back.
Yeah, present.
Buscaino.
Yes, here. Aye.
Cedillo.
Am I on? Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Present.
Weezer.
Here.
Kuretz. Krikorian. Councilmember Krikorian.
Here.
Oh, yes.
Lee.
Here.
Council President Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Here.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Members, we're going to be prepared to vote on the amendments on item number 4. Madam Clerk, I need you to read the amendments, and then we're going to take a vote.
Please
one
mute,
by
mute,
one. We've got
Please mute.
Ms. Rodriguez. Hold on for just a second. I know I see you.
Okay, no problem.
So that everyone understands what we're doing, we're going to vote on each of the amendments one by one. The city clerk is going to run by them, and we're going to start with Ms. Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I wanted to thank everyone before I talk about my amending motion. But I want to thank everybody because I know how hard we're all working to triage and support all of the families that are going through this difficult time in our communities. We're out there, we've been out there for the last couple of weeks. And, setting up relief funds, setting up delivery food services for our homebound seniors. We're all doing the work for the most vulnerable among us because that's what we're here to do. And listen, the question of whether or not we should have paid sick leave is something this country should have been instituting decades ago. It's unfortunate that only now we're finding ourselves in this conversation right now at such a critical moment in time. But it's for that reason, and I appreciate everyone's thoughtful contributions to this conversation, but it's for that reason I'm so hyper concerned about the economic impacts of the decisions that we're making right now. So I want to thank you, Madam President, for your leadership on this. And again, and just, in the context of making decisions, informed decisions was my reasons for addressing some of the concerns that I had. And so I'd like to introduce an amending motion on this item that asks for a report back with the moving clause of I therefore move that the CLA, with the assistance of the City Administrative Officer, the Office of Finance, the Housing and Community Investment Department, the City Attorney, and other relevant departments be directed to review the $2 trillion federal stimulus package approved by the House on March 27, 2020, and the various state programs implemented in response to the COVID-19 crisis, and provide an analysis by industry of the relief programs available and any gaps in resources identified and opportunities where the city might help triage unmet needs.
I'd like to second.
Okay, there's a second for that verbal amendment. Okay,
I'd like to second.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell seconds it. Mr. Michelson, anything you need to add before I call the roll? We're going to go ahead and vote on Ms. Rodriguez's verbal amendment, seconded by Mr. O'Farrell. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Councilmember Cedillo.
There's still time at this point. I think what you should do is too late. That's not too late.
Council member Cedillo. Council member Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer. Council member Weezer.
There you go. Yes.
There's still time to change it.
Council member Koretz.
Correct? Yes.
Council member Krikorian.
Aye.
Council member Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
Council member O'Farrell.
Aye.
Council member Price.
Aye.
Council member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Council member Rue.
Yes.
Council member Wesson.
Weston, aye.
15 ayes.
Okay, that amendment will be adopted. Let's move on to the second amendment. Can you please read that into the record so we can take a roll call vote?
Second amendment is Amendment Martinez-Krikorian. That is to amend the ordinance to provide an exemption for collective bargaining agreements consistent with the language included in the Worker Retention Ordinance. Also, instruct the CLA, CAO, and Economic Workforce Development Department to report back on all adopted federal bailout/stimulus packages and how they will address the financial needs of small businesses and how those resources will be available to small businesses complying with the COVID-related requirements.
Okay, let's go ahead. Mr. Michelson?
David Michelson, City Attorney's Office. I'm going to read the collective bargain agreement provision. It will be section 200.64, the heading Exemption for Collective Bargaining Agreement. All of the provisions of this article, or any part of, may be expressly waived in a collective bargain agreement, but only if the waiver is explicitly set forth in the agreement in clear and unambiguous terms. Unilateral implementation of terms and conditions of employment by either party to a collective bargaining relationship shall not constitute or be permitted to constitute a waiver of all of the provisions of this article, period. That's the end of the new section. It is consistent with the standard collective bargaining agreement in the other draft ordinances.
Very well. Let's prepare to vote on this amendment. Let's go ahead and begin with our roll call vote.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
15 ayes.
Okay, let's move on to amendment number 3. You want to read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
That is Amendment Rodriguez-Weezer, and that addresses an exemption to include a definition for small businesses by contract administration.
David Michelson with City Attorney. I'm going to read the sentence, and then I'm going to mention a clarifying comment after I do that. The sentence would read, and this, would be in the definition of employer added to the final paragraph, the paragraph of the definition of employer. So it's section 200.52, definitions, letter C is in Charlie, employer, this new additional sentence. The article does not apply to an employer with gross annual receipts, including its affiliates, if any, of less than $3 million from the previous fiscal year, period. That would be the sentence. Now, my question or clarification is, That sentence coupled with the other amendment that's about to be read, which restricts this ordinance to those businesses and those employers with 500 or more employees, those two sentences combined, I'm not sure there are any employers in the city of LA with 500 or more employees that would actually also meet this $3 million gross annual receipt exception. So we just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that. It can still be in there, don't get me wrong, it's just I'm not sure, as I sit here right now, how many, if any, employers would meet that so-called small business exception.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this amendment. Let's call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
No.
Weezer.
Yes.
Corretz.
No.
Krikorian.
No.
Lee.
No.
Council President Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rue.
No.
Wesson.
Weston, no.
2 ayes, 13 noes.
Okay, that amendment
That
fails.
amendment fails.
Okay, let's move on to the next amendment. Can you read that into the record?
This is Amendment Buscaino Rue, and it is to amend the ordinance to delete A3 from section 200.54.
Actually, can I make a clarification, Madam President?
Hold on,
I was
Mr.
I was
Rue.
the one that I did not
Miss-
second that
I
amendment.
understand that we don't have you as a second, sir.
Oh.
You've been removed. Mr. Blumenfield has seconded this amendment. Thank you. Mr. Michelson, did you want to speak to this?
So just so verbally everyone knows what's on the table as to this amendment, we're talking about section 200.54, employee requests for supplemental paid sick leave, subsection A is an apple. And there are 5 additional subsections that indicate when an employee would be able to take advantage of, have the opportunity to get the benefit of this paid sick leave. Before you is number 3 being removed, and number 3 reads, and I'll read it quickly. The employee is off work because the employer's business or work location temporarily ceases operations in response to a public official's closure recommendation due to the COVID-19 public health pandemic. So that's the provision that is before you to be removed.
Okay, and that was introduced by Mr. Buscaino and seconded by Mr. Blumenfield. Let's prepare to vote. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Councilmember Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, no.
Weezer.
Aye.
Corretz.
Aye.
Krikorian. Councilmember Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
This amendment.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that amendment passes. Let's move on to the next amendment. This was introduced by Mr. Krikorian and seconded by Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Cedillo.
This amendment, is to amend the ordinance so that the ordinance applies to employers with 500 or more employees nationally.
Mr. Michelson?
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah, David Michelson, City Attorney. This addition would go into section 200.52 definitions under C as in Charlie, employer definition. This would be a new sentence added at the end of that paragraph. I'll read it now. This article applies only to an employer with 500 or more employees nationally, period.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, no, and I want to know when we're going to get an answer to the question of undocumented workers.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue. Councilmember Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
14 ayes, 1 no.
I need you to speak a little louder in the mic.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the final amendment, introduced by Mr. Blumenfield, seconded by Mr. Bonin.
This amendment is to report back on the exchange of tax credits.
Mr. Michelson, did you want to, you have any additional comments on this? Okay, let's prepare to vote. Open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Can I clarify that the amendment wasn't just on the exchange of tax credits?
Yeah,
Just to be extra clear, the amendment was to get a report back on how the city can facilitate a fair exchange or a fair exchange or market so that folks can get the money for their tax credits right away. There will be a market undoubtedly where people try to sell their tax credits for pennies on the dollar so they can get their cash up front. And I'm interested in hearing methods that the city can promote that will allow for a market of these tax credits that will be fair to folks and provide the maximum benefit to our Angelenos. That's what the amendment was, and that's what I'm going to vote aye for.
okay, is that understood? Mr. Michelson, is there anything else before we vote?
Not on that
Okay.
issue, no.
All right, let's go ahead and open the roll and prepare to vote. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
15 ayes.
That amendment is adopted. And finally, item 4 as amended by Amendment Rodriguez O'Farrell, Amendment Martinez Krikorian, Amendment Buscaino Blumenfield, Amendment Krikorian O'Farrell Cedillo, Amendment Blumenfield Bonnet.
Okay, so we're prepared to vote on the item now?
As amended, yes.
Mr. Michelson?
Yes, well, we can do that. Let me just mention very briefly what the final ordinance looks like, so there can be no confusion. 3 changes to the draft ordinance One is in the definition of employer under 200.52, C as in Charlie, that sentence that talked about 500 employees or more. Number two, removing subparagraph 3 under A in section 200.54, again 200.54, A3 deleted. And finally, a new section 200.64, which added the exemption for collective bargaining agreement.
That is what's before us for a vote. Ms. So?
Just one comment too, with regard to the vote on this item as amended. If there are any no votes on this item, this ordinance would carry over for a second reading. So in order for it to be in effect, there would be a unanimous vote required.
Correct. Understood. Thank you. Let's go ahead, Madam Clerk. Let's vote on this item as amended.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield,
sorry,
aye,
Mr.
but
Blumenfield had a question.
I'd be happy to get the answer to Mr. Dawson's question, Mr. Head of Dawson's question before we take this final vote.
Yeah. Hold on for just,
Because
okay.
I would like to assure him and others that to get that unanimous vote, I think we should have an answer to this first.
Mr. Michelson was going to address that too. I'm sorry, Mr. Streffen.
I'm going to pass it off to Streffen.
Streffen.
Mike?
Mike? Thanks, Madam President. So the answer to your question is that undocumented workers are covered for federal sick leave under H.R. 6201, which passed on 3/18. That act adopts the definition of employee in the Fair Standards Labor Act, which does include undocumented workers.
Okay. Let's prepare to vote. Let's start that again. So why don't we call the roll again, Madam Clerk, on this item as amended.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, aye.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Koretz, aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye. Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue. Councilmember Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Oh, it says that you can.
15 ayes.
Okay, that item passes. We're going to move on. I think, Mr. City Attorney, did you want to
Yes, Madam
clarify something? Go ahead.
I do. I recommend that the council members vote to suspend Council Rule 41. Council Rule 41 provides that an ordinance may be amended by motion in writing. We're obviously not doing that in writing. We're doing it orally. And that is a rule that the council can suspend. So I recommend that the members vote to do so.
All right, let's go ahead and
So
take that
moved.
vote. Moved
So
by
moved.
Mr. Krikorian. I will second that. So let's go ahead and vote on this item.
And just to be clear, you're voting pursuant to Rule 76, which is to suspend Rule 41.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's open the roll.
Thank you.
Blumenfield. Councilmember. Oh, okay. Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, aye.
Weezer.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Council President Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
15 ayes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 1. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Weston to speak on this item. I believe you have an amendment, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Before we go on, I do think it's important that we send out our condolences to everyone who lost a family member or a loved one. What you know, we're trying to do the best we can to help people that we've asked a lot of, and I'm just of the mind that 6 months where it relates to payback of on the eviction question is just not enough time. So my amendment is this simple. I would like to move to amend section 499928 on residential evictions to a period of 12 months to repay past due rent instead of 6 months, and ask the city attorney to provide a revised ordinance for certification by the city clerk once the item has been adopted.
I will second that, Mr. Weston, for you. Okay, members, I will call on you. Now this item is now before us, so I'm going to go ahead and call on you if you wish to speak. I will start with Mr. O'Farrell. Go ahead, sir. Mr. O'Farrell? We can't hear Mr. O'Farrell.
All right, how about now? Sometimes it doesn't work when I click.
You're on, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad we've had a little bit of time since we introduced this very, very important ordinance because I came to a realization of something. So I would like to offer an amendment, and the amendment that I'd like to offer is, excuse me, it would be found in Article 14.6, the temporary protection of tenants during COVID-19 pandemic, Section 49.99.1 under definitions. My amendment would read as follows under Section A, commercial real property. The term commercial real property refers to any parcel of real property that is developed and used either in part or in whole for commercial purposes. I would like this ordinance to cover all classifications excluding multinational companies, publicly traded companies, corporations that employ 500 or more individuals, or any other credit-worthy companies or entities such as banks. In other words, companies with the ability to pay a financial obligation.
Second.
Second it. I just need to, Mr. Blumenfield just second Mr. O'Farrell's motion. I'm sorry, his amendment. And Ms. Rodriguez as well. So we've got you both on that amendment.
I second Wesson's. Mitch seconds Wesson's.
Move on to the next speaker, Mr. Bonin.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. I'm glad that we are discussing this today. I imagine I'm not alone in the experience I've had over the past couple of weeks, where I've been on the phone with seniors who are crying, worried that they're going to be evicted, where I've been a healthy distance of at least 6 feet away from moms at the supermarket who are really freaked out that they're going to lose their home. You want to hug them and you can't get close enough to do so. I think what we're doing here today has the potential to be very big and very meaningful and impactful for people. And it's just one of many steps. I look forward to seconding the actions that Mr. Rue will be proposing. But I think it's important to note two things. One, people around the city are activated around this issue like we have never seen before. You know, ordinarily in civic discourse, it's hard to perceive that the majority of Angelenos are renters because they do not engage it the same way. They are engaged heavily on this issue. And I have heard from people that I have not heard from before in huge, enormous numbers. This is touching people at their core. And I think it's important to note that the item that's before us, as drafted and in part as directed, is not an eviction moratorium. And I think we need to be careful because if we give the impression that it's an eviction moratorium, I think we mislead people. What this actually is a defense against eviction for certain people, for certain reasons, who can meet certain qualifications and fight things out in court. It's not a blanket prohibition on eviction. And I want to talk about a couple different points of it that I think are problematic. While I thought we had given guidance to city attorney to come up with a very broad definition of applicability, this still has a very narrow definition of sort of a connection to an impact from COVID-19. And while the governor did give us parameters in which to work, I think it is possible to make findings that say that pretty much anybody in Los Angeles, either through the economic impacts or the economic consequences of the safer at home order, are being impacted by COVID-19. And as it's written right now, there's a tremendous hurdle for people to have to get. And we heard from some members of this council and from members of the public in the last item about the difficulty of small businesses meeting the requirements to get their exemption from federal rules over sick leave. That is even more onerous for many renters who are low income, who are undocumented, who may be informal employees or self-employed, independent contractors. It's a far higher burden than the small business hardship for them because many of them do not have the documentation to show their landlords or to produce for their landlords. And they cannot get medical proof in most cases. Most people who are displaying symptoms right now are told, don't go to the doctor unless you're really, really sick. So most people do not have the medical evidence to present, and many people do not have the economic evidence to present. And I have seen cases already of landlords who have said, well, show me what you got, and I'll see what I think of it. And that is a burden that is extremely high for people to make. And that lack of presumption that they are in, that hurdle that we have created for them, is actually dangerous, a threat to public health. Because if people cannot meet that, if the landlord rejects it, or if they feel they cannot meet it, they will go to work. They will violate the safer at home order in order to make their ends meet and to pay their rent. I also think it's important to note that the limitation we put in last week, which I hope we can revisit, about restricting this protection only to those who have been unable to pay their rent, is also problematic. It gives landlords an opportunity, as written, to evict people because they may have an unauthorized pet, because they have an additional tenant who has moved in during this crisis, a family member, because they have noisy kids, people who now have lots of children at home because school is in session. And if you are evicted right now, you literally cannot abide by the mayor's stay-at-home order, because you are not going to be able to find a new place to live. You're not going to be able to be shopping for a unit. You're going to have a hard time finding a moving company to move your stuff, and you're just going to have a tremendous burden, and we're basically creating all sorts of problems for people and potentially forcing them out onto the street. So I would ask that we amend this as follows. One is to revise the ordinance to make the appropriate findings that the scope of the economic trauma being experienced throughout the city and the region, and that adherence to emergency directives to stay home given by Mayor Garcetti and Governor Newsom are sufficient to determine that any and all renters are experiencing economic hardship and uncertainty, and adjust the language of 49.99.2 accordingly. I'd also suggest as part of that motion that we broaden the scope of applicability to all tenants, not just those unable to pay rent, by striking the words for non-payment of rent and other references to qualifying criteria from the ordinance. I would also suggest that we add a provision to the ordinance to prevent the serving of notices of eviction or prosecuting unlawful detainer or to otherwise seek an eviction. We are, as I understand it, empowered by the governor to do that. And right now, as written, we are just telling people they have a defense against an eviction. If we're serious about an eviction moratorium, we need to be saying you can't be serving this notice and moving forward on it. And the final part of my amendment would be to add a provision to the ordinance prohibiting late fees be assessed for the rent over the period of time. I was going to suggest we go to 24 months, but I'll be okay with Mr. Wesson's 12 months and revisit that over the next 12 months.
Okay, Mr. Michelson, I want to allow Mr. Michelson to go ahead and address that.
Thank you, David Michelson, City Attorney's Office. I am reading off of my phone a order that has been issued by the Governor of the State of California just today, and that order directly addresses what the council is discussing right now. Let me see if I can try to capture what is in the governor's order that's issued today, because some of it speaks directly to what Councilmember Bonin is seeking to do, and will now be state law.
Yeah, it still does prevent the eviction of renters over the non-payment of rent. It is not as broad as what I'm proposing.
Right. So the governor has banned the enforcement of all eviction orders through May 31st. The governor has also clarified from his prior order with more detail as to what a tenant needs to do in order to get relief from having to pay rent, deferring the payment of rent. The tenant must, in writing, inform the landlord within 7 days, after rent is due, so no later than within 7 days after rent is due, that the tenant is unable to pay all or some of the rent due to COVID-19. So that's one clarification from the governor. This has statewide application. The second clarification from the governor, I think also addressing what's before you all here today, is what kind of documentation a tenant needs to retain in order to use if a landlord decides to seek an eviction, which again, it's a stand down across the state in terms of enforcing any eviction order through May 31. But the type of documentation the governor's saying should be retained by the tenant, and I'll just read it to you. The tenant retains verifiable documentation such as termination notices, payroll checks, pay stubs, bank statements, medical bills, signed letters or statements from an employer or supervisor explaining the tenant's changed financial circumstances, all that can be used then to support the tenant's assertion of an inability to pay. This documentation may be provided to the landlord no later than the time upon payment of back due rent. So again, this is a fairly expansive addition to the governor's order. It has statewide application.
I would actually, Mr. Michelson, while I don't disagree with your description of what the governor did, I do disagree with the description of the width and breadth of it. The governor's order today still leaves in place not an eviction moratorium, but this defense against eviction for certain people under certain circumstances. It prevents the eviction of renters over non-payment of rent only. You can still get booted for having a dog or for having a noisy kid or for having a relative move in with them. And it only covers those who have some connection to COVID-19, which is an insurmountable burden for most renters to meet. It is a bureaucratic nightmare, and it is already forcing people already into difficult circumstances. I have people who have been served or given a notice of eviction from their landlords who've said, well, you're going to have to prove it to me otherwise. And they have no certainty they're going to be able to meet that standard. We've got people who are being told, tenants, that they are going to be evicted unless they can prove some connection to COVID-19. And they could avoid eviction, the landlords tell them, if they will agree to sign a new lease with rent significantly higher, starting in a couple months. So there is, I think, an urgent need for a broader application of an ordinance, or I don't think we're being honest with people in saying it is an eviction ordinance with the current hurdles and loopholes that is currently enforced.
So Dave Michelson again, Councilmember Bonin
I'll
is
second that motion.
absolutely correct.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Councilmember Bonin is absolutely correct. The governor's order does not go as far as Councilmember Bonin is recommending to the body. I just would add this. Much of what Councilmember Bonin is recommending, while certainly it would be very important and helpful in many people's minds, requires probably relief under state law. And the governor has not suspended state law, at least not at this juncture, in a way that would sort of open the door for these additional changes. So that is just sort of a word of caution and just a challenge for all of you to be thinking about.
And I counter that the governor's actions don't preclude us from local jurisdictions from going further. And there is a way to apply this more generally by making findings about how widespread the impacts of COVID-19 are. Other jurisdictions are doing it, and I believe that the council file should now have a letter from public counsel outlining how the city can do it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bonner, I got to move on to another speaker.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Price? Mr. Price? No? Okay. Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
I'll pass for now.
You don't want to speak, sir?
Not for the moment. Let me
Okay,
gather my
thank you.
thoughts, please.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So, in response to the Councilman Wesson's motion to extend it from 6 to 12 months, in light of the banks in the city of Los Angeles or in the state of California allowing mortgage help, I think, that's fine. I'm willing to support that. But with Mr. Bonin's recent motion, that is something. I mean, we still have laws that we have to abide by. So if landlords have no way to evict a problem tenant, someone who is doing some sort of illegal activity or what, there has to be exemptions that we have to write in. It can't just be across the board that for no reason, for any reason whatsoever, you can misrent or you cannot be evicted, during this time. There still has to be certain rules in place that you can't. So unless further defined, I just can't support Councilman Bonin's motion or amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Corrects?
Yes, I have a few suggested amendments. Some are small and some are a little larger. The first one applies to one of Mr. Bonin's concerns, maybe doesn't go quite as far. The second line of section 49.99.2 reads, a local emergency period if the tenant is unable to pay rent. So it takes out to show an inability. So it takes out the presumption that you have to show it, but you have to at least be able to state it. I shouldn't be able to not pay rent. I have plenty of reserves. I have an income. There's no reason why my landlord shouldn't expect me to pay rent. Other than that circumstance, people that are able to pay rent, if they're unable to pay rent during the COVID pandemic, I don't think they should have to be required to go through the difficulty of proving it. I think they should be able to self-state it, and that would provide for that. In the sixth line of that same section where it says, or caring for a member's household or a tenant's household, it should add the words or family, so that if family comes to live with them, that is still a circumstance that is counted. Also, at the end of that section, I would add a section that addresses the fact that landlords and tenants are able, or would make them able, to also negotiate alternative payment plans. I know in some cases people are talking about continuing to pay, but paying 1/3 of their rent, deferring 1/3 of their rent, and having the landlord forgive 1/3 of their rent. So the wording I would have would allow HSID to come up with 5 or 6 different items in a menu of possible negotiations, which would make it easy to do that rather than them having to look through each negotiated, complicated proposal. So the wording would be, however, the tenant and landlord may, prior to the expiration of the local emergency period, or within 90 days of the first missed rent payment, whichever comes first, mutually agree to a plan for repayment of unpaid rent, suggested from options promulgated by the Housing and Community Investment Department for that purpose. Then I would I would actually change section B. No owner shall exercise a no-fault eviction during the local emergency period, and just remove the part that says if the tenant or any member of the household is ill, in isolation, or under quarantine, especially since virtually everyone is in isolation. And it's as was mentioned, I believe, by Mr. Bonin as well, an unnecessary thing for us to bureaucratically go and have to prove that.
So, Councilmember Kretz, I really apologize to cut you off. I'm sorry for that. It's Dave Michelson. I have to say this, though, just before we go on. The City Attorney's Office has come here today very much in the spirit of sort of breaking all protocols and trying to make changes on the fly because it's such an urgent moment in time. That is absolutely the spirit we're here, and I think everyone is here with that as well. But we are not going to be able to make these types of changes because there's, I don't know how many other council members on the queue who are going to want changes as well. From a logistics standpoint, it is a problem that I just want to make sure everyone understands, and maybe we can work together to sort of hone in on what are maybe the most critical changes, like for instance, 6 months to 12 months. It's a simple fix, it can be done, it's very substantial. Possibly excluding the multinational and companies that are 500 more out of the definition of commercial. It's surgical change, we can get in, we can get out. Some of the change, with all due respect, for instance, this sentence about allowing alternative payment plans, landlords and tenants can do that now. This law will not change that. So again, I apologize to cut you off, and I'll stop talking, but I just want to throw that caution out there. For this to get done here today, there's only so much we can do.
Okay, Mr.
Well,
Mr.
back to item B, which was essentially what Mr. Bonin was suggesting. I'm just suggesting how to do it. I'd suggest an item C, which also would do what Mr. Bonin had suggested, which would read, no owner shall exercise an eviction during the local emergency period based on the presence of unauthorized occupants, pets, or nuisances related to COVID-19, which would basically apply to things like your grandmother having to come and stay with you, or your grandmother and her cat coming to stay with you, or your child being home from school and being kind of bratty and being a nuisance. So that would eliminate those possible evictions. Also, as was mentioned, no owner should charge interest, and what should be added to that suggestion is or late fees on rent not paid under the provisions of this ordinance. Also, I would have an additional section. Owners shall give written notice to their tenants of the protections provided by this ordinance within 30 days of its effective date.
Okay, Mr. Michelson, just so that I'm clear, a lot of the amendments being proposed, if we want to act today and move forward and enact this today, we cannot do that with some of the amendments that are being proposed today. Is that correct?
Council President, I think that is correct. And some of these suggested changes, I think, would require a little bit of time for our office to provide some legal thought, because there are some legal issues associated, I think, with some of the changes. You know, one suggestion might be, if there's a desire to get this done today and adopted ideally unanimously so it can go into effect, maybe make the most important changes that are relatively short and surgical. And the suggestion here might be get this law adopted, and then all these other changes could come in via introduced motions. We can vet it, get another draft ordinance to you all very, very quickly that could pick some of this stuff up. That would be one suggestion. I'm open to any other suggestions. Again, our spirit here today is to really work with you all to get this done today. There's just a limit, I think, from a practical standpoint, to be honest.
Mr. Caress, is there anything else so I can move on to the next speaker?
Well, no, I just object to that whole concept, but I would again point out that making item B just read no owner shall exercise a no-fault eviction during the local emergency period. That would be really simple to scratch out these suggestions that they have to be ill in isolation. I think that's problematic, and multiples of it agree on it, of us agree on it. Also, extending the tenant's household to be inclusive of a family member who is ill, who is not part of their household, That's super simple. It adds 2 words and would cover something pretty significant. And 3, the allowance of unauthorized occupants, pets, or nuisances. We've got to do that right away. Otherwise, people will be evicted for bringing in their grandmothers and taking care of them. So those are 3 really simple, really crucial items. And I think we just have to address them.
Okay, so Mr. Michelson, you want to address?
Yes, we will, with those 3, we'll do our best here today to try to get those included.
Is there a second to Mr. Koretz's 3 proposed amendments?
Yes, second.
Mr. Blumenfield, okay. I'm going to keep going. Mr. Buscaino? Mr.
Thank you,
Buscaino?
Madam President, members, thanks so much. The issue that Mr. Wesson raised, I believe last time we met on the floor, we agreed to go 6 months. And I'm just kind of scratching my head, why are we revisiting this to extend to 12 months? And here's why. I believe, you know, we have to do all we can to ensure that property owners don't go into default in light of this COVID-19 crisis. So my question is, Sharon So still on the floor there. Would it be possible for us to, Sharon, to reassess this ordinance at 6 months to see if we need to continue it?
Councilmember, you always have that ability to reassess an ordinance. You don't have to wait for 6 months. And in fact, that's what Mr. Michelson was saying, that if there is an interest to move forward on what is before us, that could be done, and then any additional changes that were discussed that require additional legal analysis and review by the City Attorney's Office could actually be brought forward far earlier than the 6 months that you just mentioned.
So God help us if this virus or this pandemic continues beyond the 6 months. So I struggle with Mr. Wesson's motion to bring this back to 12 months and wondering if Mr. Wesson's okay with reassessing this ordinance 6 months from now, as we originally agreed to before we left for recess. Secondly, I also struggle with Mr. Bonin's amendments, and I share and echo the same comments that Mr. Lee made with, indeed, if there is an illegal activity happening in a specific, with a specific tenant or in a unit, I can tell you I've experienced that as a patrol officer in the city. There's a loud party, if there's illegal prostitution, if there's prostitution going on in a unit, if there's illegal drug activity in a unit, are they going to be exempt from the amendment? That's my concern with Mr. Bonin's amendment. With that, I'll bring it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Ms. Rodriguez?
There we go. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. You know, I'm scrambling to do the research on the Freddie and Fannie backed mortgages and the extent of the deferral that is being provided for those backed mortgages. And just to reiterate, I know what I said during council when we moved in this direction for a 6-month eviction moratorium. You know, what I saw during the economic downturn in the housing market was we saw a consolidation of wealth amongst private equity funds that are just waiting in the wings. And so, you know, I cautioned, you know, I cautioned in the conversation that we did our part. And, you know, Ms. Martinez, you're very well aware of, you know, our old neighborhood. We have a lot of non-owner occupied rental units of single family homes, many of whom still have mortgages on them. And so the deferrals of collecting create a domino effect that could present continued adverse implications of then having those properties go into foreclosure. Those families do end up out on the street. And so I know it was with that kind of judicious thoughtfulness that we were exercising the 6 month. You know, when the governor announced that he had negotiated with certain lenders that was terrific. But the lenders are not bound by any of that. Frankly, they can make a gentleman's agreement, but they are not necessarily bound to not holding those mortgage holders accountable for those payments. And so I want to caution everybody with that in that conversation. I think it's really important, again, kind of in the same vein, Mr. O'Farrell, with your, with your amendment, we're talking about these large private equity funds that have, again, consolidated a lot and capitalized on the backs of a lot of folks that felt vulnerable to the last housing market collapse. We don't want to inadvertently create it again. So I want confirmation about what the directive from the federal government to Freddie and Fannie backed loans, and to assure that if there was an expansion from 6 months to 12 months, that deferral will still cover those particular folks with mortgages from those lenders. Now, again, not everything is Freddie and Fannie backed, so we got to think about that as well. But I think as it relates to the more corporate-owned entities, I think it's a no-brainer for me that I think they, I'm comfortable with a longer deferral and moratorium on eviction for those particular scenarios. But for, those single-family folks with mortgages that are going to come due, the potential, it creates a domino effect that inadvertently ends up putting those very same people we're trying to protect out on the street through foreclosure, because the banks are not in the business of being landlords. They clear out those properties. And it was a devastating effect of the last housing crash. And I want to caution us to make sure that we don't create that scenario again. And with the angst for everyone, given that rent is due in a couple of days, I really would feel comfortable that we, accelerate in getting this adopted today as we've worked on it, and then coming back to it. And if we want to add the more time, I think that's obviously well within our right to do so, even within the next couple of weeks. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Wesson.
All right. We need to be realistic. We're talking about people trying to pay rent to make minimum wage. And basically, we want them, they're struggling to pay their rent now, and we're going to be asking them to pay, almost double in a 6-month period of time. So I just think that is an unrealistic request, especially knowing that there was a significant number of us who wanted 24 months. And that was something that the drafters of this motion, that was something that we viewed as realistic. I think, Mr. Buscaino, I love you, I respect you, and we can reassess this after 6 months or 3 months or 5 months. Like Ms. So said, we don't have to have anything in writing that indicates the time frame. Let us be realistic that 6 months is almost too much for us to ask a lot of people to be in position to pay this back. I think that right now, all we're trying to do is to tread water, to stay afloat. We're going to be having these conversations for the next several weeks, again, with opportunities to make adjustments. So there was a significant number of us, and I believe there still is, that would be supportive of 24 months. So basically what this action does, it cuts it in half, but it does give us enough breathing room to come up with something that we really believe that will work. This council is committed to helping all of us, not just some of us. We understand mom and pop landlords and that they need relief And we understand that there are things that we don't quite know exactly how they work that are in this stimulus package. And the more time that goes by, the more information that we will get. But I think that it's a common sense move, one that does not lock us in stone if we can increase that amount from 6 to 12, which then gives us the proper amount of time to assess how this is working. So those are my thoughts behind that. And again, I wanted to go on the record to indicate that I was part of that group of individuals that drafted this, that factored in the 24 months the very first time. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. O'Farrell?
All right, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So I'll start with tagging along with what Mr. Wesson just said about the extension to 12 months. I think that this window also gives us time to craft some sort of payment plan way forward, repayment plan, because I think you made the point, Mr. Wesson, that once we get into a recovery period and we don't even know what that will look like or when it will be, then we're gonna have to, I think, lean in and talk about what's it going to look like? How can we give these extremely rent-burdened individuals, families, et cetera, who have, by the grace of God, not been evicted because they couldn't pay, they're gonna need our help in terms of whatever repayment plan is possible. There are variables that we don't even have in place yet, whether it's through philanthropy, whether it's through bank loan forgiveness, whether it's through yet another 1 or 2 federal relief packages. I think we don't have a crystal ball to look at exactly how all of these elements will play out moving forward in the days, weeks, and months. So I think 12 months is very reasonable. What I wanted to talk about also is that you really can't talk about, and this is just for the conversation, you really can't talk about a rent freeze or a rent holiday without also talking about a mortgage freeze or a mortgage suspension for property owners who are renting where a rent freeze is invoked. Because then you're talking about the mom and pop building owners who rent, who they themselves are 1 or 2 months away from foreclosure if they have no rental income. And that's a very real universe of tens of thousands of property owners. Those are oftentimes family businesses as well. And so you have to couple a mortgage forgiveness with a rent freeze where these are invoked. You cannot separate one without the other unless we'll go into mass foreclosures across the city. And when foreclosures happen, to Ms. Rodriguez's point, that's when you get into hedge funds and big conglomerates buying up buildings and not even being a stakeholder in a neighborhood any longer. That's the worst possible thing that could happen because there will be mass evictions then. So what I want to say again to anyone who's listening is we've all talked about this. We want to keep everyone housed. We will keep everyone housed to the very best of our ability. And we're going to need to work with the banks. We're going to need to work with the landlords, with the property owners, and with the tenants. And I just want to say, if this conversation does go and we begin entertaining rent freeze, then it has to be coupled with mortgage forgiveness and a property tax suspension hand in hand, because there are overhead costs that building owners incur. And if they decide to just sell or chuck it or go into bankruptcy, then that immediately jeopardizes renters. And that's the worst thing we could possibly do. So my ask to the city attorney, Mr. Michelson, I sense that you said that if we do some sort of rent freeze that, blanket, let me back up, a blanket moratorium on evictions, that would not be would not be compatible with state law. So if that's something that you need to look into, and then you also look into the rent freeze idea, then will you also look into the mortgage forgiveness idea where rent freezes are invoked? Thank you.
Councilmember O'Farrell, Dave Michelson. We'd be pleased to look into all those issues, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I applaud, I support Councilmember Bonin's motion, and I just wanted to speak, amendment, I'm sorry, and I wanted to speak on that. And, I really first want to applaud the governor's statewide eviction moratorium. But unfortunately, as Councilmember Bonin stated, it doesn't go far enough. The governor's moratorium only applies to a proven COVID-19 claim, and that requires an affirmative defense. I want to, and I know many of the colleagues agree, Angelenos, especially our working families, especially renters who are out of work through no fault of their own, currently have no pay, no health insurance, and mounting bills. And it's not just the rent, it's water and power, it's gas bills, insurance bills, car payments, student loans. All these bills are coming to due in 4 days, April 1st. Angelenos are stressed out, Angelenos are scared, they're uncertain about their future, and I do understand that there will be financial consequences of this action, and this will and could create a whole domino effect, which is why many of us applauded the governor's mortgage moratorium and, of course, the recent federal aid package. But as we all could agree, and as Councilmember Mitchell Farrell and Councilmember Monica Rodriguez said, it does not go far enough. We do need more, an expansion of a moratorium on mortgages, an expansion of moratorium on fees and everything else. And I also know there might be some legal questions, but these are extraordinary times, and we must do everything in our power to dispel fear, provide relief, and make sure Angelenos feel confident in their government, especially to Angelenos who are the working poor and are rent burdened. So this is why I support Councilmember Bonin's amendment to expand the eviction moratorium, as well as Councilmember Wesson's expansion to 12 months. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. First, I just want to underscore the importance of this entire provision that we're dealing with. As many of you have already mentioned, this is about protecting vulnerable people, protecting renters who are worried about this crisis, who are out of work for no fault of their own. So I'm glad that we are moving forward with this. I wanted to clarify the 49.992 section that we're going back and forth on in terms of the time frame, because I think there's some confusion, maybe not necessarily in the council, but out in the public, as far as what this actually means. As I understand it, and I want to get clarification from Mr. Michelson, that if you cannot pay your rent during the local emergency period, and I'm going to ask how that's defined, you cannot be evicted for not paying that rent. And then we were discussing how many months after that should you be given to pay back that rent during that time frame. But to be clear, what does it mean if the emergency period ends, let's say it ends in August, and then you fail to pay your base monthly rent in September? What does that mean?
This is Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. So when the declared emergency ends, whether it's the governor's, the mayor's, which of course is the city council's as well, then this period of time by which a tenant can sort of, in essence, defer the payment of rent for a COVID-19 reason, they'll have to start paying rent moving forward. So on your scenario, that very next month after, I think you said August, if it ended the declaration, September they would owe rent, and they would also 6 months, or in this case maybe 12 months, they'd have 12 months to pay the back rent during the period of declaration when they were not paying rent. Does that make sense?
It does. And knowing that, makes me more comfortable with the 12 months to giving folks the time frame to be able to pay that out. But also, I just want to allay the fears of people who think that someone who may be less scrupulous is not going to pay rent for 12 months and then at the end of the 12 months leave. Because on that fourth month, if you stop paying your monthly rent, that's when all the landlord's powers of eviction come back. Correct?
That's correct. And the landlord still has, even during the local emergency, should this ordinance be adopted, the landlord still has the ability to, I think, pursue what I would call at-fault evictions for someone who's a tenant causing damage, for instance, to the unit, things along those lines.
Right. I thought that was important to segregate that, and whether or not we do it, I think it's segregated appropriately in the amendment, but it was unclear, and I think that's critical. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Bonin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Just had a little trouble unmuting. Thank you. Appreciate the dialogue on this. Yeah, I think we're in a very weird and transitional time where there are times when society shifts and the responsibility of government shifts. Sometimes it's a slow accumulation of stuff that reaches a boiling point, and sometimes it's a big turbulent event or crisis. And I think we're kind of at both of those moments right now. And things that might not have seemed imaginable or reasonable a couple of months ago are exactly what the moment demands now. And a genuine eviction moratorium, I think, is what the moment demands. And I hate being the guy who's peeing in the punch bowl here, but I don't know that the ordinance before us is particularly, as drafted, is particularly impactful. I don't know that it does significantly more than what the governor or the mayor have already directed. And I got to underscore how this is not an eviction moratorium. I'll say it again. This is a defense against eviction to certain people under certain circumstances who meet certain criteria. And we have spent a lot of time, colleagues, over the past year talking about a right to counsel or eviction defense. And we know that most people who are facing eviction do not have a counsel, and most of them wind up being evicted. Most of the people who seek to avail themselves of this, unless they have a very kind-hearted landlord, and there certainly are some, are going to wind up in that same predicament that we were trying to address earlier. I would ask that as we consider how to do this, we, for each element of this, ask ourselves how. Ask ourselves how someone is going to be able to avail themselves of the protection that we feel that we are affording. Mr. Wesson very eloquently articulated how difficult it is going to be for someone who's been out of work for several months to suddenly have to make a massive payment of back rent, and why we need a longer window. Imagine right now, imagine on April 1st, a woman who is single mom, low income, who is working at home, trying to take care of her elementary school children. I've been trying to do it, and I got much better means than the person I'm talking about, and it's been a struggle the past few weeks. How are they, under those circumstances, supposed to make the legal case to their landlord? And how are they supposed to be availed of the protection of this ordinance if their landlord says no? Are we expecting them to navigate the bureaucracy of HSID? Are we expecting them to get a landlord, get an eviction attorney? We've heard a lot of different examples here about why we should not do this. We've heard, well, what about illegal activity? And there are cases where there may be some illegal activity. If we want to entertain an exemption there for that, I'm open to it. But I don't think it is wise for us to say that there may be somebody who is engaging in prostitution in a unit. So because of that, we are going to not protect the tenants who have a loud kid or who have a pet or who have an extra family member. moving in. We have heard that someone may go, a small property owner may go into default, and that is true, and we need to do whatever we can to protect them. But the numbers of people who are at risk from what we may do is infinitesimal compared to the number of people who will be impacted by what we do not do. The majority of people in Los Angeles are renters. The majority of people in Los Angeles are renters, and this is talking about covering them. Mr. Corrett said, well, he doesn't deserve this protection because he has enough money. Well, I'm not willing to accept that everybody who is able to pay rent is going to refuse to pay rent under this. I think most people are going to do what they're required to do if they're able to do it. And if we start getting into a means testing or a process of qualification, or effectively putting virtue tests in, you deserve to qualify for protection from eviction if you have economic problems, but not if you have a problem with a loud kid or other circumstances.
Mr. Bonin, I'm going to ask you to please clarify your amendment because it's still not clear to our city attorney.
Sure,
So that he can write it, so that we can move on to the next member that's on the queue. I just need you to clarify it for Mr. Michelson so that we can write it down.
I got it, because what we need to do is we need simplicity, and we're getting murky. The simplest thing to do is to say that there should be a halt on all evictions by doing four things. One is make findings that explain how everybody in Los Angeles is being impacted by COVID-19 and the resulting economic consequences. Make this applicable to all tenants, not just those suffering undue economic circumstances, and add a provision to the ordinance that prevents the serving of notices of eviction or prosecuting unlawful detainer to seek eviction. And the fourth part of that was a prohibition on late fees. And I have the language I can send the city attorney. My staff has it, and sent it to a couple other staff members.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Michelson, do you have any clarification?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilmember Bonin. A couple of quick thoughts. As to preventing eviction, the governor's already done that statewide, at least through May 31. As to late fees, the law the ordinance is currently drafted and transmitted could never allow late fees to be imposed, and we submitted to the record as part of the legislative history yesterday on our letterhead just that. Now, we could add that additional sentence, it's belt suspenders, happy to do that, but it is already, we believe, covered, but we could add that sentence. But the first part, in terms of the findings and then making what I believe to be complete changes to this ordinance, that we would have to find a way to hammer it out right now. It's a totally, with all due respect, it's a totally different ordinance. And
it's a much simpler ordinance.
But it has to be written.
Don't do any evictions.
But it has to be written.
Want to do it for 30 days and then figure out all the details we're trying to do. That's a way to go. A complete ban on evictions for 30 days, and then we can work out all these other details. We've all said first, do no harm. By failing to prohibit all evictions, we are allowing significant harm to significant numbers of individuals.
So again, Dave Michelson, I hear you, Councilmember Bonin, and I understand where you're coming from and respect where you're coming from a policy standpoint. The motion, letter Ann and Nancy, that was adopted by this council a couple of Tuesdays ago was not that. It was, frankly, much more in line with the ordinance that we have transmitted. We've done the best we can, and that's what's before you today.
And that's why mine's an amendment.
So if the will of the body is to go what is a very, very different direction, we can do that. I don't know how we do that right here as we sit.
All right, let me move on to Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to begin, if I could have Mr. Michelson or the CLA, the mayor has ordered an executive order on this matter, and you've outlined it in your preamble to the ordinance that you've submitted to the council. If you could just briefly repeat what the mayor has already done as a basis or a base of which we're working on, and then to see what direction we go with our own ordinance, I think that would be helpful. Just a brief overview would be helpful.
Dave Michelson, City Attorney. Pleased to do that, Councilmember Weezar. The mayor has issued a number of orders over the last few weeks. Three of the public orders speak to tenant protections, both commercial and residential. In short, the mayor's orders, which by the way do have the force of law, the mayor's orders do the following. With respect to residential tenants, any residential tenant who can demonstrate an inability to pay rent due to a circumstance related to COVID-19 pandemic, and then the mayor's order lists out a number of examples, everything from you have to stay home to deal with your children who are no longer in school, maybe because you've been laid off, maybe because you're caring for an ill family member or yourself, those types of things related to COVID. That if you're a residential tenant and you can then tell your landlord, I can't pay during this emergency period, the landlord is not allowed to try to evict you. And if you couple that with what the governor has done today, that provides some more specific information as to how that should mechanically play out. And if the landlord tries to evict you anyway, they have to bring an unlawful detainer, and the courts have shut that process down as well, in addition to the governor's order today, not allowing any eviction orders to proceed through at least the end of May. After the emergency period ends, the residential tenant would have, as we drafted it pursuant to the motion of a couple of Tuesdays ago, 6 months to ultimately pay back the landlord, and what is on the table currently sounds like is 12 months is being discussed. And nothing eliminates, both in the mayor's order, the obligation to ultimately pay that rent, but no late rent can be charged for the time that you are lawfully under the mayor's order not required to pay rent. With respect to commercial tenants, very similar. The only primary difference is 3 months to pay back, not the 6 months that residential has. The mayor's order also has put a stop to any landlord trying to remove a tenant under the Ellis Act. So that's part of the mayor's order. And the mayor's order is also now including a no-fault eviction during the emergency period when the tenant or a member of the household is ill, in isolation, or under a quarantine due to COVID-19. So generally speaking, that's what you'll see in the mayor's orders. They are consistent, I would say, with the governor's orders, goes beyond the governor's orders with respect to payback, but it's part and parcel of the same thing. And the draft ordinance that we submitted incorporates much of what was in the mayor's order, and obviously we tried to incorporate all we could out of the council's motion. We did not include, for instance, out of the council's motion, the commercial, because the council's motion sought only to give protection for small businesses with no a payback opportunity. The mayor went further than that, so we put that into the ordinance as well to try to harmonize the two.
Thank you. And the biggest difference as it stands now with respect, well, our current ordinance as drafted is also asking for cause with respect to the COVID-19 for evictions. What Mr. Bonin is recommending is a more broader for all tenants irrespective of the COVID. But it seems like that's one of the biggest departures here. Now, the other thing is with respect to the Ellis Act, now we as a city have the ability to stop evictions for all tenants irrespective if they're RSOs or it's an Ellis Act proceeding, correct? Or is that only the jurisdiction of the state and the governor?
So with respect to eviction, state law really addresses that issue and speaks to the issue. The governor opened the door to allow locals to legislate or provide directives and orders, as the mayor has done, consistent with the governor's direction.
Okay, thank you. When we first took up this item last week, I supported the idea that this should apply to all tenants because I think it would be, initially, I thought it would be a bureaucratic nightmare if the city would undertake if this was related to COVID, but this would all be legal proceedings. These are defenses should a person be evicted. But even then, it's going to be quite complicated, not only for the reasons that Mr. Bonin stated with respect to having these individuals come up with documentations and reasons, but just it's going to be a legal nightmare in our courts to try to show whether or not this was the evictions were caused by COVID-19. So to that respect, I support in this emergency, in this crisis, as a way to stabilize our housing, as a way to encourage people to stay home. I support the all-encompassing for all tenants, irrespective how it was caused, whether it was COVID-19 or otherwise. And not to mention that oftentimes if a landlord does want someone gone, they could come up with a number of reasons why they feel the tenants have violated their tenancy. But given that, I support doing a 6-month for those same reasons, because if this is a crisis, if we want to go in and put in some very strong, stringent measures for all tenants, it should be as quick as possible, so that then in 6 months we could reevaluate that, which makes to see whether it makes sense or not. But and so for those reasons, I think in my mind they go together: quick, swift, broad, as Mr. Bonin is outlining. But at the same time, since they're so broad, it's a crisis. Let's reevaluate as quickly as we can. Let's look at 6 months and see where we go from there. And this is quickly changing as well. We could go in a number of directions, but I think that would give us the option to extend should we want to do that, given the changing circumstances. But thank you for that.
Councilmember Weezer, if I might expand upon an answer I gave you a minute ago, Dave Michelson again. Looking at the governor's order today a little more, and harmonizing it with this particular ordinance and the mayor's orders as well. I believe a fair reading is that if a tenant is unable to pay rent related to COVID, the tenant simply needs to notify in writing the landlord. No documentation appears to be needed at that time. If, however, down the line, maybe many months later, the landlord tries to bring an eviction proceeding 6, 7, 8, 9 months from now, because the tenant has failed to pay back that rent during the payback period, then documentation would be presented in the eviction process through the unlawful detainer, which is the standard process, obviously, in California and throughout the country in terms of a landlord trying to evict. And the governor is saying, here's the kind of documentation you would show the judge, and that would be many months down the line if I'm reading this correctly, and I think that I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo?
Okay, you got me?
I got you. Go ahead, sir.
So let's see if I can muddy up this situation a little bit more.
Wonderful.
So let's not make perfection be the enemy of the good. The fact of the matter is, no law we write can stop people from being unscrupulous. And every law we write will simply be a defense. It may shift the burden in terms of the defense, and it may be a better written law, may be more artful, but I don't think we're going to write that today. But at the end of the day, this is simply a conversation about lawyers and advocates. I have a 90% tenant district. We only have 10% home ownership. Many of our buildings are by working class people who saved money and became landlords. My concern, frankly, is about people making their mortgages who do own and who then house the tenants in my district. So I'd like to do something today. And if our CA tells us we can't make it perfect today, I'd like to do something that's really good and really great, and to advance what we're doing so that we can protect tenants today. There are unscrupulous people. They are the minority. They are the small minority. And we should write laws that address that. I just don't know that from this conversation I've heard that we can do that today according to the CA. If we cannot, then we should proceed and do something that's really good and move this forward, advance it and embellish it. There are findings, as Councilmember Bonin states, there is findings, and I mean, some things are abundantly clear and they can be stated, that everybody is being impacted by this COVID virus. There's no question about that. Just turn on any television, radio, look at any news station, and we can see its impact. So obviously, those observations should be embodied in what we're doing. But I don't want to tie this up, and I don't want to stop us from moving forward simply to make this more perfect. Because frankly, we'll make it more perfect. It'll be a better defense, but it's still going to be a defense that someone's going to adjudicate. That doesn't change. I would like to embrace the proposal by Mr. Wesson because it's simpler. It gives us an opportunity to move forward. And it may be a little more reasonable, but again, we don't know. Frankly, we don't know. It's a projection. It is probably a little bit more than others would like, but I think it's something that is reasonable because at some point, tenants are going to have to self-verify. Tenants are going to have to make agreements with their landlords about how this gets paid back. And we're going to have to do our work to make sure that mortgages get paid and that tenants do not get burdened, additionally burdened by this crisis and by this process. And so, as I said, I'm just trying to muddy this up more. I think there should be council a clear declaration in terms of what this crisis is, or a presumption. I think perhaps the mayor and the governor have laid that out, but maybe we can tweak that. And then, as I said, 1 year. Initially, I came in at 6 months, but it's going to be a challenge if I think of housekeepers. I think of landscapers or people who cut people's grass and do their lawns. I think of the underground economy, the street vendors, the people who are on the margins of our economy. There's no income or revenue coming in. It's quite evident. And so they're going to have challenges April 1st, May 1st, June 1st. They have challenges all the time. They're going to have greater challenges. And we should just make sure that they're not put out on the street. Whatever we call it is always still going to be a defense. And I think we just need to, council, make it clear, if it's not already abundantly evident, that we are in this crisis and we should not be moving people out on the streets because of that. All the other stuff is just anecdotal. It's arguments that are being constructed. I'm not saying fabricated, but being constructed for things that may be possible. But frankly, right now we're just trying to deal with the fact that we've got a large tenant community. We want to keep them in their homes. We don't want people to be evicted simply because of coronavirus. Thank you. The response to an emergency should be based on the emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, the fact that people are losing their jobs, April 1st is coming up. This crisis is real. We all understand it. I'm glad that we are actually trying to do something about that. I'm glad the mayor stepped in. I'm glad the governor is trying to do something about that to protect people from being evicted, to go on the streets. But as Councilman Weston said, that we're here to represent all the people, and so I do worry about all the mom and pop, one unit, 2 unit people, because we have those in our, we have those people. I have constituents who have that, who come to me and ask, okay, if they can't pay, and they understand they can't pay, what do I do? How do I, what if they decide to move out? What if they get 3 months and then at the end of that, they decide to leave? What if, Mr. Michelson, I don't know if you can even answer this question now. I mean, what happens if, it's a 12-month thing and I move out, a few months after this emergency order? Am I then obligated to pay the balance at that time?
This is Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. I think it depends on the lease, of course, but yes, the obligation to pay it back probably still is there. It just may be harder for the landlord to get that money.
Sure. I mean, these are, years are lease. Leases are year long. I mean, we have to consider everybody in the situation. I think April 1st is fast approaching. What we have before us today, I think we should vote on, what we, have in front of us. One last question, Mr. Michelson. If our orders differ from the mayor's directive with his emergency powers, is there any issue with that?
Councilmember Lee, that's a great question, and we've been thinking about that. The mayor's powers in these emergencies are very, very expansive and would typically trump any city law as long as it's related to a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there may have to be some further harmonizing to the extent that this ordinance goes beyond what the mayor's orders currently to date state, and that's something we'll have to be advising council and the mayor's office very quickly. And with respect to the governor's orders, again, the governor's orders are critically important because he's the only one who can suspend the state laws that then open the doors for the locals, whether it's mayors or city councils or boards of supervisors, then to take action.
Yeah, and I agree with my colleague, Councilman O'Farrell, I believe, said, like, if we're talking about, some people have talked about rent relief, well, then we have to talk about mortgage relief. I mean, this is something that truly affects a lot of people. And I'm not talking about the big conglomerates that are, own several. I'm talking to people that own 1, 2, 3, 4, units, and how they're going to lose their mortgages if we don't figure out a way for them to get paid. So I ask that we vote on what's before us today. Let's not muddy the waters. Let's move this forward and allow the city attorney to decide if we even have that ability to do anything different from the mayor's directives. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonin. I'm going to go to you for you'll be the last speaker. I need to get to public comment so we can start deliberating on this matter, sir.
Thank you. I'll wrap it up and I'll try to be brief. Colleagues, I want to caution that there's a real risk that the conversation we have is, as I believe Shakespeare would say, is full of sound and fury, signifying not much. With the exception of Mr. Wesson's proposed amendment, I am not sure, which I fully support, I am not sure that there is anything that we are considering today that goes beyond the scope of the mayor's or the governor's orders and provides no additional relief for anybody. And I think it's important for us to note and acknowledge that. I want to clarify about the governor's order because I have it here right in front of me. I'm reading it right now. It is not a moratorium on evictions. It is not a moratorium on evictions. It qualifies to a certain number of people who have to meet a number of different qualifications. One of them is after they notify their landlord, they need to retain and present verifiable documentation such as termination notices, payroll checks, pay stubs, bank statements, medical bills, or signed letters or statements from an employer or supervisor explaining the tenant's changed financial circumstances to support the tenant's assertion of an inability to pay. So if you can tell me how a street vendor is going to do that, or if you can tell me how a personal trainer who trains people on the beach is going to do that, I will shut up well, I won't shut up for the rest of the meeting, but I'll shut up for a while. Finally, I want to hit the point that Mr. Cedillo made that everything is just a defense. That's not quite true because we are, I am told, empowered to invoke a provision which says that in the city of Los Angeles during this emergency, you can prevent the service of notices of evictions and the prosecution of unlawful payment. If we do that, that takes care of the issue real clearly. We could do a freeze on evictions for everybody for 30 or 60 days and work out everything else, all those questions folks have said. And that's what I would recommend in the interest of sparing people from becoming homeless. Thank you.
So Michelson, did you want to address that before I get to public comment? I'm going to go ahead and take 15 minutes of public comment on this item. Speaker number one, are you there? Speaker number one. Speaker, are you there?
Hello, this is Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. Housing providers understand
Hold
their
on for
role
just a
to
second.
play in this crisis.
Sir, hold on. Can you identify yourself?
Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association.
Okay, got it. You have 1 minute of speaking on item number 1. Go ahead, sir.
Housing providers understand their role to play in this crisis and understand a moratorium. CAA has put out guidelines to all of our members in the city to help get communities through this. Part of that are payment plans, rent deferrals, which are already being done. Providers are not in the eviction business. Operators are doing everything they can to work with their residents in this crisis. We are in an economic catastrophe, and there's a snowball effect when rent goes unpaid. This is people's sole source of income, their medical bills, and it affects everyone that services these properties. Gardeners, property management companies, you name it. Fannie and Freddie relief only covers 1 to 4 units. If you have 5 units, you do not get mortgage deferral. It is reasonable to ask for documentation that is targeted to non-payment of rent. It is also reasonable to ask for 6-month rent deferral. This is consistent with the state actions. We do not know how long this crisis will last, and you can always expand time frames. This creates jurisdictional cohesion, which is crucial during this unprecedented crisis. Courts are also completely shut down. Thank you for reason and consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Hello? Speaker, are you there? Okay, next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, yes, sorry, I was getting some feedback.
It's okay. Go ahead, state your name, and you're speaking on item number 1. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is David Dantas. I'm a resident of Los Angeles Council, District 14. I'd like the City Council to think of the following scenario. What happens a month or 2 down the line, like you've already discussed, evictions are postponed, but what happens after that in the payment period when 40% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency? Right, I'm really worried what happens once they run out of the source of income, if they try to pay rent or if they don't and they run money out of food. What happens when they have nothing left to lose? I'm afraid that we're going to be seeing riots on the street. Like, we think 1992 was bad. We're already seeing people lining up on gun stores. I really implore the city to consider a moratorium on rent in general. I'd like to see the City Council to see this as a thing, not only as the right thing to do, but as an investment in the city's future. I mean, you think the homeless situation is bad now. Imagine what happens when all the evictions occur as soon as the moratorium is lifted. Imagine all the credit scores of the people that are going to be affected by non-payment being destroyed, so they won't be able to.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are you there? Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Hello? Okay, we can't hear you.
Yeah?
There you are. State your name. You've got 1 minute to speak on item number 1.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, Elena Pop, Eviction Defense Network.
Yeah, you can speak now. Go ahead. Hello?
Next speaker. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead and go ahead.
Yeah? There you are.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, next speaker.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
State your name. You have 1 minute.
Okay, my name is Alice Stanford, and I work for the JW Marriott at downtown at LA Live in District 9. I've worked at the property since they opened. So I'm currently laid off due to COVID, and myself and many others in the city, we're very concerned about how we're going to pay our rent. And I'm very happy that the city has taken such immediate response to the virus, and I do feel that they're trying to help make us safe, and I appreciate that. But when this crisis is over, myself and the other thousands of folks that are currently laid off due to the virus, well, we should be able to return to our job. I mean, we are good enough to do the jobs before the crisis, and there's no reason why we're not good enough to continue to do our job after the crisis. So I beg of the city council, please do the right thing. Please pass the strongest possible law to ensure that we can go back to our jobs when this crisis is over.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, are you there?
Yes. Hi,
Hi.
my name is Sabrina Johnson.
Okay, you have 1 minute to speak on item number 1. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I am just speaking to what Mr. Cedillo said. Don't unmute that. What Mr. Cedillo said about our feeling bad because our landlords are going to miss their income for these months. Well, you know what? The rest of us are going to miss income for these months. That should apply to our landlords too. If I'm going to miss 2 months income, my landlord's going to miss 2 months income. It's all the fucking same.
Caller, are you still there? Next caller. Speaker, are you there? Hello, speaker, are you there? Next speaker, speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? We can't hear you. Speaker,
Hello?
are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. State your name. You're speaking on item number 1. You've got 1 minute, sir.
Yes. My name is Brandon Sonato. I work for the JW Marriott in District 9, and I'm asking you to pass a stronger work retention law, so myself and my fellow hospitality workers have some sort of assurance that when this is all over, they'll get a job back. And that's what I came to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Hello.
Aló, tarde.
¿Habla español?
Sí, español, por favor.
Ok, un momentito, va a venir el traductor a traducir aquí. Denos su nombre, usted va a hablar en español y alguien le va a traducir en inglés. Su nombre, por favor. Tiene 1 minuto para hablar.
Ok.
Su nombre, por favor.
Su nombre, por favor.
Mi nombre es Dina Paredes.
Mi nombre es Chapales.
Siga, señora.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Dina Paredes.
Good afternoon, my name is Lidia Paredes.
Trabajo en el Westin Bonaventure.
I work in Westin Bonaventure.
Pues esta tarde queremos, soy del distrito 1 del señor Gil Cedillo.
I am from the District 1, from Hillside's district.
Yo trabajo en hotel y estoy 3 semanas sin trabajar.
And I work in a hotel, and I've been laid off for 3 weeks.
Estamos afligidas por la renta.
We are worried due to the rent.
Queremos a nuestros trabajadores de hoteles.
We want our hotel workers back.
Que cuando regresemos
That when we come back,
al trabajo que no los quiten.
not to be laid off.
Es importante
It is important
que nos prometa que nos van a regresar nuestros trabajos por el tiempo que estamos haciendo.
to let us know that they're
Del
going to give us our job back
quiero que nos prometan a todos los trabajadores hoteleros
I want you to promise to all the hotel workers
que cuando regresemos, que regresemos con seguridad y no nos vayan a quitar nuestro trabajo.
that when we get back to work, to be sure that we're going to have our job back.
Okay, gracias,
Y
señora.
Gracias, señora.
Gracias. Okay, I'll take four more speakers. Next speaker, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. State your name and you're speaking on item number 1. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Daniela from District 13, and as has been stated, the current eviction moratorium is not strong enough. It puts the burden of proof on the tenant getting evicted, and then they're left to fend for themselves in a complex legal system where the odds are generally stacked against them. And amid this unprecedented crisis, people are losing jobs, their family members are falling ill or dying, and their financial obligations are only increasing. Housing insecurity is not what we need to face right now. I urge you to protect the poor working class communities because we have the most to lose at a time like this. And in response to Councilmember Lee's comments about landlords having the ability to evict tenants over illegal activity, are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a global health crisis where the only solution is to have people inside. And you're saying it's still important for landlords to kick people out? Are you checking wealthy people who are still having their friends over and exposing their house employees to COVID-19? I don't think so. This is class warfare, and if this exemption is made, blood will be on your hands. And quite frankly, 12 months is not enough to pay back rent.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Hello?
Aló,
Speaker, are you there? Hello?
aló, me llamo Fidel Elizarraz.
¿Necesita traducción?
Sí, por favor.
Ok, un momentito. Ok, denos su nombre y tiene 1 minuto para hablar, señor.
Me llamo Fidel Elizarraz.
My name is Fidel Estrada.
Continúe, señor.
Fui descansado
I was laid
trabajo.
off.
Yo trabajo en mi perfil. Y fui descansado y necesito que el concilio pase la orden de retención de trabajo, por favor.
I was laid off and I need the council members to approve the ordinance for the work
Porque nos descansaron y no sabemos si estamos corridos o no sabemos si nos van a regresar el trabajo y queremos saber que nos digan que el trabajo lo tenemos seguro cuando termine todo esto.
because we were laid off and we don't know that if we're going to get our job back, and we want to know, and when we get back, we're going to have our job back.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Ok, muchas gracias. Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. State your name.
Hi, my name is Pearl.
Okay. You can go ahead and speak on item number 1. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
So I'm a renter, like many Angelinos, but my parents are mom and pop landlords, and I'm very nervous about paying my own rent, which is also due in 4 days, but I'm also worried about the financial demise that my family may or will potentially face. I don't think that people should be forced out of their homes, especially during this pandemic, especially given the fact that the situation has been completely out of everyone's control. However, I do believe that the decisions on renters' protections and rights should not be made in a vacuum. Landlords and tenants are all tied together, and we're all in this together. Tenants definitely need help, but we need to address the entire ecosystem. We need to spread the hardship to the city and the government. People have condemned and vilified landlords, but we're just like renters. We're just trying to stay afloat. We're trying to meet our various deadlines with mortgages, property taxes that are due on the 10th, and utility bills. So
thank you.
We're asking the city to do everything they can.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take the last speaker on this item. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hi. State
Hello?
your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. State your name. You've got 1 minute to speak on item number 1. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Josh Androsky. I am a resident of CD14. And if you are not going to protect people in their and take them out of their homes, you are effectively blaming and punishing innocent, vulnerable members of our community for surviving a pandemic. According to a study quoted by the LA Times, a rent increase of 5% leads to 2,000 more of our neighbors losing their homes. So if there's no time to if there's not an adequate time to repay, let alone any time to repay, that leads to thousands of our neighbors going onto the streets. That is a choice. That is a choice that you are making, okay? And for once in my lifetime in this city, I would love to see our city government care more about working people than landlords. I've never seen it, and I've lived here my entire life. Furthermore, forcing a traumatized city to prove in court that a generation-defining pandemic personally affected
sir. Your
them
time
is
is up.
almost cartoonishly cruel.
Thank you. Okay, I will close public comment on this item now. Members, I'm going to ask for a 10 to 15-minute recess so we can work out these amendments, come back, and deliberate. Thank you. Okay, good evening, members. We're back in session. I'm going to ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
You need to speak louder into the mic.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Members, we're calling the roll. We're back in session. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Bonin.
Here.
Buscaino,
Here, still.
Cedillo,
Jose's in the dark.
Cedillo,
Still here.
Harris Dawson,
Here.
Weezer,
Oh, red cup.
Here, Busquets' hair's a little uncombed, but he's still here.
Koretz,
Here in spirit.
Krikorian,
This is the city attorney. Just let me note for the record that Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Price have recused themselves on this item.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, resume the roll.
Lee,
Here?
Council President Martinez,
I'm here.
O'Farrell,
No. Did you just say O'Farrell?
yes.
Here, present.
Councilmember Price is recused. Rodriguez,
Here.
Rue,
Here.
Wesson.
Wesson here. Just want to know where Gilbert keeps going.
13 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. So we're going to run through the amendments, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we will start with the.
We're going to vote.
We will start with the last amendment made first, and that is Koretz Blumenfield motion.
Okay, go ahead. Read that into the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Koretz is proposing to strike able to show an inability from line 2 of section 49.99.2 and replacing with unable, adding the words or family to line 6 after household, adding the sentence to the end of that paragraph, however, the tenant and landlord may, prior to the expiration of the local emergency period or within 90 days of the first missed rent repayment, whichever comes first, mutually agree to a plan for repayment of unpaid rent selected from options promulgated by the Housing and Community Investment Department for that purpose. He would also like to strike from section B, if the tenant or any member of the household is ill, in isolation, or under quarantine due to COVID-19. He would like to add section C, no owner shall exercise an eviction during the local emergency period based on the presence of unauthorized occupants, pets, or nuisances related to COVID-19. Add section D, no owner shall charge interest or late fees on rent not paid under the provisions of this ordinance. Add section E, no owner shall serve notices pursuant to CCP section 11612, filing or prosecuting unlawful detainer actions or otherwise seeking to evict or constructively evict a tenant for the duration of the local emergency period. And add section F, owners shall give written notice of the protections provided by this ordinance within 30 days of its effective date. Failure to do so may result in penalties.
Item is now before us, members. Let's prepare to vote. I'm sorry, there's Mr. Michelson. Did you want to add anything to that?
I do, thank you. Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. Good evening. As to E as in Edward, I would add the following, comment. 1161.2 in the California Civil Procedure Code deals with a failure to pay rent. So this section E, with all due respect, I think only works if Councilmember Bonin's number 2 is ultimately successful. And Mr. Bonin's number 2 strips from the ordinance all of the COVID-19 related reasons why someone would not be paying rent and simply would have anyone having the ability simply not to pay rent for no reason or any reason. So I know that's a little complicated, but again, E as in Edward only works if Mr. Bonin's change in his suggested number 2 ultimately were to prevail, if that makes sense. So maybe you can hold on E and see what happens.
Okay.
Would be my suggestion.
Right. So hold on E, see what happens to 2.
If Mr. Kretz is willing to do that, yes, I think that would be good.
Mr. Koretz, are you there, sir?
Yes, my understanding is that E actually is Mr. Bonin's motion. It's just another way to say it, which is basically no evictions for any purpose. I would separate that out. I think that's more controversial. I think the rest of my changes are
Okay, very well.
Thank you, yeah.
So
pretty
E is out.
acceptable
all
there.
right, so let's be prepared to vote
E is
without E. E is out, correct. Okay.
now.
Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bebenstein.
Bonin,
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino,
No, this is.
Buscaino, aye.
I don't know what it is.
Cedillo,
City, aye.
Harris Dawson,
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer,
Yes.
Koretz,
Yes.
Krikorian recused, Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price recused, Rodriguez,
I,
Rue,
Yes.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
okay.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, that amendment passes. Let's move on to the second amendment. This is the amendment by Mr. Bonin and Mr. Rue.
Yes, the next amendment, Bonin Rue, is to direct the city attorney to revise the ordinance to make the appropriate findings that the scope of the economic trauma being experienced throughout the city and the region, and that adherence to emergency directives to stay home given by Mayor Garcetti and Governor Newsom is sufficient to determine that any and all renters are experiencing economic hardship and uncertainty, and adjust the language of 49.99.2 accordingly. Number 2, broaden the scope of applicability to all tenants, not just those unable to pay rent, by striking the words "for non-payment of rent" and other references to qualified criteria from section 49.99.2 of the draft ordinance. Number 3, add a provision to the ordinance to prevent the serving of notices of eviction or prosecuting unlawful detainer or seek to eviction. Number 4, add a provision to the ordinance to prohibit all late fees.
This is Dave Michelson with City Attorney's Office, if I might. Number 4 has already been taken care of by Councilmember Koretz's successful amendment. That leaves
Happy to withdraw that part of it then.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonin. The 1, 2, and 3 are related, and if I might, Councilmember Bonin, let's see if I get this right. In order to effectuate Councilmember Bonin's 1, 2, and 3, in particular 2, I believe that would require the following. If you take a look at section 49.99.2, prohibition on residential evictions, and if you put a period in the second line after the word rent, and if you circle that, starting with the word due, all the way down to, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines, 7.5 lines, and circle all the way down to emergency measures. So I think Mr. Bonin is looking to delete that these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 lines. So what you'd be left with is no owner shall evict a residential tenant for non-payment of rent during the local emergency period if the tenant is unable to pay rent, full stop, period. And then it would pick up, tenant shall have up to blank months following the expiration. So if I've got that right, let me also just add this. I believe that if I'm correct, and I'm not looking to pass judgment one way or another, that's not our role in the city attorney's office, but to be clear, that would then give, if that was successful, any tenant in the city of Los Angeles the legal ability simply not to pay rent during the period of the declaration of emergency, whether that's a few more weeks or a few more months, and X number of months thereafter, which is going to be a minimum of 6 months, sounds like it may be 12 months. Because there'll be no other justification needed to be added by the tenant, simply don't pay rent. So I just want everyone to understand, I think that's the legal significance if that change were to be made. The last thing from me, to belabor the point just one more time, as we've indicated, the governor's order only goes so far. It's the governor who has the power to suspend state law when it comes to things such as eviction. So I just put that out there for everyone to kind of keep that in mind. Mr. Bonin, did I get that right in terms of the
question
deletion?
on that one, because there were, that gets to my point, my motion, but not to my point second about striking the inability to pay rent. It was meant to be a a blanket eviction moratorium.
Understood. So I think you would agree with me by deleting the big circle that I mentioned that accomplishes your goal?
No, because you said no owner shall evict a residential tenant for non-payment of rent. It should be no owner shall evict a residential tenant.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Even more so. Got it.
And as the governor said today, I quote, "It does not preempt any ordinances that go deeper or farther, but is an overlay for the entire state of California." That was his comment on his order today.
So again, then for the period of the declaration of emergency and what maybe 12 months thereafter, no eviction can take place apparently for anything, including failure to pay rent. Would that also mean if you're violating the law, you've got a drug operation inside your unit, you cannot be evicted? I'm just tossing out examples because now's the time to, I guess, talk about that because we're trying to get down to brass tacks.
As drafted, that would do that. I would be open to something that addressed that issue about criminal behavior.
And with all due respect, this gets then to the dilemma I talked about a few hours ago. Trying to get that accomplished at this late hour is of course, very difficult, but we're here in the spirit of trying to do whatever we can. But so anyway, I've laid out, I think from our office's perspective, what I think is on the table, and I think everyone probably understands. If not, maybe, Madam President, folks could ask to make sure everyone's very clear as to what this is as an amendment.
All right, I have members on the queue. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify from what Dave Michelson said, what the city attorney said. You know, I wouldn't characterize as this the Bonin amendment seconded by me does not mean you do not have to pay rent. Rather, it should be that it says that you can't get evicted for not paying rent. We still encourage individuals who can pay rent or even a partial rent to pay rent, because when this pandemic is over, you're still going to be responsible for paying the back rent. So this does not mean say, don't pay rent, just don't pay rent at all. That's not what this motion is saying, what this amendment is saying. It's saying if for whatever broad reason related to coronavirus pandemic, if you can't pay rent, you won't get evicted. And maybe as a clarification, or I don't know if Councilmember Bonin would be agreeable to this, to deal with the concerns that the city attorney said. What if we say just cause evictions are still allowed minus, and help me wordsmith this better, city attorney, but minus anything related with coronavirus? It means to the fullest extent. So if because of the mayor's orders, your restaurant got closed and you no longer could do your waiter or waitress job, and that even is included as the larger picture of being protected from eviction. So the other just cause evictions of, like you said, creating the drug sales from your house, or I don't know, you burn down your house, burn down the apartment. I mean, the various clauses that are already there for just cause evictions still apply. But I would ask for more clarification from Councilmember Bonin, see if he's agreeable to that, as well as the city attorney.
Well, that sounds like it would still allow someone, it would be a just cause eviction if someone had a dog or their kids were being too noisy, if that was a violation of the lease agreement. So that would be problematic.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be open to, I want to make it as broad as possible while still having some clauses.
I would suggest passing a clean eviction moratorium. We could do it for 30 days and you can come back and you can fine tune it in the meantime without causing anybody to be evicted in the interim.
I'm still fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Harris-Dawson?
Yes, in the spirit of cooperation with Councilmember Bonin, I'm prepared to offer an amendment that we exclude from this tenants who are arrested, who have a felony arrest for activities taking place on the premises.
I'll accept that.
There you go.
Okay, Mr. Michelson?
Well, it is Dave Michelson. I guess this is the dilemma when trying to do these things on the fly, and I appreciate everyone's working hard. There's a host of things under California law and in individual residential leases it would be almost impossible to try to capture it here and now. So I'm at a loss as to, frankly, to what to advise you, other than to be clear, even if we were successful at doing that, ultimately what's left behind is for more than 12 months, folks will not be able to be evicted, period. Well, no, evicted for failing to pay rent, excuse me, for failing to pay rent. So I'm just not sure how many folks are still going to be paying rent to their landlords throughout the city during that entire period of time. Even if we could come up with a host and a list of other things as to why you could still evict, and I think that is a challenge at this hour of the night to try to pull that off.
I think you started arguing the point, Mr. Attorney.
Oh, hey, Jacob.
Jacob, can you help us?
Maybe Jacob can help us. Go ahead, Mr.
Jacob says vote yes on Dada's motion.
Did you want to reply to Mr. Harris Dawson or Mr. Bonin?
I accept Mr. Harris Dawson's motion.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Never mind.
Okay. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I think I might have the clearest language on how to do this on my item E. So rather than just ignoring it, I might as well read it and see if Mr. Bonin will accept this instead. No owner shall serve notices pursuant to CCP section 1161 parentheses 2, filing or prosecuting unlawful detainer actions or otherwise seek to evict or constructively evict a tenant for the duration of the local emergency period.
That is the third part of my motion.
So this is Dave Michelson with City Attorney. If that's the will of the body, then I believe in order to avoid any conflict, because otherwise it's a pretty significant conflict and inconsistency, what I mentioned before that was circled, all the COVID-related rationale has to be stripped out as well, because they don't work together. They don't work together otherwise.
That's possible. The other thing I would say is for the illegal part, rather than try to write it today, why don't we try to craft that during the period between now and our next council meeting and amend in the problematic tenants that are engaging in illegal activities. And that would not consist of things like bringing in your grandma into your place, which we've already called out in other places in this motion and this ordinance, but it would deal with drug dealing and prostitution and more heavy things that landlords sometimes complain about and have to evict their tenants for. So I'd say let's take a couple weeks to wordsmith that properly and send the general concept forward.
Are you suggesting we do the moratorium today, effective, as I suggested earlier, moratorium today, effective for 30 days, and then we have an opportunity in the interim to revisit the particular nuances that people are discussing and are seeking to address?
Right, the nuances relating to criminal activity.
Yes.
That would be perfect from my point of view.
Okay, Mr. Michelson, did you want to add anything to this before I move on to Mr. Lee?
So I think I've hopefully been able to be clear as to the implications of what this amendment would do, and I think Mr. Bonin says it's right. It ends up being a moratorium.
Are they closed during this time period?
Or evictions by the civil courts closed.
A moratorium, and so folks are not going to pay rent.
That's not accurate.
Well, I apologize. Can you maybe help us one more time, or help me?
You're characterizing how people will behave once the ordinance is passed, Mr. Michael.
I'm just indicating it's a possibility.
Well, there are a number of things which are a possibility. What we're talking about is what you have legally drafted, and what I think you should address is what it would legally do, not how people would behave as a result.
Well, that's what it would legally do. It would provide the
Yes.
ability for folks not to pay rent.
Yes, it
And
does
stop.
not mean that everybody is not going to pay rent.
Fair enough.
Okay. Let me go to Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Michelson, the ability to evict on certain things that are a part of it does that open us up to any sort of liability that we are now telling landlords that they cannot evict for any reason?
That is correct.
So it does open us up to liability.
Well, the city's opened up liability for a number of reasons. There's no probably way to avoid that. It's just the degree of liability is, I think, what we're talking about.
Okay, thanks.
I guess that's the question I would have.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I completely understand what we're trying to do here. I'm worried about getting ahead of ourselves legally, but from a practical perspective, the civil courts are closed now, correct? For 2 months? So don't we in effect have this already?
Yeah, the answer is yes, plus I think the governor's order has laid that down as well today.
Right, but so I'm saying, rather than get us into this legal morass about this and trying to be so broad during this very short time period, we have Mr. Koretz put out a lot of really good reasons why we would want to prevent eviction. But I feel like with the courts being closed, we effectively have a moratorium on evictions by, de facto. So why get us in the, so I guess I'm going to vote no on this because we don't need, there's a whole legal morass that could cause us all sorts of problems when the actual effect is already there. That's it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I mean, Bob, I'm with you. I think, right now what we've heard, even from the moment we adopted the recommendation to come back with a 6-month, people were representing that as, hey, you don't have to pay your rent. My concerns are the people that are able to pay their rent right now. And, technically the all-encompassing language of saying that everything is COVID-19 related, technically it might be, but even people that are on my staff would technically be eligible to say, well, I'm affected and I don't have to pay. And it then puts those landlords in arrears potentially with their lender, depending on what the circumstances are with who their mortgage holder is on that property. So I think it's concerning to leave it so broad for depending upon where we go with whether it's 6 or 12 months. I think we just lend ourselves to the potential of, again, I'm just trying to prepare everybody for the potential of the foreclosures that may come from this, because I've seen it happen before, and the potential, the consequences that may potentially come of this are one that will put those people on the street and then have wealth consolidation among the top. And I think I'm just going to blow that horn to warn everybody of what the potential is to come if we align these two pieces together. So, I think it's a concern that we can't ignore, and that there has to be some teeth to assuring that people who have the ability to pay their rent, they pay their rent, and that they continue to do so that they don't put folks into foreclosure situations that then, and this is coming from the context of, I know I have a lot of non-owner occupied rental units in my district. I know the same is true in Mr. Cedillo's district, but I know we all have it. So, unfortunately, if we're talking about 12 months, that's not something that I can support at this time, to have it such a broad spread such a broad spread of basically Mr. Bonin's motion or amendment.
Dave Michelson,
Mr.
quick correction, if I might, to something I said a minute ago. I think I responded to Councilmember Lee incorrectly. I think he was referring to California Civil Procedure 1161, subparagraph 2, and that provision in state law only speaks to a default for non-payment of rent.
Mr. Koretz? Mr.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this, and I think people have made some good points.
Okay.
My compromise to enacting it now might be to put it on hold for a short period of time and see if what we pass today without it seems to solve the problem, or if we see people working around it and evicting people in categories that we haven't addressed. So I might be willing to wait 2 weeks or a month and see if things pop up that give us greater pause to do it. I think people have made a reasonable point that this might just be too encouraging.
Is that a motion, Paul?
Thank you.
Which is a concern as well. So I'm just saying I'm open to not supporting it and coming back and proposing it in a few weeks.
All right.
I don't know if that would be a substitute motion. I'm not going to do that, but I'm open to not having this go forward at this particular meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Bonin, to close so we can vote on this amendment.
Thank you. I'm looking for my fish hook to see if I can reel Mr. Koretz back here for a second. A couple quick points. One, I want to note that there's been a tendency in some of our conversations to assume the best intentions of anybody who's a landowner and to assume, for purposes of argument, the worst intentions of tenants. There's no universe in which people are just going to stop paying their rent. Some of them will be unable to, but people knowing how this is structured, they are going to have to repay it anyway. They're not going to be saying, well, I will just defer the payment. This proposal is not a rent forgiveness proposal. Perhaps a rent forgiveness proposal is something that should be discussed. That's not what this agenda item is. But this is not rent forgiveness, and I think we're clouding the issue by saying that. I also think it's important to note that while the courts may be closed, the practical impact of this is residents not knowing that they do not have an actual eviction moratorium in place. Some of them will be intimidated out by their landlords. Some of them will be negotiated out by their landlords, and some of them literally will be locked out by their landlords. And to Mr. Koretz's point, and the reason I hope you can come back home, is that 2 weeks is an enormous gamble. It's an enormous gamble on the lives in the shelter of a lot of people, particularly because in that 2 weeks, in fact, in just a couple of days, rent will come due for many people on April 1st. And the final thing I would say in closing is the best thing to do in a circumstance like this, in an emergency, is to do something simple. We can always revise this later. The simplest thing is to have a moratorium in effect so people do not wind up out on the street. Because doing anything other than simple is asking people to jump through hoops, to scale hurdles, and go through an administrative process. And that is something that really only feels like a moratorium to people inside of government. And that is not, in real world, going to be a moratorium for actual tenants who will otherwise wind up out on the streets, and then we'll be dealing with those consequences. Thank you.
Okay, members, just prepare to vote on Mr. Bonin's amendment. Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, big yes.
Buscaino.
Colleagues, this amendment is ripe for abuse. I say no.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Seven ayes, 6 noes. The amendment fails.
No, didn't.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
Wait, could I get a quick clarification? For an amendment, do you need 8 votes or is it just a majority?
8
You need
votes.
8, sir. Okay, what's the next amendment before us?
I think what Mr. Rue's asking is, if, I'm sorry to butt in, if it's a majority of those present or a majority of the council as a whole.
It's a majority of the council as a whole, not of the members present. It is a majority of the council as a whole, not a majority of the council that is present.
Okay, let's move on to the next amendment. Can you read that into the record?
Yes, Madam President. The next amendment is O'Farrell-Blumenfield, which will amend Section 49.99.1, definitions of Section A, commercial real property, to add, this does not include commercial properties leased by multinational companies, publicly traded companies, corporations that employ more than 500 employees, or other credit-worthy companies or entities such as banks, companies with the ability to pay a financial obligation.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Sorry, whose amendment was this one? And if you could rephrase that again, I'm sorry.
You didn't hear it?
Mitch O'Farrell's. I encourage an aye vote.
Madam Clerk, can you read that into the record again?
This is Amendment O'Farrell-Blumenfield, which is amending the definitions, Section 49.99.1 of A, commercial real property, to add, this does not include commercial properties leased by multinational companies, publicly traded companies, corporations that employ more than 500 employees, or other credit-worthy companies or entities, such as banks, companies with the ability to pay a financial obligation.
This is Dave Michelson. I apologize to jump in. That very last part, lawyers, when it comes to drafting legislation, prefer nothing to be vague or ambiguous. They need to be objective so folks can measure and know how to apply. It may be worthwhile to spend a minute or two to make sure that everyone is comfortable that that last phrase is something that actually is something that can be applied. Can the clerk just read that last phrase part for me? Thank you.
The last phrase is, or other credit-worthy companies or entities, such as banks, companies with the ability to pay a financial obligation.
And I'll just weigh in here. So a credit-worthy company, they are oftentimes a large corporation or a multinational. What I don't want to see is an Apple or even a Nike town that might be renting a commercial space somewhere saying, oh, I hear that there's a moratorium, so let's talk about how we can delay me paying my commercial property lease. So that's the definition of creditworthy. And that could also be banks that are leasing commercial space wherever. So that's the definition of creditworthy. Corporations or large businesses that can well afford to pay their debts.
And I guess this is Michelson, well afford to pay their debts. I'm just not sure how that's going to be and who is going to make that determination. I don't mean to be difficult. I'm just trying to make sure that what ultimately gets adopted does what you as a body expect it to do. And that just may be a challenge that may not be surmountable, just to be candid.
I can understand that. I mean, I'm happy to just leave the first two in place because I have a feeling largely covers that. Not being a financial expert myself, but I want to just make sure that the multinationals and corporations aren't off the hook.
I think that probably does cover by the first two, and that would avoid potential litigation over vagueness and ambiguity.
Let's go for that. I'm happy to strike that, whatever it is, literally, it's literally clause D. So we'll strike D because we can always revisit it once we do some deeper digging. Thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you, Councilmember.
So we're going to go ahead and agree to strike that. So, all right. So let's go ahead and vote.
Blumenfield.
Hold on for just a second. Mr. Koretz is on the queue. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I think that last one that we're striking is really just an explanation of the justification of why we're doing all those other things. I'm not sure it really adds a category. So I don't know if we feel that necessary. I think it's probably self-explanatory enough. And I do also want to point out that many of these companies are already trying to stiff their landlords. So I think it is a good idea to exclude them.
Prepare to vote? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Oh, yeah.
Buscaino.
I like that, Mike. Aye. Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, 0 noes. The amendment is adopted.
All right. Let's move on to the last amendment on this item.
Thank you. The final amendment is Wesson, Martinez, O'Farrell in section 49.99.2, prohibition on residential evictions, section A, line 7, change 6 months to 12 months.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this amendment. Open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Aye.
Weezer.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Lee, no.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Can you repeat your vote again?
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson. Mr. Wesson?
Wesson, aye.
Thank you. That's 12 ayes, 1 no. The amendment is adopted.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this item. As amended, Mr. Michelson.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I know it's getting late, but I would strongly recommend that we ask the clerk just to read the changes and where they appear in chronological order, just those changes, and then the vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this item after the clerk reads all the different amendments that have been voted on. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the first amendment is Councilmember Koretz in section 49.99.2, prohibition on residential evictions. We will be crossing out able to show an inability and replace it with unable in line 2. In line 6, after household, we will add or family. At the end of the paragraph, we will add, however, the tenant and landlord may, prior to the expiration of the local emergency period or within 90 days of the first missed rent payment, whichever comes first, mutually agree to a plan for repayment of unpaid rent selected from options promulgated by the Housing and Community Investment Department for that purpose. In section B, we will strike if the tenant or any member of the household is ill, in isolation, or under quarantine due to COVID-19. We will add section C, no owner shall exercise an eviction during the local emergency period based on the presence of unauthorized occupants, pets, or nuisances related to COVID-19. Add section D, no owner shall charge interest or late fees on rent not paid under the provisions of this ordinance. And add this new section E, owners shall give written notice of the protections provided by this ordinance within 30 days of its effective date.
Pause. There was no E.
Hold on for just a second. Point of clarification,
Hotel.
Mr. Michelson?
Yeah, I thought E was not part of the Kretz amendment package, but I could be wrong. Just
So we
asking.
removed the original E, and so now F will become E?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you're right.
Sorry, I apologize.
You're right. F
So
will become E.
F, the new E, which was F, owners shall give written notice of the protections provided by this ordinance within 30 days of its effective date. Failure to do so may result in penalties. Okay. So the next amendment failed. The next amendment is Councilmember O'Farrell Blumenfield. In the definitions section of 49.99.1A, commercial real property, we will now add to this last part. This does not include commercial real properties leased by multinational companies, publicly traded companies, corporations that employ more than 500 employees, period. And the final motion that amended this item is Wesson Martinez O'Farrell, section 49.99.2, prohibition on residential evictions. Section A, line 7 will now read 12 months instead of 6 months. So now we are voting on the item
Okay,
as
we're
amended.
voting- That is correct. We're going to vote on this item as amended. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Cedillo. Harris Dawson. Weezer.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian recused. Lee. Mr. Lee?
Yeah.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, that ordinance passes. Let's move on to our last item on our agenda. Oh, I apologize. We have item number 2, and then we have 2 specials on the agenda we got to take up. So let's go ahead and take up item number 2. Mr. Bonnet, you call the special, sir?
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I believe this will be the last item I'll be talking about, I hope, as I'm sure you do too. This item is 2 different ordinances have come forward to help protect workers who are being severely impacted by the economic trauma that is being inflicted upon Los Angeles and the world as a result of COVID-19. As you heard from some of the testimony earlier today, or maybe saw from some of the missives from some of the business associations, these 2 proposals have been controversial. Intended that the city overreaching and injecting itself into the business of business. There are 2 different perspectives people have on this. When you say that when people who have been laid off as a result of a pandemic should be hired back to their jobs when the job starts hiring again, some people think that's overreaching, and some people think, well, that's just common sense. And I believe we have gotten to a point where most people actually believe that is common sense. To those who think that it's a bit of an overreach, I would say that when there was a similar global economic catastrophe about 80 or 90 years ago, the idea of Social Security was something that people thought was an overreach, and it was necessitated by that moment. People thought that Medicare was an overreach, and it became necessitated by that moment. People thought that collective bargaining, or even a minimum wage, was an overreach, and they were necessitated by that moment. And I would argue that these items here today, the worker retention and the right to recall, are along the same veins. And it's up to us to sort of reach the moment that we are in today and take the next generation of action to help. In the interest of trying to move this along, because I know there has been some reservation from some, and I've heard some of the concern from some, I would propose to amend the ordinance to only apply to businesses of larger than 50 people. And that would make it consistent with the other ordinances that we have done and with prior actions. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond and Dave Michelson, is that both ordinances A and B, or just one of the two? Maybe we should take them one at a time, but whatever you prefer.
Sure. It would be for both of them. One of them has a qualification of the gross receipts threshold, and I think that the threshold of 50 is a more reasonable way to go. So it would apply to both.
Both, okay.
All right, let's go ahead and take some members that are on the queue. Mr. Koretz?
Yes, and my experience having talked to a number of business people is that some of the problems that they have with this ordinance are a lack of clarity for them. And so I'm going to ask if I could ask a few questions of Mr. Michelson and clear up some of their concerns. One of them is the wording leads them to believe that, let's say a restaurant restarts, the question is, do they have to retrain a busboy who's higher in seniority to become a waiter? Or can they hire back busboys to be busboys and waiters to be waiters and hosts and hostesses to be that? Or do they have to try to stick closer to the seniority and retrain people unnecessarily?
So thank you, Councilmember Koretz. Dave Michelson here. I'm going to focus, I think this is on the right of recall, which is the ordinance with the letter A as an apple. And if I draw your attention to 200.32, right of recall, about 3 lines down, it says a laid off worker is qualified, therefore must be brought back or offered the opportunity to come back, if the laid off worker held the same or similar position at the same site of employment at the time of the laid off worker's recent or most recent separation, or can be qualified for the position with the same training that would be provided to a new worker hired into that position. So as to that second part, and I think that drives to your question, even though the laid off worker is a busboy and you're looking to rehire many months later for a waitress, but you're going to let's say have to train the person you're going to hire to be a waitress, well, you could train the busboy too, so you're going to have to offer the opportunity at first to the originally laid off busboy. Does that make sense, sir?
No, you haven't clarified the question. So the question is, can you hire a busboy back as a busboy, or do you have to retrain the most senior person that has a similar job of waiter? Because I think that really isn't something we want to have happen. And if we can, at least I think that's an unnecessary and bureaucratic step and has a certain amount of lack of fairness. So if that would be the case, I think we want to narrow the wording.
Okay, I think I understand the concern. Let me state it and see, and you'll tell me whether I got it right or not. Because of the seniority issue on the rehire, are you saying that as to option 2, which is you got to bring the busboy back even though you're going to have to train to be a waitress, you don't have to do that if through seniority? Yeah, I'm still not following. I apologize.
So can you bring back in seniority by class?
Yes.
So can you bring back all the busboys you need and not have to train them as waiters? Can you bring back all the waiters you need and not have to retrain them as hosts and hostesses or busboys? Because they don't want to have to do a lot of unnecessary extra training when they have plenty of each category that are ready to come back.
No, I understand now. I apologize. I think the answer is yes. That was the intent, and I'm hoping it's relatively clear enough in the last sentence of that same paragraph where it says, employer shall offer the position to the laid-off worker with the greatest length of service with the employer at the employment site. Read into that would be the concept of if you've got enough waitresses, you're going to be focusing on that by seniority. But we may be able to enhance that if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, you may need to clarify that. Also, people have a misimpression that they might have to hire back a second assistant general manager that they don't need when what they really need are busboys and waiters. Now, I believe, again, that you'd be able to hire by category, and I believe also that management employees are not included in this ordinance. So I wonder if you could clarify both those things.
Yeah, they're not included. But in terms of the first question, if the company that's doing the rehiring only needs busboys, that's all they're obligated to hire into, or busboys. They don't have to bring back multiple general managers that they don't, or assistant managers that they don't need. Does that address your first concern?
That clarifies that,
okay.
And that would also cross into my first question.
Yeah, I think it does, but we'll try to make that, we'll see if in the next 30 minutes we can try to make that more crisp.
I think some people think that they are obligated to bring back all of their employees. So if they have a lower level of business and they only need a third of their employees, are they obligated to bring back any more than they actually need?
They are not obligated to bring back more than they actually need moving forward. Absolutely not. They're only obligated to bring back what they need at that moment in time.
So as their business grows back, they can bring back more as that happens.
That is absolutely correct, sir.
And in another direction, there are some hotels that rather than laying off their employees have just fired all their employees without cause, clearly in place of a layoff, not because of non-performance by any of them. So is this a good example why just cause is necessary to include? Although I think there's some questions about it legally. How do we address mass firings in place of layoffs? Or is that addressed yet in this ordinance?
So I think, this is Dave Michelson again, I think Councilmember Kretz, we're okay the way it's drafted because the only separated workers that the employer is not obligated to bring back are those who are separated for disciplinary reasons.
So if they're fired, is that in essence a layoff regardless of what they call it?
I think the answer to that question is yes. I'm going to check with some of my folks remotely, but I believe the answer to the question is yes. Again, the focus would be if they were let go for disciplinary reasons, they would not have to be brought back. But if the employer is going to call it a firing or a layoff, they've still been separated.
And I assume if they fired their entire staff, there would be a rebuttable presumption that they didn't fire them all for cause.
I think that's probably right. And in terms of rebuttable presumption, there's been some confusion about that as well. Maybe if you want to, well, I could deal with that now or we could deal with that later. It's up to you.
You could deal with that now.
Okay. In terms of rebuttable presumption, if an employer terminates an employee for disciplinary reasons, this law would not obligate that employer to bring back that employee down the line in the rehire provisions of this ordinance. If, however, the employer is doing rehiring and passes over one of their former employees who's been laid off, that laid off employee has the ability to challenge at that time the employer and say, wait a minute, you passed me over, I should be given an opportunity, I should be given a sort of right of first refusal to come back. And the presumption will be at that time that the employee was not laid off for disciplinary reasons. But the employee would have to pursue that, him or herself, by filing an action, which then in court, the employer would be able to show, no, I got rid of them for disciplinary reasons. Here's the proof of that. Here's the documents. So the rebuttable presumption, we don't think, is the high bar that some folks claim it is. It does not in any way, shape, or form prevent the employer now or have an impact to the employer now in terms of doing layoffs and separations. It at most would have an impact down the line during rehire. The presumption is on behalf of that employee that they were not terminated for discipline reasons. And if the employer said, well, I did terminate you for discipline reasons, that's why I'm not giving you an opportunity to come back, the employee can at that time challenge in court, and the court would have to deal with that.
And if I could ask you
Mr.
a
Koretz, I need to move on
question.
to another member. So can you ask your last question?
Yeah, I'll let me ask this last question, and then I'll ask the rest of my questions on the next round. One of the biggest objections of business owners is a widespread fear that they will be put out of business by lawsuits, somewhat as you've described, by laid off employees who weren't hired back quickly when they actually did it exactly right and hired them by seniority. So how can we prevent that from happening? They fear that it'll cost them 10 or 20 grand every time they get a lawsuit from an employee that wanted to be hired back sooner, but wasn't in the seniority queue appropriately. And so some of these companies that are likely to be right on the edge are concerned that employees that are not terminated by cause, but are just laid off and routinely appropriately hired back in order, will get sued and that'll put them out of business. What are the ways to avoid that? What are the ways to defend that? And are their fears warranted, because that would concern them?
Fair enough. Dave Michelson, I'll do my best to try to answer that as briefly as I can. Again, the issue of litigation potential arises on the back end when employers are starting to rehire. But that is probably the potential when it would occur. As long as the employer is rehiring in a process that's faithful to this ordinance, for instance, employing seniority, there's really shouldn't be any litigation. Now, someone a laid off worker, that's their prerogative. They can sue an employer, and the employer will have to defend themselves. There's unfortunately no way to sidestep that. What the council is trying to do here is an important public policy direction that unfortunately has that potential, however, down the line for an employer to have to defend themselves, even in the prospect of the employer employing this law correctly. An employee could be disgruntled and sue. But as long as the employer is following the law in terms of seniority, following the law of offering an opportunity to come back, unless there was a disciplinary reason why they let that particular employee to go, the employer should be able to prevail in court at that time. Ideally, there won't be a lot of litigation, but there's no way to rule out a disgruntled employee having the ability to challenge in court.
But I don't think we can deal with it today, but I'd ask you to think about whether there are any remedies to make that kind of litigation a little more difficult.
Yeah, we could continue to look at that after the fact.
Thank you much for answering all these questions.
You're very welcome. We'll continue to look at that after the fact. Absolutely, sir.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. Members, let me just say thank you. This has just been an extraordinary discussion we've had today on issues that impact our community in the most fundamental ways. And I think we're doing our best to represent not only our constituents, but citywide, residents citywide. And so I'm appreciative for all of our efforts, especially our efforts to make sure that we are protecting those who have little safety net or no safety net. And I think that's been very, very important. And we've demonstrated that over and over today. And over the past several weeks, we've provided food for seniors, for kids, for looking out for the homeless. I think it's been important. And earlier this week, we even provided diapers. I was with my colleague, Herb Wesson and Nuri Martinez providing diapers, 20,000 diapers. And so I think we're showing that we're doing what we need to do. I'm certainly supportive behind the spirit and the intent of this proposed ordinance to protect workers during this emergency. But I do have a concern for nonprofits, especially those who are involved in medical services during this crisis. And so, Madam President, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment on the right of recall ordinance. Specifically, I move to amend section 2200.31B to add, an employer does not include nonprofit institutions of higher learning that operate medical centers in the city of Los Angeles. That would be my my amendment, and I look forward to the discussion as it is passing.
Councilmember
Weston will second it.
Mr. Wesson seconds that. Mr. Michelson?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that phrase one more time for us? Thank you, Councilmember.
Sure. An employer does not include, this is to amend section 200.31B. An employer does not include nonprofit institutions of higher learning that operate medical centers in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
And I second that.
Seconded by Mr. Wesson. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Mr. Michelson, just real quickly, again, I just misunderstood the rebuttable presumption. So during this time, that currently I think is set at like 2 years. So if somebody is fired for whatever, any other reason, let's say they're fired for stealing, isn't under a rebuttable presumption mean that if they're let go at this time, it's assumed that they are let go over the COVID-19 and that they need to be part of that future recall?
No, I would try to address it this way, I guess. So if an employer fires or lays off an employee now, and 9 months from now the employer starts to rehire, hopefully sooner, obviously, and if the employer does not have to offer a reemployment opportunity for an employee that was let go for disciplinary reasons, such as stealing in your example. So there's no question this ordinance does not require an employer to bring back an employee who has been let go for disciplinary purposes. The rebuttal presumption comes into play that if that employee 9 months down the line wants to challenge and say, wait, I was not let go for disciplinary reasons, the employee could challenge the employer, and in court, the employer would have to rebut the presumption, and the employer would simply do that by, frankly, showing records from 9 months earlier that, yeah, we caught this person stealing, here's a police report, that's why we let him go, it was for discipline, we don't have to bring him back under the ordinance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, can't you do that without having a rebuttable presumption in there?
Probably could, but I think the goal was to provide some a level playing ground for an employee versus an employer. So the employer would have to step forward at that time and actually show documentation that the separation was because of disciplinary reason. And so the employer would have to take on the burden to do that. Presumably the employer's got the documents and the evidence to do that. That's why they let them go for disciplinary reasons a number of months ago.
Okay,
that was the goal.
I hope you have your pen ready because I have some amendments here.
I do.
I feel this is a very important time that we're making sure that we protect these businesses because working people won't have jobs to go back to if we don't make sure that we get this very correctly. So first one is section 200.32. This is the second sentence. Just this is a small little amendment. Just read that an employer shall offer in writing or in electronic mail to the last known address or electronic mail address of every laid off worker. Section 200.32, and this is A subsection 2, This talks about training if a position is not filled. Training is just not extremely well defined in this, so jobs are wide ranging. And so in order to get businesses up and running as quickly as possible, I think we need to allow businesses to run their business. So I propose that we strike section 200.32, section A, subsection 2, and section 200.32, section B, 10 days to wait for a laid off worker. I mean, that's problematic if you're hiring for one position, that person doesn't respond to you back in 10 days, and then the next person responds. You need that flexibility. So people are going to be looking for employment. I think if I was laid off, I know I'd be constantly calling my employer back. So can I propose that we have 48 hours for them to respond, and then you're allowed to move on. But later on, if someone realizes, oh, I missed an email, I missed the bell, I have 10 days to respond back to that employer to say, hey, I missed your email, and I would like to be put on top of the next tier in order of seniority. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. It's a policy call, Councilmember Lee, so we're happy to make those changes if that's the will of the body.
Okay. Let's see.
So those are your proposed amendments?
Yeah, well, no, I have a couple more. Sorry.
No, I know. I just want to make sure that you're jotting them down. Okay. Keep going.
Okay. Thank you. 200.33, section A, subsection 3, that we remove the words punitive damage. I mean, we already allow in this ordinance an employee the opportunity, if they are not recalled in the way stated in this ordinance, they can already sue for back pay, sue for damages. I think punitive damages, having that word in there just opens businesses up to several unnecessary lawsuits. And so I would ask that we strike punitive damages. And my last one is 200.35, ordinances, waiver of rights. Let's see. With parties' rights to bargain and contract. It's particularly problematic when the employee voluntarily separated their employment in exchange for severance or release. And also where an employer is responding maybe to an attorney demand letter and resolves the dispute prior to legislation. So if striking that waiver of rights, if the council is amenable to that being an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to your amendments?
Second.
Mr. Buscaino seconds his amendments. Let's move on to Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President and members. If you recall, when this pandemic hit our streets, the first set of businesses that really took a hit were our restaurants. Yes, sir. That was my son.
Is everything okay?
Over the past 24 hours, I've heard numerous statements and concerns and emails that our office received from restaurants, not only in my district, throughout the city. They're telling me that this ordinance before us doesn't make any sense for their business model, how they operate, and doesn't provide them with the flexibility they need from recovering from this crisis. And the least we can do, I feel, is to carve them out of this ordinance. Now, I'm concerned if we move forward that and we include the restaurants, that this could decimate all of them in our city. Just when LA was emerging as an international food destination, if they go out of business, there'll be no jobs for any of their employees. I heard from my restaurateurs in downtown San Pedro, in parts of South Los Angeles as well, in downtown LA. So I want to ensure that we carve out restaurants. So with that, my motion is for the council to amend Ordinance J-A, dated 3/26/20, to add a new section entitled Exemptions and add the following. The provisions of this article shall not apply to restaurants, and move the amended draft ordinance J through B dated 3/26/20 to add a new section entitled exemptions and add the following. The provisions of this article shall not apply to restaurants. And specifically also want to include restaurants that are in existing hotel sites.
Councilmember Dave Michelson, if I might make a suggestion. Councilmember Price is seeking to exclude employers, certain nonprofits, and he's suggesting to put that into the definition of employer, a little bit like we did on an earlier ordinance. If I might suggest, you could do the same thing and say employer does not include restaurants, just right there in the definition, just like Mr. Price has done. Would that work for you?
That will do.
Thank you.
Is there a second for Mr. Buscaino's
Second.
motion?
Second.
Who is that?
Second.
Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Buscaino, anything else so I can move on? Okay, I'm going to move on to Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to briefly cover a lot of the same territory that's been covered. And I'm not going to propose any amendments right now. I just want to kind of reiterate and undergird some of the things and concerns that have been mentioned so far. Our objective is to get people back to work as soon as we possibly can and remove all obstacles to make that happen, right? So we need to support employees. We need to make it as easy as possible for businesses to ramp back up as soon as we flatten the curve and you know, the full life back to normal, whatever that will be, is on the horizon. So I'm looking through the lens of what can we do that will have government assist at the same time we stay out. And so I really like a lot of the comments I've heard so far and where this is going. One, something I'm concerned about, I'm going to also mention Section 200.31. This ordinance creates a rebuttable presumption that any termination occurring on or after March 4th was due to a non-disciplinary action. We've already covered the territory, but I just want to throw in that this would mean that someone that was terminated for sexual harassment would be able to call an employer back in and in a court of law, have that employer explain and justify why that person was fired after assaulting someone. So I think that we need to deal with that very possible reality. As small of a universe as that may be, it's a thing. And it could really come back to be a problem. On the seniority issue, Mr. Koretz covered a lot of this territory, and as did Mr. Lee. I think that, let me just give you one example. One restaurateur out of dozens and dozens who have called me mentioned that they'll have to just, if this holds as is, they wouldn't be able to bring their chef back. That would be the 11th or 12th person hired back after staff that has more seniority. People come to that restaurant because of the chef. So I think we have to deal with classifications within a place of business. I think that's going to have to be dealt with for sure, so that these restaurants can ramp up by hiring the person that is the reason people come to the restaurant. And I know that this story is probably repeated across the whole city. So let's make it as easy as possible and fair for employees and businesses so that we can help the businesses thrive and therefore keep people employed. And then on Mr. Lee's section about the offer to coming back. So let's add, the threshold's way too limited if it's simply contact the last known address. We don't know how this pandemic is going to affect where people live and where they travel to, and where they may be waiting to be called back to work. So let's add email and phone and text and whatever way it makes it easier to contact the former or laid off employee to come back to work, and not just let it be as basic as last known address, because a lot of people could fall through the cracks, I'm afraid, with that one. And then I think that amendment was made in terms of the 10 days on which someone can reply back. I think 5 business days is very reasonable myself. So that's just something. And then lastly, the last section I have is 200.37. I think that we need to insert some sunsets like we have with the other provisions that we voted on today, and perhaps make it 6 months with extensions. This certainly will not be the last time this council meets. We'll do lots more of these, and we can extend all of this as needed based on the changing realities of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me say first, I'm glad that Mr. Bonin started this discussion by making reference to the monumental changes that legislators brought about in creating Medicare, Social Security, and other such programs, because make no mistake about it, this ordinance that we're about to vote on is pretty monumental. It's a monumental change in the employer-employee relationship that has that would fundamentally change every industry really in Los Angeles in the way that employers and employees relate to one another. And that many of the things in here are, I think, exceptionally important to do, particularly around the worker retention when businesses are transferred or acquired by, especially in the hotel context, when some of our empty hotels are bought up by successor hotels. A lot of these are very important protections for the workers. The difference is that Medicare and Social Security and other issues like that were not done on less than 24 hours notice. In reviewing a draft ordinance after almost 10 consecutive hours of council meeting, when we have had literally less than 1 day, and the public has had less than 1 day to review the terms that are in this ordinance. And I just think, members, that's wrong. One thing that is not, this ordinance contains lots of important protections. It is an important step forward in many ways. But one thing that it is not at all is an ordinance that protects workers in the COVID-19 crisis. Nothing in here prevents a single worker from being laid off from a job. Nothing in here guarantees that that worker will be provided with severance or anything else. What this ordinance does is arranges how the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis will take place. And so, in my view, it is therefore not the sort of thing that we should be doing on a crisis basis, because it's not related to the crisis. It's related to the recovery from the crisis. So there's nothing that we're going to be voting on today, including the many amendments that have already been proposed, that can't wait a month or 3 months, because workers are not going to be, who are laid off now. I don't think it's very realistic to expect that we're going to have widespread rehiring of those employees by these employers within the next few months. I hope that that's the case, but I don't think any person who's looking at the state of our economy right now believes that to be so. And yet we're moving forward on an expedited basis, doing things that might have all sorts of ramifications that none of us have considered. And I want to go to some of Mr. Koretz's questions, for example, which Mr. Michelson dutifully tried to answer. What happens in this circumstance? What happens in that circumstance? What gives rise to punitive damages? What doesn't? Mr. Michelson, your opinion about what's in this statute is not going to be admissible in a future court action, is it?
Well, ideally, clearly, the ordinance itself, in black and white, the words in the ordinance will reflect the intent without any ambiguity. Now, words that we say are part of the legislative history and are helpful to a court, but bottom line, the most important thing are the words on the paper. So I would agree with you that making sure the words on the paper are exactly what your body ultimately wants is important.
Yeah, but my point is not so much what we want. My point is, what does an employer and an employee interpret this language to mean a year from now, when there is an effort to start bringing employees back, and one person thinks that they're entitled to come back because of their seniority. The employer thinks not, because they calculate the seniority differently, or because they believe that they had good cause for termination, or for any number of other reasons. That's a question that's going to have to be litigated in a court. And that employer is going to be facing not only punitive damages, but also back pay and also attorney's fees, which means that if there's any ambiguity in what we do, that employer is just not going to be able to rehire people out of fear of being exposed to ruinous damages. So I don't think there's any question that having that face that kind of challenge with language that we are struggling to understand even as we debate it is going to significantly slow the economic recovery that we hope will, be expedited. I just don't understand why it's an urgent matter to do this when it isn't going to protect a single job this week or this month or next month. What we're doing is essentially in advance deciding how the recovery should happen. And we should have that discussion. We should figure that out. I think, the worker retention provisions make good sense for most industries. I haven't thought it through to know whether it should apply to everybody or not. But one thing I do know is that we don't need to make these decisions tonight. We don't need to make the decisions on any of the amendments tonight. We don't need to make decisions about the substance of this tonight, because the world will not be any different when it comes to the recall of employees a month from now. So I would suggest that as we debate this, as amendments are proposed, we ask our city attorney to go back and evaluate these amendments, write them properly instead of going into the back of council chambers and writing them on the back of a blank piece of paper with red ink and then reading it out by the clerk and having us all try to understand it. Can we take a week and figure this out? Can we propose amendments and perhaps have the Economic Development Committee consider them, or at least bring them back to the body after the city attorney has had a chance to draft them? There's absolutely no reason that we have to move forward on any of this tonight. So my motion would be to continue the debate and then hold the matter on the desk until the city attorney brings back an amended ordinance.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Cedillo?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So look, this is really a great day, because I could hardly agree more with Joe Buscaino, Mitch O'Farrell. I don't know what's happening. Him and I are thinking the same. And my dear colleague, Paul Krikorian. Let me suggest that there was really sage advice there. I know a lot of people in the audience don't know this, but I was a union leader and organizer with SEIU and then with the United Food and Commercial Workers. So I worked at this for about 15 years. I used to lead negotiations, and I had one rule, and the rule was negotiations stop at 7. And the reason I had that rule is because what happens after a good 7-8 hours of work is people get tired, they get a little flip, they get a little goofy, a little loopy. They're not at their best. And we try to implement that both in the legislature as well, because if it's important, then it should be done when we're at our peak. We have, as Mr. Krikorian, supremely stated, we have an opportunity to discuss this, but not after a 10-hour day. And so I concur both with that motion. I was going to add that this is obviously very, very important, but it's not that urgent. As Mr. Krikorian said, we're trying to talk about how people get their jobs back, hoping that there's the ramp up, hoping that we flatten out the hill there. And other than President Trump, I don't think anybody believes it's going to happen in the next 3 weeks. And so, as I've stated earlier, the Los Angeles economy is very complex. There's a lot of industries here. We need to understand the complexities of these industries. You know, we're talking about something that's going to impact the public sector. How is it going to impact collective bargaining agreements that exist in the public sector? How's it going to impact civil service rules? I mean, we're laying rules on top of rules. We're talking about the nonprofit sector. There's a motion there that sounds very sage, very thoughtful. But we have to think about how it impacts them, the philanthropy in this town. And then the private sector is very complex, a fabric woven of thousands and thousands of small businesses that employ thousands of people, anywhere from 2 employees to who knows. We're talking about light manufacturing. People are working right now manufacturing, the PPEs. And then we're talking about the private service economy. So it's a very complex matter for us to, at this hour and at this moment, to suggest that we're going to figure out how people return to work. I think that's the motion brought forth by Mr. Krikorian is very thoughtful, and I support it. I brought a motion here today, and I'm prepared to present it after and accept the vote up or down of my colleagues on a smaller piece of the economy that I think works, a very small piece that has a rich tradition in labor relations in this town, and a piece that I think is more manageable for us to address, and it gives us an opportunity to set a template. But frankly, I think the motion brought forth by Mr. Krikorian is very thoughtful, and I support it.
This is Dave Michelson with City Attorney. If I could just add quickly the following. You certainly will not hear an objection from the City Attorney's office to push this off for a period of time. If for no other reason, I need to go back to my office and make all these changes. But I will say this, whether it's tonight or whether it's a week from now or 3 weeks from now, we will need direction from this body on the majority of the issues that have already been brought up tonight on these 2 ordinances. For instance, whether your body wants to exclude businesses less than 50 employees in size, whether nonprofits, whether restaurants should be excluded. I mean, right down the line, these are not decisions that we'll be able to make for you. Now, we can tighten up some of the language. I think Mr. Kretz had some good examples of that, and we will start to work on that clearly. But ultimately, we'll need direction from you all. It doesn't have to be tonight, but know that that's going to have to come from the body, maybe with assistance from EWDD and CLA. But the last point from me, these 2 ordinances were drafted using as models existing city ordinances and also Santa Monica's ordinance, as was requested in the original motion. But again, we have in our office, a need to see this move forward tonight, but just know we'll need that direction before we can put pen to paper on a number of these items.
So, Mr. Cedillo, did you introduce anything or not?
That was introduced. It's 72 KK. And it has a modest amendment. I think that gives us an opportunity to address a small piece. It goes back to the very simple piece that I had put forth. I spent the last 2 days talking both to labor, affected unions, affected hospitality industry representatives, and then a large segment of our business community. And people felt comfortable that this might be one area where we could maybe outline how workers would return. It's an important part of our local economy, and it's one that has a rich history in terms of setting language, a rich history of trade-offs that sets language for workers returning, and it affects just this industry in particular, but sets a template for us then to examine as we go forward and see what's applicable to other industries, smaller employers, big employers, who should be exempted, et cetera, et cetera. It's a motion that, as I said, it's 72 KK.
So Councilmember Cedillo, Dave Michelson, you are correct that the two ordinances that are before you, JA and JB, are responsive to all three motions, 72J, 72DD, and 72KK. And the motions as drafted already do encompass KK and DD. They cover all the industries and employees and employers that you mentioned, I believe.
Right, that's the problem.
Okay.
Sir, with all due respect, that's the problem because it is it's an overreach, it's too broad, it's not something. We need an economist sitting in front of us talking about the nature of Los Angeles economy in this most critical moment.
Agreed.
What's going to open, what's not going to open, what's going to be needed. We're talking about a new deal here in terms of support from the feds. I mean, this is not a modest problem for us to resolve Friday night at 8 o'clock after 10 hours of work. I just don't think that we have the capacity, with all due respect.
Mr. Cedillo, I just need to be clear. Are you introducing a motion, an amendment to this?
If you want to take my motion as the amendment, I'm happy to do that.
No, I'm just asking if you are. Are you making an amendment to this ordinance?
I can offer my amendment. Yes, I can offer my amendment that would greatly restrict everything that's in front of us. I'm happy to do that.
That's your amendment?
I can. I can read it to you.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Okay, there is.
Let me read it to you. This applies to 72KK, which was only a very simple ordinance that had 4 points to it. But the main focus is that that relative to providing the right to recall and job retention protections to workers laid off during the coronavirus disease 2019, right? Let it be amended.
Mr. Cedillo, I just need to be clear that you're making an amendment to what's before us.
Yes, I will make an amendment as a substitute motion. The answer is yes.
So I think, Dave Michelson here, I think what the council member might be suggesting, and I apologize if I get it wrong, with respect to KK, his focus was on hospitality workers and hospitality workers only. So I think your suggestion may be to significantly scale back the reach of these ordinances so they would only cover hospitality workers. Is that right, sir?
That is correct, yes.
Yes. Second.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Ms. Rodriguez?
But no.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Cedillo, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of our ability to distill everything that's been discussed after, especially something so critical relating to how we come out of this economy. Mr. Krikorian, I think your points are also very well taken in this conversation. And I think there's really a lot for us to have distilled and kind of think about what the implications are of the decisions that we're taking. We've done a lot in terms of addressing the immediate needs and concerns of Angelenos in the city of Los Angeles with respect to preservation of, sick leave, not being evicted. I think those are some of the eminent concerns that are before us right now that we have to address in an urgent manner. And I think we've done that this evening. But as we talk about recovery efforts, there's just quite a bit that's still in motion, and it requires us to have very thoughtful conversations. So when we're having conversations about COVID-19 related motions as part of this emergency package that we've brought forward, I look at, for example, section 200.37, which talks about the expiration of the ordinance, but the commencement of the ordinance is proposed with a date that actually precedes the emergency declaration of COVID-19. There's circumstances that are still not all ironed out. I think it requires us to have more thoughtful conversations. A 2-year application of this, I'd like to think I'm a little bit more optimistic to think that COVID-19 will cede long before 2 years. But when we're talking about making decisions based on a COVID-19 application, this far exceeds that. as it's currently presented. So I think there's a number of amendments being proposed. I think it requires us to do our due diligence and really reflect more thoughtfully about all of the variety of amendments. I think there are some really great things to consider. I just don't know that doing so at this point makes sense, given that we are reflecting on providing immediate relief to families that they need to do, having these conversations very thoughtfully and very passionately as it relates to businesses. And I think for right now, if we can hold this conversation and allow the city attorney and just the CLA to come back with some of these different amendments and what the implications would be of those decisions, I think it would be worthwhile for us to put pause on this for this time and come back to this conversation at a later date.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Corretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I still have a few more clarifying questions.
Shoot 'em.
One is, first of all, back to the 10-day offer. I think appropriate compromise as
Colleagues, I can't hear Mr. Corretz. I'm sorry.
Am I muted or am I not muted? I'm still on, right?
You're on, you just can't hear.
Let's pause.
For the mic.
But one question I would ask that people have been concerned about is they think that when they make their initial group of offers and then they have another batch of jobs as they come back, that they have to re-offer those jobs to people who have already turned down the new positions once. So I wanted to be clear that people only have to be offered a job once for rehiring, and once they said no, that's fulfilled their responsibilities here. So Mr. Michelson, if you could answer that question. You still there?
Yeah, I am still here. I'm just I'm trying to absorb the question to try to do it justice. I'm wondering if the will of the body tonight is to not actually act on these, if that's the kind of question we can maybe look at with EWDD, CLA, CAO, and all these other questions and come back with some recommendations. Would that work for you?
That would be one. That's fine. That would be one clearly that we need to clarify. And I think Mr. Krikorian's motion is brilliant. There's no reason we should wait 3 months, but there's also no reason we need to rush this complicated issue. Another issue that was mentioned, and I think is just a lack of clarity, yes, whether a voluntary early retirement with a favorable payout deal, those negotiated before COVID-19 showed up, whether employers would be required to rehire someone after they've been given such a deal. One presumes not, but I think we would need to clarify that. The film industry is very concerned, although most of they have contracts that dictate how to handle layoffs and rehiring, but they're all a little different. It's not clear to me whether any agreement is covered already, whether collective bargaining agreements are covered already. So I think that's something we need to clarify. They well may not have anything to be concerned about. The same goes for the unionized portion of the hotel industry, where they already have arrangements. Does this affect that or not? Also, a few other points where we have motions before us both to exempt restaurants and possibly hotels, and then to make it exclusively restaurants or possibly hotels. I think if we pass both those motions, we'd actually cover nothing. So we have to take a longer look at whether we would do either of those things. I would point out that in practicality, although many businesses are concerned throughout the city that this will bankrupt them somehow, and we want to be 100% sure that we do no harm or the least possible harm. At the same time, Santa Monica has done this pre-COVID-19, and they've actually found it to be not problematic. Generally, I believe, designed to deal with the hospitality and restaurant industry. And I believe it's been non-controversial enough in its implementation that they've never set a sunset. And nobody is calling for a sunset because once it's done and it's done right, it actually is not that problematic. Also, there was a question about whether you could rehire chefs. Again, the example that I gave that we have to clarify, whether if you need a chef, you have to hire busboys first, or whether you can just hire the most senior person in each category and bring on your most senior couple chefs that in order and your most senior busboys and your most senior waiters, rather than having to train someone out of class. Let's see, I think those are all the things that I thought we needed to clarify. And I also agree with the concept of removing punitive damages unless someone can give me a good argument to the contrary. There may be a couple of bad actors, but I think the odds are that we'll cause greater problems by having hundreds of restaurants concerned about punitive damages than actually finding a situation where we have one or two where we need to implement them.
It's a policy call, Dave Michelson here, on most of this, including punitive damages. It appeared in the Santa Monica ordinance, and that's the council motion's direction was to model that, but obviously it can be removed.
Okay, Mr. Koretz, I'm going to move on to Mr. Bonin now. Mr. Bonin?
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to respond to a couple things. First of all, thank you both to Mr. Koretz and Mr. Michelson for making reference to Santa Monica, whereas Mr. Koretz noted this has been put in place since 9/11, which had a significant impact and probably a smaller one than COVID-19 is going to have, and it has worked well. I want to speak to the point of urgent need, because while it is true that it's probably unlikely there's going to be mass rehiring in the next couple of weeks. One, there is a potential that hotels could be sold within the next couple of weeks, at which point the worker retention thing would actually be important and applicable. The second thing is there are families around Los Angeles right now where the parents aren't sleeping at night. They're tossing and they're turning because they don't know, they have no sense of certainty for anything in their lives. They have been laid off from their job. They don't have an income. Their kids aren't going to school. Everything has been turned upside down. And they are looking to us and they are wondering, is there any certainty ahead? Is there any chance at least that I know that one day when things start to recover, I can go back to work? And I would argue that does add a sense of urgency to our deliberations. I made earlier and on the sunset clause, I just want to make a note on that issue as well. While I understand the rationale behind it, I also want to note that we're in an era where every day, it seems, we're reacting in defense of people who are having hard-earned rights or protections stripped away. The transgender community has had its rights stripped away. Reproductive rights have been stripped away. Environmental protections have been stripped away. Worker rights, collective bargaining, all have been stripped away. And we always object when that happens. And I want us to be very careful about a sunset clause because that would actually then put us in the position of potentially or stripping away rights that people have had, that they have enjoyed for a couple of years. And with all the onslaughts that the people of low income are facing right now, the workers are facing right now, I don't know that we need to give them another battle to have to fight if we can resolve this one for them today. So in addition to the small business amendment that I made earlier about less than 50, given that there is an urgent concern right now, and particularly for the hospitality workers and that the hotel could be sold, I would suggest that perhaps we can limit the consideration of this in the immediate term and seek a broader application later. Limit in the immediate term to hotels, hospitalities, and janitorial.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Krikorian. Sir, are you there? Mr. Krikorian?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was looking for the unmute and simultaneously trying to look at the language that Mr. Bonin was referencing. So I do share the concern about imminent sale of hotels, and I think that is, I believe, probably the most urgent issue that we have before us. I think that was what Mr. Cedillo's amendment was trying to address. What I don't know, maybe Mr. Michelson can answer this, since both of these proposed ordinances right now in their form before us are already retroactive to actions that took place as of March 4th, is there any reason that we couldn't, a week from now, vote on a worker retention ordinance dealing with hotels, for example, and have that also be retroactive in the same way that what is before us today appears to be retroactive?
Thank you, Councilmember Krikorian. Another good question. So I'm looking now at Draft Ordinance 72J, as in boy, that's the change in control. And if we all take a look at 200.42, business worker retention, under A as in apple, business employer's responsibility, says the incumbent business employer shall, within 15 days after execution of a transfer document, provide to the successor business employer the name, address, date of hire. So that's really the kickoff event. And the transfer document is defined as a purchase agreement or other documents that create a binding arrangement that affects the sale, for instance, the change in control. So to stitch that all together, if a hotel here in the city were to enter into a purchase agreement, say next week, 15 days thereafter, this ordinance would have the incumbent business employer, that's the selling hotel, start to take action. So there is, I think, well put, a little more urgency on this one, and therefore it doesn't really have the same retroactivity look that some of the other ordinances have. But it does give you a little bit of time, I think, as a body, if you're not prepared to actually act on it tonight, but it does have greater urgency, I would agree.
All right, well, based on that, members, I'd go ahead and move to table this matter and ask that we take it up with the amendments that are proposed at our next council meeting.
Second.
Hold on.
Could I also say, I was going to second Bonin's motion from earlier, so I'd like to second that motion.
No, we got a motion on the table.
Hold on for just a second, members.
Aye.
Okay, members, let's go ahead and recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Councilmember Blumenfield. Bonin.
I'm unmuting.
We're calling the roll. We're back in session, so we're calling the roll. One more
Bonin
time,
is here.
Madam Clerk, can you please start again? Mr. Blumenfield?
Blumenfield is here.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin.
Bonin is here.
Buscaino.
Buscaino's here.
Cedillo.
Cedillo here.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson is here.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
Brett's here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
Lee.
Lee is here.
Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Here.
15 members and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you, members. Members, I'd like to turn all the amendments that were discussed under item 2 today into report backs from the city attorney, the CLA, the CAO, and EWDD with an additional amendment that I'd like to read into the record. I'd like to instruct the CLA, the city attorney, to develop a permanent retention ordinance for hospitality, tourism, and janitorial workers. The CLA is authorized to retain the assistance of a consultant and shall report back in 30 days with a status report on the process and a time frame to bring this ordinance to council.
Second.
Members, I will do this without objection, and we will re-agendize this item for a future meeting, okay?
No
Let's move
objection here.
Let's move on to special 1. Are we prepared to vote on special 1? Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Special one. What is special one?
Remind us
I'm
what
going to
it
read
is.
it into the record.
I am.
Go ahead. Remind everyone what special 1 is, please, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Madam President. Special 1 is the establishment of a fund to create, or a fund to accept and then distribute the governor's funds for homeless housing for the COVID crisis.
He asked about it in our
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Mr. Koretz.
I woke up, I came downstairs, now I want to go back upstairs and go to sleep.
Mr. Koretz. The vote on special 1.
Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I thought I already voted yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
All right, let's move on to special 2. Let's go to the city attorney. Can we go ahead and...
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I will read out the motion as it was submitted to me by its maker, Mr. Price. The coronavirus COVID-19 crisis is severely impacting the economy and the workforce of the City of Los Angeles. On March 18, 2020, the City of Los Angeles Economic and Workforce Development Department, EWDD, applied to the California Employment Development Department for Governor's discretionary 25% emergency additional assistance grant funds, also called dislocated workers funds, to provide layoff aversion and workforce development services to dislocated employees impacted by COVID-19. On March 20, 2020, EWDD was notified it was awarded $2 million. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act authorizes the governor to set aside up to 25% of the state's dislocated workers funds to support California's rapid response system and provide additional assistance grants. The additional assistance, or AA funds, are available exclusively to local workforce development areas that experience sudden and large increases of unemployment due to natural disasters, mass layoffs, and other events. These funds are intended to provide direct services to dislocated workers when local resources are inadequate to meet the demand for increased career and training services. EWDD and approval of the Workforce Development Board would be able to distribute funds among the city's 16 work source centers and provide supportive services to at least 400 individuals. Given the massive impact of COVID-19 is having on the city's workforce, it is imperative the City Council provide the authority to EWDD to accept the funds while the city is still able to do so and disperse among the city's 16 workforce centers. I therefore move that the City Council determine, as provided in Section 54954.2b2 of the Government Code and pursuant to Rule 23 of the Rules of the City Council, that there's a need to take immediate action on this matter and that the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's council meeting. I further move that the City Council, subject to approval of the mayor, do the following. First, authorize the General Manager, Economic and Workforce Development Department, or designee to accept up to $2 million in additional assistance dislocated worker grant funds from the California Employment Development Department to provide layoff aversion and workforce development services to individuals impacted by the corona pandemic in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. And second, authorize EWDD to allocate the funds as follows. A, workforce development services to be provided by the city's 16 workforce centers to serve 400 individuals in the amount of $1,350,000. B, layoff aversion services to be provided by the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation in the amount of $450,000. And C, departmental administrative overhead in the amount of $200,000. Third, authorize EWDD to enter into agreements with the city's 16 work-source centers and LAEDC for a 6-month period from April 1, 2020 through October 1, 2020 to provide supportive services to a minimum of 400 dislocated or distressed workers subject to review and approval of the city attorney as to form and legality. Fourth, authorize EWDD and WDB/LEO to seek any additional resources to support dislocated workers and report back to council in 90 days. Fifth, authorize the controller to A, establish a receivable from the state of California within the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Fund number 57W for $2 million. B, establish a new account and appropriate within the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Fund number 57W as follows. Account number 22S122, entitled Economic and Workforce Development, amount $127,867. Account 22S299, titled Reimbursement of General Fund Costs, in the amount of $72,133. Account 22SXXX, titled WIOA DW Additional Asset Keeping LA at Work Initiative, in the amount of $1,800,000. So the total of those account funds are $2 million. C, increase appropriations within Fund 100/22 as follows. Account number 001010, title Salaries General, in the amount of $112,867. Account 006020, title Office and Administrative, $3,000. Account 006030, titled Leasing, amount $12,000, for total in those accounts of $127,867. And finally, sixth, authorize the general manager of EWDD or the designee to prepare controller instructions for any necessary technical adjustments, subject to the approval of the city administrative officer, and instruct the controller to implement the instructions. That's it, Madam President.
Second.
Okay, that has been seconded by Mr. Krikorian. We're going to go ahead and vote on the findings before we open it up to public comment. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll? We're voting only on the findings, okay? Go ahead.
Blumenfield.
Aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Huizar.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue. Councilmember Rue.
Yes, yes.
Wesson. Councilmember Wesson.
Yes, Weston, aye.
15 ayes.
Okay, members, we're going to open it up to public comment. Caller. Speaker, are you there? This is you're speaking on special 2.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, you're speaking on special 2. Please
Yes.
provide your name.
This is Raul Duke from District 13. You had the chance tonight to deliver justice and relief, and you chose not to. The only chance we have left is to take it for ourselves, and all 8 of you who voted against or
So,
cowardly
Madam
recused
President,
yourselves,
the
you
speaker
will
is not
pay when the
speaking
time
to
comes.
special 2.
You're not
Please
speaking
get
on
on
special
topic
2.
immediately. Sounds like the speaker is not there anymore.
Hello?
Hello, you're speaking on special 2.
Hello? Hello?
The speaker needs to turn down the mic on his devices. He's getting feedback.
Hello?
Yes, can you turn off your speaker on your devices? We're getting feedback. We can't hear you. You're speaking on special 2.
Yeah, I take it already out. Hello?
Yes, the item before us is special 2. That's what you're speaking on for 1 minute.
I need a translation, please.
You need a translator? Sure. Give us just a second for...
Preséntese.
Okay, go ahead.
Adelante.
Sí, mi nombre es Héctor Reyes. Trabajo para Chateau Marmont.
I work for Shadow Mahon.
Lamentablemente perdí mi trabajo.
I lost my
Lamentablemente,
job.
ahorita estoy pidiendo que esta ley pase para que yo pueda recuperar mi trabajo para atrás.
And I'm asking you to approve this law so that I can get my job back.
Señor,
Y pagar lo que es mi renta.
señor, estamos hablando sobre otro tema.
Ahorita, pues sí, señor, te quiero sobre el item número 2.
I would like to talk
Para
about the
que
number
pueda
2.
pasar.
Sí, ese item se continuó para otra junta.
Ok, bueno, solamente entonces quiero dar, el consejo de que pues muchas gracias por todo lo que están haciendo.
I would like to thank the city council members for all the things that you guys are doing.
Espero y se pueda arreglar la situación con todo esto que está pasando.
Hopefully you guys can fix all this with all that this is happening.
Y es todo.
Gracias.
And that's all. Gracias, señor.
The next speaker, are you there? Okay, next speaker, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. You're speaking on special 2?
Yes. Yes.
My name is Victoria Kraus. I live in Council District 4 and am a resident of Los Feliz.
Okay, you're speaking on special 2. That's the item before us now?
Yes. I understand the importance of City Council deliberating, crossing T's and dotting I's, but while you deliberate and receive your guaranteed paychecks, our taxpayer dollars, workers are not working, losing hours and losing income. You do need to make decisions tonight. As our leaders, I expect you to consider and prioritize the needs of the working class right now. How dare you, Council members Krikorian and Cedillo, propose to push this off for another 2 weeks? You all have the luxury of time and money. Us workers don't.
Let's get back on topic.
That item's been continued. We're on special 2, ma'am. It's a different item.
I thought this was regarding the workers.
No, we're now on item which is considered special 2. That's what you called in to speak on?
You didn't give us a chance to speak on item number 2.
No, that item's been continued. So now we're on special 2. Thank you, ma'am.
I see.
Okay, this is the last speaker on special 2. Speaker, are you there?
Yes, I am here. My name is Daniel Kerrigan. I am in Councilman O'Farrell's district. Regarding issue 2, all of these issues are interconnected, and your failure to realize the difficulty that people are going through right now is going to do LA's part to create another housing crisis. It doesn't matter if we're having an eviction.
I think we're off topic, Mr. Speaker.
Has money right now. You need to go as hard as you can to the state level and get them to negotiate the mortgage moratorium that needs to come with a rent moratorium.
Madam President.
Sir, you need to speak to special 2, which is what which is what's before us right now.
I don't care what special 2 is.
Okay, so I think it's time to cut off the speaker.
All right, that concludes public comment for special 2. Let's go ahead and vote on special 2. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Oh my God, it was perfect timing. Guys, listen, I'm on. Quiet.
Is everything okay, Mr. Buscaino?
Yes. With my kids, sorry.
No childcare tonight, I understand.
On
let's
special
prepare
2.
to vote, members, on special 2. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye, a frustrated aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Yeah.
Aye.
O'Farrell. Mr. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
15 ayes. Special 2 passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, what's before us now?
Madam President, Council has motions for posting and referral. Motions will be posted on the City Clerk's website after the meeting for the public's viewing.
Madam Clerk, I think I have a special 3.
No,
I
you
apologize
have to make
to
a verbal
colleagues.
amendment. Hold on, before you is Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you,
Mr. Rue, you have to press
Madam-
your button in order to be called, sir. Mr. Krikorian, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I have, given the unusual circumstances of our meetings now, I have a number of motions that I'd like to introduce for future consideration on the next council agenda. And I'd like to do that by making oral motions, if I may.
No, go ahead.
Okay. First, I move that the council instruct the Economic and Workforce Development Department to implement a 6-month forbearance period for all outstanding city loans to small businesses, including the city's Section 108 loan program, expanded COVID-19 emergency microloan program, and small business loan program.
Is there
And
a
I'd ask
second?
for a second.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Lee seconds. By the way, members, we're not voting on any of these motions. Mr. Krikorian, is that correct? You're just introducing
That's right.
them today.
That's right.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next, I'd move that the council instruct the Department of Building and Safety to relax quality of life and vegetation-related code enforcement activities other than fire prevention brush clearance requirements.
And a second?
Is there a second for Mr. Krikorian's second motion?
Yeah, I'll second
I'll
that.
second it for you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Next, I move that the council request that the city attorney draft an emergency ordinance amending LAMC section 98.0421 and section 98.0411 to temporarily waive the code violation inspection fee and extend the non-compliance fee payment deadline from 30 days to 90 days from the invoice print date with a sunset date of September 24th, 2020.
Brett seconds.
Okay, Mr. Correct seconds your third motion. Is there more?
I move that the council request that the city attorney draft an emergency ordinance amending LAMC section 98.0403.2A2 to create an exception that no appeal fee shall be required to request an extension of time on an order issued by the Department of Building and Safety with a sunset date of September 24th, 2020.
Okay, that been seconded by Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you. And then finally, I'd move that the council instruct the controller, the Bureau of Contract Administration, the Board of Public Works, and all other contracting departments to pay any outstanding invoices to local businesses as identified by small local business enterprise and local business enterprise certifications on a 15-day timeline for a period of 6 months.
Second.
Mr. Bonin, looks like Mr. Bonin seconded.
Yes.
Okay, any others, Mr. Krikorian?
No, thank you very much, Madam
All right,
President.
thank you. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize. I do have a, sorry. Is the clerk going to read something?
No, we're waiting for you.
Okay, sorry, colleagues, I do want to introduce another motion. As you know, and I know it's long, but as you know, the majority of Angelenos rent their homes, as stated before, and many are scared right now. And working with us, the mayor has taken actions to stop water and power, payments, shutoffs, and also a moratorium on some of the evictions. And also appreciate the governor's leadership in getting some of the banks to agree to suspend mortgage payments in California. But I believe we need to go further for both the residents and small business owners alike. We must protect our Angelenos, and in particular, we must protect our working families and our renters, which is why, like many of you, I've called on the governor to suspend all rent payments, period. Unfortunately, we know that Los Angeles, even in an emergency, can't take this action on our own. State laws like the Costa-Hawkins prevents us from doing that. Many renters and activists, however, have called for a complete rent suspension, and I hope that we as a body will join in with them to urging the governor to take this action plan. But we need to do everything that we can do locally, and what we have power to do for. And one of the things that we can do in addition to the eviction moratorium is a freeze on all rent increases for both residential and commercial tenants. In other words, no rent increases for the period of this pandemic. This might sound like a crazy idea, I know, but and some might question even the jurisdictional authority. But what's more crazy is asking people who have been forced out of work to keep paying their bills like nothing has changed. Because everything has changed, and these are extraordinary times. Working people didn't cause this pandemic, and we know that working people shouldn't be forced into debt because of it. And as mentioned many times by many of you, April 1st is just around the corner. But what's more scary than April 1st is May 1st. And right now, what we need to do is help dispel people's fears, We need to provide some relief for folks by showing them that we have their back. We need to create confidence in our government by showing that we're here to support them so that Angelenos could focus on their health, focus on their safety, and focus on their family. So I am asking for your support for a temporary halt on any rent increases. And I would like to call for a Rule 23 because this is an urgent matter that we should vote on today.
I'll second it.
Mr. Bonin seconds it. I'm going to go ahead and ask the city attorney to speak on the findings, sir.
I'm sorry, I have to read the motion. I forgot to read the motion. It's submitted in the box, but the motion, I therefore move that the city attorney, with the assistance of the Housing and Community Investment Department, CLA and CAO, be instructed to prepare and present an ordinance implementing a freeze on all rent increases in the city of Los Angeles, retroactive to the implementation of the mayor's March 4th, 2020 declaration of a local emergency and effective until the end of the emergency declaration, and call on the state to lift any legal barriers that would need to be suspended in order to effectuate the freeze.
All right, that's been seconded by Mr. Bonin. Mr. City Attorney, you want to speak to the findings, please?
Madam President, are you asking me to opine on the mic about the findings?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I don't think the findings can be made in this case. So there are two findings that you would have to make. One is that the need to act came to the attention of the city after the posting of the agenda. I don't see how that's the case. I also don't understand what Mr. Rue is asking for is actually something we can't do. So I don't see that there is an immediate need to act because properties that are prior to 1978 are controlled by the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Then for properties between 78 and 2005, they're controlled by state law, were preempted, so we actually couldn't freeze the rents. And because of Costa-Hawkins, we can't freeze the rents for properties from 2006 and on. So I actually don't think either of the findings can be made.
Well, I actually respectfully disagree because this is we are having a coronavirus pandemic. Even the State Apartment Association has even urged their members not to freeze their own rents. I would, if we could, because this is extraordinary times, I feel that we can be able to do this. Well, that's our city attorney. We can't get a second opinion.
Okay, Mr. Rue, I need to go to another speaker. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
thank you. Mr. Harris-Dawson?
I passed.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. I'll just note, I support Mr. Rue's effort and intention here. City attorney can definitely draft an ordinance that would be applicable to RSO units. My understanding is the RSO formula needs to be, for the coming year, needs to be calculated, I think, before May 1. And this would certainly be applicable in those circumstances. I also think it's appropriate, and I'd be happy to bring a resolution in jointly with Mr. Rue at our next meeting, calling on the state and the federal government, as the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco recently did, to impose a state or a nationwide more freeze on rents and mortgages simultaneously.
Do you want to introduce a separate motion, Mr. Bonin?
Yes, that would be in the form of a resolution, and I'll be happy to submit that at the next meeting.
All right,
so
great.
Let me just say, I agree with Mr. Bonin that it may be possible to freeze some of the rents under the Rent Stabilization Ordinance, but I don't think we can introduce that as a Rule 23 now. We could certainly have a motion, a regular motion to do it.
All right, Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to go on the record, and we kind of covered this territory, I don't know, 5-6 hours ago. And that is, I'm in full support of a rent freeze and a mortgage freeze as well. And I'm hopeful that the feds can work with the state and with the local municipalities to achieve just that. So I'm in support of this initiative, and let's see what we can figure out here in the coming days and weeks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and, Mr. Correz, did you want to speak on this as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because we keep hearing mentions of mortgage freezes. We should be aware that most banks are freezing their own mortgage repayment at between 1 and 3 months grace. So at least much of that is going on currently.
All right, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on the findings. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
We're going to tack onto the end, so I don't want mine first.
And this first vote is on the findings. Blumenfield.
I support the motion strongly, but can't support the findings. I'll support it through a resolution. I mean, through regular order motion, for sure.
All right, so no on the findings. Bonin.
So,
Mr. Bonin on the findings.
Aye.
No.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo on the findings.
Members, can you mute yourselves? We're getting a lot of feedback. I need everyone to, unless you're being called to vote, mute yourselves, please. Mr. Cedillo, we're on you, on the findings. Mr. Cedillo?
Can you repeat the motion?
No, they were only voting on the findings.
Can you come back to me?
Do you need Mr. City Attorney to repeat the findings, or?
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, so the motion is to freeze all rent increases in the city, and the president asked me to opine on the mic whether I thought the findings could be made. And I honestly think that they can't, both because the need to do this did not come to the attention of the city after the posting of the agenda. This was obviously known before. And furthermore, for most of what's being asked, legally we can't do it, so there's no immediate need to ask because we can't control properties between 1978 and 2005. They're controlled by state law, and post 2006 on is Costa-Hawkins. So actually the city is not in a position, as the motion suggests, to freeze all rents.
Essentially, is what you're saying.
Excuse me?
It's illusory, essentially, is what you're saying.
We're being asked to do something that we can't. So there
we can't.
So we can't.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next.
Harris Dawson.
I don't have time for that.
Excuse me, Mr. Harris Dawson on the findings.
Yes.
Mr. Weezer absent. Mr. Koretz.
No.
Mr. Koretz is a no. Next.
And Krikorian is recused. Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell. On the findings, Mr. O'Farrell.
No on the findings, and yes on the rent freezes and mortgage freezes. We'll figure it out.
Okay, but we're not there yet. So we're just strictly voting on the findings. We'll bring it back to vote.
Right, I get that. And my vote is no on the
right.
findings.
Right, so no on the findings. Thank you.
Price.
No on findings.
Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
This is the first meeting since the last emergency order. It's on our first agenda, and I really believe the ordinance could come back, so I do vote yes.
Wesson.
Yes.
Okay, members, I'm going to open it up to public comment.
And that's 5 yeses, 8 noes. That matter does not pass.
So it's not open for public comment. It's not in front of the council.
Okay, so what's before us now, Madam Clerk?
Motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
And
Members?
that clears the desk.
Mr. Blumenford, you're on the queue.
Yes, thank you. I have a Rule 23 motion that was in the box that I don't think will be controversial, but it's urgent, so I wanted to bring it up. The rationale for it, we had the federal stimulus includes which just passed today, which is why this happened, why it has the urgency. $375 billion in SBA loans based solely on its share population. In LA, that gives us potentially $5 billion of that. That $5 billion pot of federal assistance is orders of magnitude greater than any of the financial assistance programs that we're looking at, and does not require us to set up, expand a program, vet process applications, or any of that. Every small business group that my staff has talked to and then I have talked to has clamored for technical assistance to be able to draw down this money. I want to commend Councilmember Krikorian for bringing his original motion so quickly to assist local businesses. But in the interim, our dysfunctional Congress has stunned us all by actually working together to enact a massive relief program. And the best way for us to leverage our funds is to do everything in our power to help local businesses get a hold of that relief. Consequently, I'm asking that we do the following. One, instruct EWDD to immediately begin spending the $11 million in Small Business Emergency Microloan Program on technical assistance to small businesses to help them apply for and receive small business loans and grants that are offered by the federal and state governments. And second, to instruct the EWDD to immediately begin working with the business source centers, BIDs, chambers of commerce, and other business organizations to provide technical assistance to small business to access federal and state grant programs. I just think it's imperative that we leverage the money that we have to get additional money for our folks who are in need across the board, and helping those small businesses will help those employees. So that's why I bring this up as an urgency matter. And I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. City Attorney?
I think in this case the findings can be met.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the findings.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Mr. Bonin on the findings.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer absent. Koretz.
Koretz, aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
I vote yes on findings, but I've got a question. My understanding was that those funds have already been allocated. Can we get some clarification?
Mr. City Attorney, repeat your question, Mr. Price?
But my understanding is that those funds have already been allocated, or they're in the process of being allocated.
I don't think so, and we still need council authorization to distribute them in the way Mr. Blumenfield indicated in the motion.
Well, I support the motion then.
You vote yes on the findings?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
For clarification, 14.
Mr. Buscaino?
So the findings are adopted.
Okay, we're going to have to open a public comment, but I want to go to Mr. Buscaino.
No, thank you, Madam President. I understand there's going to be a fourth bill that's going to come in a form of a stimulus, at which point are we expecting another Rule 23? Or how are we going to, I know there's going to be a lot of movement in Congress here in the coming weeks.
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, that hasn't yet occurred, so we'll have to see.
And for future, Madam President, for future
Mr. Buscaino, you've muted yourself. Can you?
Sorry. I'll just have a sidebar with Madam President upon completion of the council. Thank you.
Sure. We're going to open it up to public comment. This is only public comment for the Special 23 rule that Mr. Blumenfield just spoke on. Speaker, are you there?
Hello, yes. Hello. This is Raul Duke from District 13. I'd love you all to consider how easily you just decided to try to help businesses to get more loans, and how easy it's been all night for you to approve money for businesses and not for working people. President Martinez, you made a big show earlier standing up for working folks, but when it came time for that amendment to protect us against evictions, you threw us under the bus. All 8 of you will be held to account. You better believe that.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Madam President. This is Thaddeus. I just wanted to thank you all for such a hard day's work. I mean, I tuned in for a bit a little while ago, and after that I went to the market, and then I washed my truck, and then I had some supper, and then for some reason or another I came back, and there you all are. Thank you all so much for your hard day's work. I know you're talking about things that are very, very important, and I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you. Good night.
Next speaker.
Hello.
Speaker, are you there?
Yes, I'm talking on the third motion. And I definitely agree that David Rue is correct. You can absolutely regulate these rental control units.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're speaking to Special 3. The findings were not made. We're on Special 4. Please get on topic.
As a result, I agree wholeheartedly. Let's keep these people in their apartments. Let's not turn off their utilities.
You're on Special 4. You should be on Special 4.
Oh, we have to go further and further. And we must take back this city from corporate developers and pay to play and give it back to the people.
Next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hi. Okay, if this is for me, I'm going back to a comment that was made earlier by one of the council members that equated the rent payment with a mortgage payment. I was the one who called earlier. If someone's sole ability.
I'm really sorry, but we're just on Special 4 right now, nothing else.
And by the way, the woman who told me to get a job, I'm 63 years old, not really qualified at this point to go out and look.
Okay, that concludes speakers for Special 4. Madam Clerk, is prepare to vote on this item. Mr. Price?
Yeah, Madam President, just clarifying again on the motion that my colleague has made, and I certainly support the concept. My understanding, though, is that those 11 million are being loaned out. It's not just available for technical assistance. So I don't want to contradict the councilman, but those funds are available for loans, not technical assistance. Is that your understanding, Bob?
Mr. Blumenfield, did you want to clarify that for Mr. Price?
They were, we had talked about putting them into a loan program. It hasn't happened yet. And the concept here is that the loan program is on such greater orders of magnitude with the federal government when we're potentially going to get $5 billion that we could use our money better to leverage those loans and get more of them and get more loans in the hands of our businesses and employees by putting this money into the business source center so that they can access it, than creating our own separate loan program. So it's redirecting what has not been allocated to doing that, to leveraging our dollars rather than creating our own programs.
That which has not been allocated.
Correct. Which I believe is all of it, but I'll make it clear to spend the money that has not been allocated.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'll support that. Thanks for that.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on Special 4. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield. On Special 4, Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Heristasen.
Yes.
Weezer absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Yeah.
Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez on Special 4.
Yes.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Weston, aye.
14 ayes.
Special 4 is adopted.
All right, Madam Clerk, what is before us now?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, posted and referred members, I just want to thank all of you for this marathon meeting. Thank you for your patience, and again, I want to thank all of our staff who's still here, from our city attorney's office to our city clerks to our CLAs to our ITA, all the team, my staff in particular, for the long hours this entire week to try to pull this off today. It's not perfect, and we have so much more work to do and so many more people to help, but we're certainly committed to continue to meet and ensure that we get to the task at hand. I just want to thank everybody for your hard work. Thank you very much for being here. If there's no other thing before us, our meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam President. This
Yes.
is what leadership looks like. Thank you so much for guiding us through this marathon meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
The customers' patience while they allow us to get this done. In addition, as other retailers have mentioned, we are committed to offering the cleanest stores. So when customers are in our stores, our associates are either serving them or they're cleaning the shelves to make sure we have the safest and cleanest